ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for another day of the Chinese qualifiers here for TI11. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you feeling this morning?
Feeling great, Mike. We've already had a few teams eliminated yesterday with all of our lower bracket games. Of course, four teams already getting out of the Chinese qualifiers. This time around, we're starting off with the upper bracket semis. Gonna have some very good games lined up. Probably again, it feels like all the really strong competitive games should start to come out by now. I think we've kind of cut through the chaff already. So it should be an exciting day full of Dota ahead, Mike.
Oh, it should be, Jonathan. Our first series as well going to be really, really hype. Obviously, RNG versus Aster is probably one of the best series we have coming up, and we do have a bracket as well, so we can have a look at every series basically that we do have coming up in the near future. This is the one I'm looking forward to, the John. RNG versus Asteries. This is what we're going to start our morning off with. RNG, obviously, in their previous matchup against YBB, looking very dominant. Asteries, kind of the same, though, against Vici Gaming. And obviously, Asteries was very fun to watch with the shenanigans Ponlo was running with the Chen. I'm not going to lie, John. Secretly, I'm hoping that Chen comes out once again.
Yeah, look, like it was a bit of a strange thing that VG allowed the Chen to come true. Like they did a lot of respects bans, especially in that second game. But the Chen has been a big hero in this meta, it feels like. And I'm not sure if RNG is going to be first phase banning it or maybe considering taking first pick for themselves and taking the Chen themselves as well. But if they do allow Pondo to pick it up, I mean, it's not just that end game decision making he did, right? With selling his ags, going for Travels Desolator. It was also like his micro. Like, how do you see two ogres hammer into someone walking up to you? Like, you never see that. You don't see that kind of stuff. So hopefully RNG, kind of either have a very clear idea as to how to stop that, just stop Ponlo from being effective on Chen or just ban it outright.
Yeah, and I certainly agree with you. I mean, it was a very, very fun matchup as well. And of course, as you can see, we've got some other matchups coming up, but we'll talk about those a little bit later because I believe we have a schedule to bring up here, and that should allow us to really have a look as to what's going on today. So again, RNG versus series coming up first. Then we've got CDEC versus XG straight after that. I believe that's Extreme Gaming for anyone that doesn't know. So Extreme Gaming against CDEC. And naturally, after that, we do go back to the lower bracket where you'll see YBB against Vici Gaming. And of course, Shenzhen against IG for the final series today. So two teams are going home and two teams are going to the lower bracket here. We are going to figure out which ones are going to the lower bracket first, of course, before we do go to the lower bracket for the series that are already established there. John, let's just keep talking about our first series here. RNG versus Asta Aries. What are we expecting? Anything in particular?
Well, the Chen, as mentioned, is going to be a high priority to kind of take care of because it's just such an obnoxious hero that Ponlo has shown off. I believe Ponlo has been tweeting that, he's been very recently just practicing that Chen or just really fine tuning it. So if RNG take it out, I think that takes away a big complication coming out from Aster Ares. I think we're going to see maybe some contention on the other healing heroes. We could maybe even see something like the Enchantress as a foil to the Chen. I feel like, again, that's not something we've really seen, at least here in China. When you do see the Chen, it's not really counteracted by a support Ench for the most part. Doesn't feel like a lot of teams prioritize that sort of counter synergy with the Shard, with that little mini Winter's Curse coming out. So can't see if that's something that changes. Of course, historically, this matchup of RNG versus Aster Ares has worked phenomenally well for RNG. The last time they faced against each other in the DPC, RNG did take that one in a fairly quick 2-0. Like that was
Right.
about 30 minutes per game. So we managed to do that in a very convincing manner, and keen to see if Aster Ares have learned. Because again, based on what we saw from them last time in their first upper bracket match, it does look like Aster Ares have certainly added certain toolkits in their repository. So that might be something RNG has to adjust for. Maybe it's not something they faced in scrims. Most certainly they've at least seen it now. And with the prep work they have, or the time they've had to prep, they should be ready for it. I am curious though, because again, these qualifiers have been mildly unlucky for the teams that do run from the upper bracket, the upper brackets in the upper bracket, going 2-0, 2-0, then going 2-0 again into the grand finals and getting 0-3. RNG could still kind of go to that path, or this is where the pattern kind of breaks. I think on paper, RNG is definitely going to be the favorites, but Aster Ares might make that a 3-game series either way here.
Well, John, I need a reminder. We can have a look at the tournament overview just to have a look to see exactly how this qualifier does run, and I'm sure that'll be coming up on the screen rather soon. And yeah, we'll have a look. We'll just have a quick reminder of that overview, of course. Double elimination bracket, grand finals, of course, best of 5, and everything else has been a best of 3. And of course, second and third place do proceed to the last chance qualifier, and that's kind of the thing, right? Like, obviously, you want to win the grand final, get all the way there, and just qualify straight off the bat to TI11. But the point is, John, at the very least, 2 teams do get into that last chance qualifier, and you still have got a chance there. So for the better teams in the qualifiers, John, it's not all over if they don't make it. You kind of pointed out the curse that is the upper bracket run right now for pretty much every qualifier. So if RNG made it to the grand finals and got cursed and get 0-3'd by another team, they've still got a last chance qualifier to go to, John. It's not over.
Yeah, I don't think any team, if they have the opportunity to just go to groups, would want to play the last chance qualifiers, right? Like, it is an insanely stacked field there when you do go into those last chance qualifiers. 2 teams from every region it's tough. Like, it's like, why would you go for a lower bracket best of 1 start when you can just have this upper bracket buffer with a best of 3? So no one's going to want that. I think everyone's really going to be gunning for the group stage, but there is that second chance. It's just it's going to be a long path through that lower last chance qualifiers.
It certainly is, Jonathan. And before we do go into the draft, which I believe is beginning very, very soon, in case you may have noticed, I have forgotten to pack some clothes away behind me, so my apologies, Jonathan. I know you usually have a very neat room and people like to compare our rooms. Usually I just try to keep everything out of the camera view so people can't shame me in front of you, Jonathan, but there you go. I've made a mistake. Some clothes behind me. Have to throw them away after this game.
It is what it is. I do believe I recognize that as one of your hoodies on top there. It looks very comfy. It looks very nice to keep you cool. But we do have some great Dota to keep you warm instead, like nice and heated up. So we've already got the draft underway. We see RNG kind of banning out the Marcy and the Undying. Aster Ares taking care of the Batrider. Chen still in the pool for both sides. First pick is up for RNG though. So that could be something they pick up themselves and kind of run with.
Look at that, Jonathan. Look who's back, Mr. Somnus.
Of course.
He's got the cat ears out. He's a very handsome lad. I mean, he's one of those guys where you can run the cat ears, and I must admit, Jonathan, I do like the hair color as well from Somnus. Very, very nice.
Yeah, he's looking very well, very healthy and very good looking. I mean, the cat ears are just great. Maybe that's where Somnus's power comes from. Just giving no care in the world. He's just comfy. He's got the sound quality he wants, and he looks good while doing it.
Absolutely, he certainly does, Jonathan. Not to take away from the other boys as well. Everyone looking fantastic on the side of RNG. Don't switch over to Aster Ares, though. I haven't got anything good to say about Ponlo. I'll always have something negative to say about the man if we do have a look at him later on. Still, one more ban to go before we do get to see these drafts underway. Speaking of Ponlo, he's obviously taking a bit more time here for the secondary ban. No Chen ban yet from RNG, by the way, John. So if RNG aren't going to take Chen, I'm going to go ahead and say Aster Ares are probably going to first phase it here.
Yeah, I mean, it's something they're very comfy with, and they do actually ban out the puck. So RNG, they pick up the Chen. They have first pick. You didn't ban it out. RNG will take it, as we said, right? Chen, very contested hero, gonna have to take it away. Who are you pointing out this time, Mike?
Ponlo. Hey, he's so upset. Look at him. He's not happy about it. You can tell. Ponlo's sitting there like, wait a minute. That was my only hero I had. That was my puddle. It's gone now. What do? Here's my advice to Ponlo. Choose Enchantress. He's an Enchantress player. Choose Enchantress. Pick up the shards. Make this Chen's life a living hell. Just do it.
Yeah, just give us that counter pick. I like the Doom first phase, though. When you already have Devour to just kind of take away that early Persuaded creep. You just take it out of the equation. Doom's going to be very happy there. I think it is fairly open as to what Aster Ares will want to do with the Doom. Or the DP. Like, we have seen support Dooms before, we've seen support DPs as well. You could run something weird like DP offlane, Doom safe. You could run Doom offlane, DP mid. You could run either of these two as supports. So Aster Ares are keeping all of their options open. They just ensure that they've got a way to remove some of the Chen creeps early in lane and just kind of leave it up in the air as to what they want to do next. I like the response from RNG though. Tusk comes out, again, one of those highly contested heroes we've been seeing, especially in the Pause 4. That should be our Kaka Tusk coming out, and he has been performing on that hero. We've already seen it come out before. He hits his blink timing, he gets his save off. If a game drags on, the threat of the kick back is still massive. So I like that, having that option to scale into the late game with a great relocation tool is still there as well for RNG.
Oh, absolutely. More bans to come out. I do agree with you as well. I think Kaka's always one of those very, very stable kind of supports to have on your side of things, right? Like you kind of remember in that previous meta, like running the Lion and the Nyx constantly. I mean, this was a couple metas ago, but you get my point, John. He was just so consistently good over and over again, and or at least so far throughout the qualifiers from what we've seen. Mind you, they've only had really one series, but he has looked amazing already. We'll see if he can keep it up. Again, we are going to have to wait some more bans to come out. John, do you feel like there's any heroes in particular that are going to be in high contention for this second pick phase for either side?
Well, you've basically got your supports lined up from RNG, so they're fairly free to take what they want now for, say, their safe and maybe their offlane, their mid or offlane safe. I think something like Lina is something you'd have to consider banning out now as well. You already have the SF taken care of by Aster Ares. In fact, they've really been focusing on what looks to be Somnus's heroes mid. Batrider, Puck, SF. Wouldn't be surprised by Lina or any of the Spirit Brothers being taken out as well. And they're just looking to really limit Somnus's impact, because he has been quite the menace in his mid lane, of course, and he has been for a while, but they just want to take that away. So I wouldn't be surprised. Lina, again, big option. Quap is something that we've also been seeing to be a priority ban by these teams. We haven't seen too much Quap play. For the side of RNG with this kind of lineup, I mean, it's so open, because you've got Tusk Chen. Like, these lanes are open, the playstyles are still very open, the timings you want to hit are open because you're not revealing any core. So I think Somnus can still opt for any number of mids. I think the Lina's probably the safest if you want to like play carry from mid, have yourself some good burst damage, ties in well with, say, eventual Tusk or Chen rotations if you have the opportunity to do so. A Quap is a very stable way to kind of get that done too. Up against something like the DP, you could try the DK pickup down the line. They do ban out the Lina, as mentioned, high priority ban. So nothing too surprising, but again, that's already 4 bans just for the mid here, Mike.
It certainly is. A lot of focus on Somnus. I mean, you can't really blame them though. Somnus, yeah, a fantastic player. Obviously, we saw him in the previous matchup there against YBB, and he just completely dominated that those series, rather those games in that series. So you can't quite blame them for really wanting to shut the man down and make life, you know, as hard as humanly possible for old Somnus. Final bans to come. RNG, on the other hand, obviously being a little bit more split up with their bans. You saw the Wyvern being banned out. I believe that's a favorite of Ponlo as well. AA a favorite of Ponlo. Bloodseeker not so much, but kind of maybe indicates that what they're trying to do here on the RNG draft with that Bloodseeker ban. Something highly immobile, I'm sure. Aster Ares, like you mentioned, John, mid lane is getting banned out. 2 already. Do you want to get rid of another one? And I say 2, but there's been 4 mid laners banned out so far for Somnus. Do we just ban out a 5th one here?
Yeah, why not? You know, if you're still worried about anything slippery, Quap is probably the next best bet. You will leave stuff like the Ember and Void Spirit, and perhaps even the Storm, but that doesn't feel like a high priority. Maybe the Ember is the one that really could cause issues, so it's kind of a pick your poison thing. Do you want to take care of the Quap? Do you want to take care of the Ember? They take care of the Enigma instead, so they do just prevent a massive Zoo army coming out with the Chen on hand. I mean, you don't really have the best total wave clear. You only really have the DP at this moment. And again, for Aster Ares here, draft is still fairly open, although they will start to show that flex off, right? Like, you will have to hammer in where the DP is going to go or where the Doom is going to go. Maybe we'll go with the Earth Spirit coming out here. So, one of your favorites coming out already, Mike.
It certainly is, and it's also a Ponlo favorite, Jonathan, but I'm not sure if he's going to be running it here today. Earth Spirit, you know, it's... I don't know if it's a great hero right now, John. I know the win rates have slightly gone up. Obviously, it's still kind of the same hero. You just want to be very aggressive throughout the whole game, and Well, so far with their draft, like, you're not going to be able to play with the Doom, but you've got a nice Death Prophet you can play with. Suppose if you go DP Earth Spirit lane and say the off lane, it could be quite potent. That the DP might just be mid instead. You never really know. RNG, however, they go for a Pangolier. I suppose that's why we saw the Bloodseeker ban coming out, just to not enable the counter towards the Pango. And now the Queen of Pain as well. So that Bloodseeker would have had a lot of value with the Rupture. Not going to be available, obviously, for Asta Ares now. And speaking of Asta Ares, they do have to make their 4th pickup. I'll tell you what, though, John, RNG's draft, it is looking very strong.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you've got some great early timings. I like this lane they've got with a Pangolier Tusk with tag team. You can really just run some down. Even with, say, shifting that to the Chen instead and running something like the Pons 5 Tusk can kind of work. But Pango Tusk can be very nice. Aster Ares do go for the Morphling coming out for Ulu. You have some pretty good forms to kind of turn into. The Quap to blink away, Pangolier to just kind of tank yourself up with a Shield Crash is good. Tag team turning on from Morphling can really be nice and aggressive too if you want to play that way. But we have seen Morphlings just still fall into this issue that they really do need a lot of investment. Like they don't feel ready at all until maybe the 20-25 minute mark to really participate in some of these early engagements. And that is something that RNG will have to watch out for. Now, for RNG's part, they don't have the best lockdown for a Morphling. Like, you maybe get a net creep out with a Chen. You've got Snowball and Rolling Thunder, and that's it. Unless you go for something like say, an Orchid build-up on Somnus this game, Ulu might have enough leeway here to just kind of dip in and out as need be.
Yeah, it's fair. The final bans to come now. Obviously, RNG just probably focusing on the mid lane at the moment. I wonder who's running support here, like for Asta Ares. Like, you've got DP Doom. Obviously, the Morphling's not running support. That's probably POS 1. But it seems as though RNG assumed that one of these two heroes is going to be a POS 4 or 5. Just based off the Ember ban they've just made. What are you thinking, John? Because DP Doom Morphling, it's a pretty greedy trio, of course, to have. So you'd hope one of them's a support. Maybe a Doom support to come out, perhaps?
Nah, I don't really like the Doom Morphling lane. Like, it still makes a little bit of sense, but Doom Morphling's just really, really passive. And that is something the Pangolier and the Tusk can run down and give Ulu a very hard time. Maybe they just run, say, the support DP. You can see that RNG is covering all their bases, banning out the Treant Protector next, ensuring that no sort of weird tech comes out, leaving the DP on mid for Yi and Chengsa taking the Doom. So they leave their options open. LD being banned out as well by Aster Ares, preventing that big clump up you can get. The early timings of the LD, it has been on a bit of an up and up since this patch. So just take away the option to kind of try. You don't really have the best ways of, say, dealing with Bear early on, especially here on Aster Ares. So there's a lot that the LD could have achieved. For RNG's part, for the core, I mean, you're potentially facing up against either the Doom or the DP. Again, going back to that flex here from Aster Ares' draft. Safe bet would be, again, something like a Juggernaut coming out is probably the safest thing for Ghost. He is very fond of that here as well. So that could still slot in fine for RNG. The issue with RNG is they don't have last pick. They're going to have to show that safe lane carry, and Aster Ares can just really easily adapt whether or not the Doom guy has a better time, the DP has a better time, and just kind of figure out what they'd want, maybe see how they want to reprioritize mid. So that gives Aster Ares a very big edge in closing out this draft.
It just feels so greedy, though. Like the Asta Ares draft, you might argue the advantage is there with the last pick, but I'm just looking at their draft now. Like, you kind of wonder whether they can really hold the game long enough against a Chen draft of all things. Now a TB comes out as well, so even more push to the mix. I'd say TB versus Morphling. It used to be Morphling favored, real like back in the day, but these days TB just picks up an Eye of Skadi and doesn't care anymore. You know, it's not like back in the day where you got an Ethereal Blade and you just went for the shotgun build on Morphling and blew up TB every time. So, I'm a little bit concerned. There's an Omni Knight to come out for Asta Ares, so something a little bit new here. Omni, obviously one of the more busted heroes from what I've been hearing. Have played it a bit myself, Jonathan, only in pubs, but it does still feel very, very broken in the right hands. What I'm more curious about is how they're laning everything here, and is that a support Doom I see?
No, but Shanxa playing it offlane. So you've
It
got
is.
the offlane Doom, you've got the Red Panda Omni Knight here, and the Yi mid DP. I don't feel like the Omni Knight gives them enough to compensate for how greedy this draft is. It is going to take a long time for them to come online. I think the key thing for Aster Ares is to play around Yi's timings on the DP. Every time Exorcism's ready, you have to kind of make a play, force attention away from RNG, from trying to take an objective, from trying to jump Ulu, and try to reel in some map control to enable both that Doom and that Morphling to really get that build up.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Like, you look at RNG's draft, I just don't think Aster Ares have the kind of draft to keep up with this. I think if you're RNG, as long as Somnus or Chalice has a good lane, that's it. You just set a pace, outpace the side of Aster Ares, and I mean, Ulu, he needs a lot of time and a lot of space, and when you've got an off-lane Doom and a mid-DP, it's not going to be that easy to have that space for yourself. Look, we'll see what happens, John. We are going to go into game one. I think both you and I kind of agree that RNG's draft does look a little bit better. Would you agree with that statement, John, going into game one?
No, for sure. I think they've covered all their bases. You've got some sustain for Ghost to play with here. You've got a lot of aggression coming out from these four heroes and some really good push tempo. Aster Ares will have to really work to buy Ulu's space because every single morph game we've seen, it really is just a farm fest. You get a Morbid Mask, you go for your Manta, you maybe go for a BKB at that point or the Scotty, and you just sit back and farm. And the Terrorblade's going to enjoy that anyway. So you're going to have to find a way to protect your Morphling or pressure the Terrorblade just as much while giving the Morphling some ample room to play with and just kind of work the map from there, which is not an easy task up against a team like RNG.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get into it, Jonathan. Game number one here. Let's get those predictions underway as well. Of course, we're gonna try and get those points as much as we can here. It's going to be an interesting match nonetheless. I mean, that's the one thing, right? Like, you expect a very kind of fun matchup here between the side of RNG and, of course, Aster Ares. See if they can actually do with Ghost this game, and especially Somnus. Like, I'm very concerned for Aster Ares end, but if Somnus has a good game on this mid-quap, I feel like the game's almost just over.
Yeah, it can really just snowball out of control. We were talking a bit about the lack of control that RNG has for, say, the Morphling in particular. You kind of have the same issues on Aster Ares. You only really have this play coming out from Ponlo. He's most of your control. You've got the silence as well from Yi, but that's not really how you tend to start these fights with, as it gives ample room for most heroes to kind of dodge out. Somnus might be able to just get a cheeky blink out before the silence lands. And of course, you've always got the Doom from Shang-Se, but Doom is a pretty long cooldown to play aggressive with. So Ponlo's going to have to be the source of all of that laning pressure if they do want to prioritize that in the laning phase. 4-minute rune, 6-minute rune really come into mind for the Earth Spirit rotations later on.
It just seems like a rough game though for Earth Spirit. Like, I appreciate that you can secure the runes very easily as ES, but then who's he playing with this game, John? That's my problem. Like, where do you rotate to find kills here as an Earth Spirit? You've got an off-lane Doom, you've got a mid-DP, and you've got a safe-lane Morphling. Make matters worse, your Pos 5 is an Omni Knight. So who exactly does Ponlo play with?
I think he's just got to play mid. Your best bet is just get chain stunts off onto Somnus with Yi. You know, get the silence off, get the stun off, then get the follow-up silence out from Yi's DP and try to run down from there. Somnus should still have a pretty good time in this lane, but the DP does tend to at least right-click trade very nicely, and there's always the threat of Spirit Siphon down the line. Somnus will have to consider maybe the blink if the lane does get dicey, but he's doing a fine enough job just dancing around and does go for that level 1 Shadow Strike that we tend to see from the Queens of Veins, just to trade a little bit better. Rune control, again, very important for both sides. Somnus will have the movement advantage with the blink up, but you've always got the threat of a roll-in from Ponlo if he does get the space to move into that lane. Although there are good wards watching that mid to prevent any sort of support rotations.
Across top lane, you've got the Morphling there being played by Ulu against Chalice, and Red Panda is there on the Omni Knight, of course, supporting that Morphling, but already a bit of a rough time. Sex Nova there as well on the pause for Chen. Ulu already having to salve up, and this is not going to be the easiest lane in the world for the Morph. Obviously, we always talk about it. You get to that level 3 mark, you get the level 2 attribute shift, and it does become a lot easier. But it does seem like Chalice will have a decent time with X Nova, just applying a lot of pressure in this top lane, and Imagine a very early safe lane tower to go down might just happen here as... Well, Red Panda on the Omni, he really can't do much. Not in this lane.
Now he's trying to trade blows with X-Nova. He at least keeps the camps blocked up. But there are still further camps for X-Nova to pick up anyway. Does get himself a frost creep. Gonna have
Very
a little
nice.
bit more armor. And he can't chase down. You just don't have the option to actually be aggressive. He doesn't even have the value point in Purification yet, stuck at level 1. So you can't even just top up Uli when he's fully agi-morphed up to keep him farming that lane. Just gonna have to soak a little bit until they can sustain through that.
I'll tell you what, one of the most annoying creeps that to have to play against here is going to be the Ogre Frost Mage, because the +5 armor with the movement and attack slow as well, it's just so annoying. You can't trade evenly now. Not that they could anyway with the Morphling Omni, but now it's impossible to trade with them. Like +5 armor at the 2-minute mark, it's just not fun to play against. We should have a look at the final lane, John. Of course, bot lane, you're going to have the Doom and Ponlo's Earth Spirit against Ghost and Kaka on the TB and the Tusk. Who wins out this matchup? Like, I feel like Kaka and Ghost can certainly find some kills here with some tag team and metamorphosis. On the other end of things, I suppose you could probably go for some kill potential here for Asta Ares down at bot lane as well. But again, with the Doom, it does feel a little bit more challenging until you've got a few levels up.
Yeah, level 2 isn't the most aggressive time for Doom. Maybe by the time you hit level 3 with level 2 Scorched Earth, that's where it could feel nice after a nice roll in and silence out from Ponlo. That could be one way. It is a little bit tougher to achieve that. You're already seeing Ghost have a good time. Shanks kind of keeping up in form, but it is Doom. You just kind of devour and keep up there.
Mid lane, Somnus, barely able to blink away. He's going to be all right. Just fighting over some water runes, and even the Ogre Frost Mage coming in to give him some bonus armor. Why the hell not? You're going to love that from X-Nova. Like, he's just microing this Ogre Frost Mage between the top and mid lane just to give bonus armor to everyone. You love it.
Yeah, just trying to ease up that pressure coming out onto Somnus. The lane is going a lot rougher here for him. As again, DP just stands back, spams out Crit Swarm, doesn't care too much for the right-click trades. You've always got the opportunity to trade back. Somnus is bullying pretty hard, but if the Spirit siphons up and the Blink's down, then you kind of have a little bit of an issue in trading there. So again, we'll see if he can get better control once the power runes start to come up. Water rune's not as big, but certainly a nice power rune here and there can shift that
bot lane.
quite hard.
A lot of damage flying out here onto the Doom, but a very nice roll in from Ponlo to land onto Ghost as Kaka now in a bit of danger, but Ponlo going a little bit too far, might pay for it and will. He wanted a couple extra right clicks onto Kaka, but didn't really respect the damage flying out from Ghost.
It's pretty big. You pop the Metamorphs, it's level 2 mate already up. You don't have the best durability there on the Earth Spirit. And this double melee lane for Aster Ares, it's just a bit rough. It's not coming off to the same way that you're seeing Chalice kind of achieve up against Ulu, where he's just bullying the Morphling hard. The Terribly, it's just farming for Ulu, and Ghost is just going to be able to hit some item timings if you're not careful.
Dude, this is so annoying. Look at X-Nova. He's got these two creeps. He's got the damn Satyr Mind Stealer now as well, so you got the mana burn going on. It's like you can't trade harassment because bonus armor, and now you're just going to have no mana. This is going to be so frustrating for Asteres in the safe lane. It really has to be.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to really do much. Like, their Doom is down bot. We expected the Doom as sort of the counter pick to Chen with the Devourer. They can't really do that right now. I mean, Shangsa is just stuck bot having to deal with Kaka and Ghost. So you're getting max value out for X-Nova. Like, it doesn't matter if you block that one small camp. You can't block all of your own camps. The Dire Jungle is very easy for X-Nova to kind of just dip into and steal a lot of stuff off. And Red Panda just doesn't have anything to do. Like, he's got literally nothing. No mana, does have at least some stick charges, has Heavenly Grace and Hammer of Purity, not even the heal coming out, again, to sustain Ulu if need be. They're going to be really hard-pressed to get farm on Ulu this game. Like, this is going to be a slow game for Aster Ares, at least from Morphling, because it's just the nature of the hero. And Red Panda does tip out X-Nova. He has been a massive nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give your respect over when there's a good Chen player like this. Like X-Nova, I kind of pointed this out earlier, but he's sending the Ogre between top and mid lane, just handing armor to everyone. The Somnus, who was having a bit more of a challenging lane against the Death Prophet, With that bonus armor, he's a little bit better off, I'd say, in the mid lane. And well, I don't think Red Panda's going to find this ogre either, John. He's got the Hammer of Purity, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think it's just going to keep running. We'll find out in a moment. Red Panda, does he have the damage? Oh, he does in the end. He gets the right click. Very nice. Red Panda, he'll be fine. Very, very nice CS from him.
Yeah. Issue is you can always pick up another creep. They get the potato creep this time. And the mana burn's still a big issue because you just mana burn down something like the Morphling. It's not going to feel good. You need that mana to kind of shift around. Or region, who's going to have to pop on himself. All the lanes are going RNG's way, maybe except mid. You're still seeing that lead coming out for Yi. Although again, Somnus is kind of balancing very well, dropping Yi to pretty low levels. But Yi is still set to kind of have that level 6 timing, and that's where Aster Ares needs to play. We haven't seen a rotation out yet from Ponlo, although he's making his way forward now.
See what he can get done. Into the mid lane he goes. You don't have any points in silence, so the geomagnetic grip not really there. You don't really have one on the DP either. He hasn't skilled it up. So Somnus, as long as he saves his blink, he should be just fine. I don't think they have the lockdown for him. Bit of an awkward rotation. I mean, unless they can bait the blink, which they do now, but Somnus is by the tier 1 tower, you've got to try and get him in the next 10 seconds while it's on cooldown. And it already seems too late. They're going to try. Roland is there. Kick away. Somnus, he's got blink back up. Too late. I'm confused about this. Like, nobody goes for silence, and they still try for the kill. In goes Karka onto Ponlo now. They're going to try and trade anyway. Slow is there. Ponlo really can't roll out of this, though he will try, but it's not going to work out. And, well, again, you don't have silence on either of your heroes, so it's a bit of an awkward rotation to try and make, but it goes back to the draft, right? Ponlo has nobody to play with. This is one of those desperate Earth Spirit games where you need to find something to do.
It feels like he would have had someone to play with if anyone went for the silence. Like, as long as he had that additional control, he might have had a window to play, but now they're really just going to have to play passive. You have no one to connect to. All your cores are just wanting to farm. They run down. Red Panda once more up top, and there's really no counterplay to that. You are giving space out to Ulu. He can't really contribute there either. Not if your affiliates are farming strongly enough, and Ulu just drops a lot of HP there from Chalice running up. Once he has that Rolling Thunder, kill threat really opens up for RNG up top, and everything just lines up for them.
It is getting worse. Shang-Chi goes down bottom lane. That'll be 4-1. Ghost picking up another kill on this Terrorblade. That'll be his second of the game, and look at mid lane again, John. They're trying to focus on Somnus, but nobody has silence yet. So are they going to try and maybe force out the blink again? Hold that thought, because Ulu now in trouble up at top lane. X-Nova slowing him up with the Ghost, but Ulu is going to be fine to back his way out. TP's coming in mid lane to fill up the bottle of Somnus, so he's going to be healthy once again. In fact, they're going to try and make their play onto the DP now. Great Shard's out. There is a Spirit Cypher to try and keep him alive, and he is doing a decent job of it. In fact, Somnus now dropping low. Karka, he'll be targeted and does go down. Meanwhile, Somnus, he's out of mana for that Sonic Wave. He just really needs a bit more, and there you go. He has it now, but the stick charges and Fairy Fire were there from Yi. So he's barely going to survive, and tips are out. Somnus, he won't be happy with that.
It's a fair bit to commit. Still loses his support, but opens up the map a bit more for RNG. They managed to take out the top tier 1. You are not in a very comfy position here for Ulu to farm that jungle yet. No Morbid Mask. He's going to have to juggle around his HP highly effectively. And again, RNG's just created a room of space for Ghost, a universe of space for Ghost down bot. Like, he is uncontested. He's free farming. You're not getting that same pacing out from Shangsa. He's still trying to work onto the Midas, and this is where the greed of Aster Ares really just shows. This lineup just doesn't have many options. They still haven't been able to play off the back of the EXO. Still no silence up as well on Yi. Ponlo has the value point, so maybe going on to Somnus now feels a little bit better, but it still feels like a tough target to jump.
Yeah, certainly does. Like you mentioned, I mean, in the meantime, like, all this focus has been on Somnus, but the side lanes have gone so well for RNG. Ghost completely free farming, 2 kills up, and Chalice is right behind him on the Pango. having a very good time. Almost has the diffusal blade up on the Pangolier. That's going to be a very early timing, considering he already has the Orb of Corrosion and Brown Boots on. That's a little bit of a cause of concern here for the side of Aster Ares, because once the diffusal blade is available for Chalice, he just joins the team and fights non-stop. There's no reason to stop.
You just run down. You can always make Ulu feel uncomfy. Heck, even the Doom's not going to enjoy that TP. Might be able to tank through a little bit more. But all of these heroes are very reliant on their mana. They're just very heavy on the spell casting. Them to just kind of focus in and try to hit. So you're going to have a lot of value from that early timing out from Chalice. And he's really just not leaving the lane. He knows the moment he leaves, Ulu's going to be able to find some farm. Just keep shoving in that lane. Keep preventing Ulu from dipping into the jungle and just
roll in. They're trying for Somnus. They do not land the stun. Another silence out. It's not going to matter. Somnus is fine. Meanwhile, Ghost, he does end up finding Shengxi down a bot lane. So you do have another kill for the TB. This Tusk Terrorblade combination proving to be so powerful. In RNG, they'll get started on the bot T1. Aster Ares still focused on Somnus, but they're not finding the kill that they wanted.
Yeah, it's just not quite lining up. Lots of big openings coming out for RNG. Aster Ares, for their part, trying to go for the mid with the Exorcism pop, but Somnus just immediately TPs back in. The Sea Creep is there, providing some damage, but Chen army's here as well. It's not going to take... They're not going to be able to do as much as they'd want onto that mid tier 1. That's a massive ult to commit, with no clear team fight breaking out, and Chalice decides to rotate mid now as well.
See what happens here. Aster Ares. Not going to back off even with the Exorcism. Ponlo barely able to roll out just before Chalice was in range. Gives the voice line as well. Chalice, he won't mind too much. I mean, it's such a short cooldown. They'll just get back to farming, finish off that Diffusal Blade. Only about 300 gold away from having the full item up. And that's when the fun really starts. But Aster Ares are going to try and punish. They have smoked up top lane. Ponlo and Red Panda currently chasing the Pango, knowing he doesn't have the Rolling Thunder up. They just need a nice initiation here on Chalice. Even Yi showing up now. The roll, it's going to be on target. This will be a great pickup for Aster Ares, and they will be able to secure Yi the one to take it.
Yeah, they needed a kill to come out. They finally punished Chalice for just kind of farming pretty forward alone. They might be able to find a little bit more. X-Nova, also a bit forward.
He certainly is, Ponlo. A nice roll in, right on target, and X-Nova. They'll pop the Hand of God, but it doesn't seem to make the difference. Another nice kill here for Aster Ares, and seems like they are slowly finding their footing in this game one.
You're finding a lot more back and forth trades. I think the big issue still stands is how much Ghost is getting. This guy's already 7k on that Terrorblade, free farming in that bot jungle. Yasha up, Dragonlance up, into the Manta style next. And you're just not stopping it. You know, you're not hunting it down, you're not making rotations, you're forced to just go for those pickoffs up top. But that is just so much room for this massive win condition and Ghost to keep building up. You are slowly building up in chunks. I think the important timing now is just like this blink on Doom. Blink BKB ideally, but even just the blink, an opportunistic Doom on one key target can give Aster Ares a lot more in this game. So we'll see if that's something Shangse will want to do, because we've seen a lot of Dooms hit a good blink timing and still wait for the BKB afterwards. You do not want to be that passive.
Uh-oh. Shengxi, I mean, you spoke of the Devil, John. He's in trouble again. Heavenly Grace not going to save the life of the Doom. He will drop. Kaka with the tag team, already max level tag team. It's just way too much damage.
They just rip right through. He's not that durable just yet in the Doom. He's still in that phase where he wants to farm. It does look like he will opt for BKB first, which does make enough sense. Red Panda.
Yeah, in trouble. Is going to drop as well. Kaka once again setting up perfectly, though. Yi is going to rotate. Do they have a way to stop the TP? Yes, they do. They'll find a support. Problem is, John, RNG, they are finding a mid-tier 1 tower while all this is happening, and oh my god, look at the HP pull of this Earth Spirit. Lost 2/3 of his HP with one swashbuckle. That's ridiculous.
It's not a fun game for Ponlo. Just not able to do as much as he'd want right now on that hero, as you mentioned, Mike. Just no one to connect with. If you did go mid, it did feel like that value point with silence might have led to some kills, just not quite there early enough. Chalice still keeping an eye out.
Oh no.
Does combo.
Chalice, perfect position. Silence doesn't connect, roll doesn't connect. Chalice just walks out. Thank you very much. As to Ares, unfortunate to say the least there with that smoke. Do not find anything. Immediately broken here by Chalice. And John, I can't help but bring up the point you've been bringing up all game. Ghost is really getting out of control now. I mean, this man's 3k ahead of the Doom already. This is a Midas devoured Doom. He's 3k ahead.
Yeah, he's had too much. He's gonna have the Manta style very soon. Double smoke out from RNG with Kaka and Chalice. And this kind of combination is what we were talking about from draft. Tusk plus Pango could just run down without really expending too much as well. They might find some good kills up top. We do have a good ward watching this area here too.
Uh-oh, Shanxi, he's had a rough game already. Kaka on target once again. Oh, wait a minute, the Rolling Thunder gonna knock him out of the shards, and in comes Ponlo with the Magnetize, who'll try to fight back. In fact, Sonic Wave, though, gonna come out. Somnus lands on 3, but there's their Guardian Angel out. Red Panda looking to try and turn this one as they have got X-Nova down. That's 1 for the side of Asta Ares. Can they find a bit more? Ponlo, he'll drop a Kaka. He's going to give his own life away for that kill. As now Ulu trying to move in for more. We'll go right after Chalice. It's looking like a decent team fight for Asta Ares, but they've got to back out. At least for now, they are slowly being chipped away at. Yi, very, very low now on the Death Prophet. Luckily, there's no follow-up here to finish off the DP's life. But ultimately, not a bad team fight for Asta Ares this time. A 2-for-1 trade. Only supports going down during this team fight, but still a bit of a win here for the Dire. Chalice, he's stuck around. Ponlo, has he gone too far? He has for now. Somnus, he's got no matter, but it won't matter. He's got the right clicks.
Yeah, Ponlo just respawned, TP, tried to roll, tried to make a play. Dies again, goes back. Alt-tab moment for him just now. I mean, look, it was a better fight for Asta Ares. They managed to find a lot more with those 2 support kills, and considering that they are like 3k behind, very worthwhile. Issue is, these are not the kills you really want to find, because Ghost is still farming up, Chalice is still a massive issue, Somnus still hasn't died at all in this game. Like, even if you, say, kill off Somnus or Chalice once or twice in the next few minutes, you have to find a way to jump Ghost, because this guy, he is just massive, and you do not have the burst on hand to deal with that. Interesting to see here as well, though, Mike. Ulu is working onto the Ags on the Morphling, so I suppose he'll be able to steal some of that Agi away from the TB if he does decide to morph into him. All of that kind of stuff. Still, they got to move quick here in Asta Ares because Roche is being taken by RNG, and yeah, that's not going to last long.
No, it certainly isn't. The tag team just making it way too easy. And that'll be Roshan, #1, to go the way of RNG. No problems here. Ghost, he'll take the Aegis for himself. What concerns me for Asta is especially, John, like we keep talking about this TB's farm, but once the Skadi's up, you're ready to go, right? Like the Morphling, it's going to be a real tough time against that Skadi.
Yeah, you're not going to have a good time. It's going to be a massive nuisance to play against that. As a Morph, you're very far away from picking up your own, say, Satanic to counteract it. So you won't really have the play. They are shoving in top. There is a BKB now up in Changsa, so our Doom should be able to hold his ground and look for that big Doom target he wants, but whether or not that's enough, if he can gap close fast enough is another question.
Radiant's bottom tower
Top T2 tower.
top tower has fallen.
Ares. Now hanging around top lane, they'll see Ghost.
Radiant's bottom tower
Ghost does have backup around the corner and just doesn't really flinch anyway. He's got the Aegis up, so nothing to be afraid about for the TB. RNG just really controlling 2/3 of the map here. Asta Ares. Only 5k behind, but it feels a lot more when it's this TB who holds all the net worth lead. That being said, though, if you kill Ghost in the middle of a team fight, that whole net worth lead is gone. Ghost, speaking of the devil, has been spotted. Smoke broken on Yi. Ghost, he'll get a reflection off and only see the DP for now. RNG, Oh, nice roll in. Ponlo, he's going to find the main target, but the Aegis is still up. Ponlo, he might drop, but there is your Guardian Angel. In comes the Rolling Thunder, and now a Sonic Wave out. Ponlo, he's still alive, but eventually he will drop to Ghost. RNG expending quite a bit for that kill, but it won't matter. They'll be able to move in onto that T2 mid tower. Ulu, he's going to try and fight back. In he goes and out he goes. Yi, in the meantime, dropping so low to the right clicks of Ghost. And it's back onto the Tier 2 mid tower once again here for the Terrorblade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They just can't contest it. They absolutely cannot.
Dire's
Nah,
middle
he's
tower has
way too
fallen.
big. The angle coming out from Pono was really good. I think if you had a follow-up, say, Doom with maybe a Centaur War Stomp, you might feel pretty nice about that and look for an opportunity, hold the Doom for the second life. Didn't have any of that lined up though.
Radiant
Smoke out from
are
RNG, going down bot, good scan to spot out. Shengsa in the firing board again.
Shanksy, he's had such a rough time on this dude. Look at this, here we go again. They even voice line him. How rude of Somnus. There's another. Somnus will take that one on the Queen of Pain. 6k advantage now, 20 minutes into this game, number
Dire's
one.
bottom tower is under attack.
11-7 is the scoreline, I believe. And, well, it's down to the bot tier 2 tower now. Final outer tower standing for Aster Ares. Again, John, they're not out of the game yet, but they are pretty damn far
Dire's
behind.
structures are fortified.
It's only getting tougher.
Nah, it really is.
Dire's
The only
bottom
things
tower
I see
is under
repairing
attack.
this is the Blink and Shengsa. How much the Ags does for
Dire's bottom
Ulu is a
tower
different
has
question. He's
fallen.
really pocketing the money right now. Could just maybe buy the BKB for protection or the Manta
Dire's
queued up.
bottom tower is under attack.
But that Blink Doom is going to be key. Maybe the Ags as well if it does manage to farm up, but it doesn't feel like they have a lot of time left here in Aster Ares. Their high ground defense, it's not the most amazing thing in the world. It's not like you're playing against a threat of Black Hole. It's not like you're playing against a threat of Chrono. You're playing against the threat of Doom onto one.
Chalice, he'll go for the Purge on Ulu. Waveform away, Swashbuckle away. Snowball's going to chase him down, however. It actually does end up landing here from Kaka, but they don't have the follow-up. So Ulu going to be just fine to continue walking his way back towards the base. Instead, now the focus is on Ponlo, who'll go for a rollout. Does have a
Radiant's
TP
courier
available,
has
but
been
won't end up popping it quite yet. He'll hang in the tree line. Somnus probably assuming he has already TP'd out. I think Ponlo realizes he really can't allow these lanes to be pushed in. Just got to stick around and keep the lanes forced out as much as he possibly can. As RNG surely are going to be looking to try and move high ground rather soon. Though I do say that John Ghost is about to have his Aegis wearing off in 30 seconds, so maybe not. Maybe you wait for the secondary Roshan.
I don't feel like there's a massive need from Ghost for that second Aegis. He could just kind of finish up his Scotty and just plant his ground forward. They haven't been able to really make a massive dent on that Terrorblade. RNG's been doing a great job of just protecting him every step of the way. Aster Ares would enjoy that added time though, so I'm sure they're not going to be asking any questions. Blink up and Shengse working onto that Shard and Ags next. And the Ags can be big. An AoE
Dire's
Doom
top tower
means that
is under
anyone
attack.
trying to jump in to save the Terrorblade can't do so. If Kaka tries to go for the Blink Snowball save, it's not going to come out. And that could be all you need. Just a nice big AoE Doom, and the Ag's still a ways off.
Oh, they missed the stun mid lane. Chalice is going to be just fine. Wall Stomp, obviously a very low AoE, only 250 in terms of radius, so very easy to miss, especially as that Doom. The area still just going to hang around that Dire jungle. I must admit, John, I love the creeps that X-Nova's got as well. Like, he's got the Ogre Frostmage for some bonus armor. He's got an Alpha Wolf for the bonus damage. He's even got the old that little Centaur, the Centaur Corsa for the magic resist, and for a bit of push, Jonathan, just a bit of spice, they've got the Dark Troll Summoner. You'd love to see.
Yep, it's a very well balanced mix of creeps in the army here for X-Nova. So he's got everything he could ask for if they do decide to fully
Dire
commit.
are scanning.
Lots of damage that can still come out as well. And he's always got the option down the line to get his Ag Shard for a couple of Ancients, but not quite there yet. Scan out the spot for you though.
Yeah, X-Nova, he'll go for a run, but the Boulder Smash is there to slow him down. Back in with the roll, X-Nova should drop, but stick charges are there, buying a bit more time. Eventually he will go down. In for another, Kaka also getting caught out on the Tusk. will buy himself a little bit of time with the snowball, but ultimately is going to go down. So 2 going down for the side of RNG. And Asteres, I mean, they've got to be happy with that.
And they find a lot of back with a really good smoke this time around, finding the 2 isolated sports. Again, not the big kills you'd want, but it does allow you to bounce back a little bit more still. Key timings coming out here for RNG. Scotty fully finished on Ghost. Terribly, it's just going to be a massive beast. Morphling's not going to feel good. Attribute shifting around. Somnus still saving up onto the Lincolns. Just going full defense here on the Quap. But the Lincolns might throw Shingse on for a loop. So you have to really be cautious now with your Doom target. How you prioritize on that. Chalice, who's also had a really good game in Pangolier, already has his Basher up. There's more utility coming out from the Swash. And for Aster Ares, I mean, props to them though. No high ground action yet. They've got some of their triangle in their control. The build-up can still happen, but they need to constantly get
Caught out, and the snowball is going to buy a bit of time. Chalice still in trouble, but a big sonic wave. Somnus, he's going to push everyone back, but it won't matter. Chalice is down. He'll buy back immediately. Kaka also will drop, has buyback, but won't pop it yet. Aster Ares, they are going to back their way out. They don't want the team fight. Not anymore. Yi, he's still going, however. He'll pop the BKB and just walk out as all Ghost. He gets blocked by the shards. A little bit unfortunate. If that was the shards out from Ulu, just blocking his way, so a nice little play from the Morphling. RNG, they can still try for Roshan. It is up in 1 second. X-Nova will scout it out for the team.
Yep, Creep Army does find it out. So RNG's got a clear path forward. No Doom available on Aster Ares. That means you really don't care too much here on RNG's end. You should be free to do what you want. Get that secondary life, get the shard, although Ponlo.
Oh, Ponlo! Not sure what that was about, Ponlo. It's sometimes you just feel like rolling, John. In goes Kaka now, onto Red Panda. Yeet, Somnus, gonna move in, onto the Omni, and that should be a secondary kill to come out. Awkward mistakes out from Aster Ares now, and it's costing them a few kills, including the Roshan kill. They even found Shengxi.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, look, Aster Ares kind of overcommit back. Ponlo coming in, knowing that the Roche is going, maybe eyeing an angle for a bit of a steal. You didn't have follow-up. You didn't have Doom available on Changse. You do have the Exorcism, but BKB was still on cooldown for you. So you weren't quite safe using your entire repository of spells. With the Aegis up, easy time onto the high ground here. Early Fortify tossed out by Aster Ares. That will refresh when the tier 3 tower does fall. But whether or not they have enough to really stop Ghost here is another matter. They need that Doom. And it's still on cooldown, even on the respawn.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The top rack's no problem here. Aster Ares not able to really commit for a defense.
Radiant's bottom tower
RNG, though,
is under attack.
play it conservatively. There is going to be a smoke out, however. Aster Ares want to try and punish any stragglers. Keep in mind, the Aegis is still up on Ghost. Roll in from Ponlo. Will land onto Somnus. Who do they want first? It seems like Chalice is going to be the target. Meanwhile, Ponlo, he's already down. Doom was committed. Kaka trying to save the day, but Chalice is gone. Kaka still going for a run. Will make it at least for now, but Ponlo, he's on the chase once again with the buyback, but in goes Somnus, looking for the dieback on the Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, Ghost gets a Sunder off. Yee's in trouble. He will cop the Sonic Wave, and Somnus somehow blinking out in time. Yee, he's the one to drop onto the Doom Shengxi. He's not going to make it out either. Ghost is just way too big. Ulu, he'll waveform away, but the chase is still going. He'll go for the TP out and will barely make it. But RNG, they are not done yet. Red Panda, he will get caught. He will be the third to drop. Aster Ares now back in onto the high ground. Everyone from the Dire side does have buyback available if they want to try and force a defense. It's just looking rather tough into the meta and the Aegis of Ghost. You may as well just hold on to one lane of barracks and hope for the best after. RNG, they will certainly secure that second lane.
They can't really commit for another fight. Like, they use the Doom off. It's going to be a full minute this time until it's back up. Falno just looking to play tag a bit, but really doesn't have much else to do.
Rolling it again. He's going to try and find somebody. There's the silence out, but Somnus is there to just delete him. That's a dieback on the Earth Spirit. Zulu now. Ulu! Uh-oh. Tips out from Ghost. GG's called. They've had enough. Gets absolutely blown up. I'll tell you, RNG, they were in control of this game number one the whole time. John, I really do think it does go back the draft. Like, it didn't make any sense to me. It was just so greedy. Nothing to play for this Earth Spirit. You have a Pos 5 Omni that I just don't know what they were trying to do is my point.
Yeah, it was really greedy coming out from Aster Ares. And they needed so much farm on the Doom and Morphling. I think we've seen this kind of combination before, and if you have that kind of duo from the offlane and safe lane, it just takes forever to come online. And, you know, it didn't help that you had a very passive 5 and a very active 4 that didn't have the best lane to commit into on mid. Like, you didn't have the early silence coming out there from Yi, and without that, you can't gank a Quap. Like, you really lack control on the side of Aster Ares with only the Earth Spit to be reliable on. Maybe the Doom with the Blink, but that also took way too long.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at the scoreboard and see exactly what happened here. We can have a bit of a refresher here, John, and obviously you can see Ghost. I mean, 10-0-3 on the TB, 22k net worth. He was just massive. Somnus, shout out to him as well, John, 6-0-8 on the Queen of Pain, completely unkilled on the Quap as well. And sadly for Aster Ares, John, I mean, Yi had a decent game, 6-1-4 in the Death Prophet, but apart from that, nothing really else happened. Like, Ulu tried to farm, but you look at the disparity. He was 10k behind Ghost at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's just a lineup that couldn't do much. Like, he had a very inactive mid to an extent than the off lane and safe lane. Like, you had no one that could connect to mid when Exorcism was out outside of Ponlo, and Red Panda has nothing to contribute. If you had something else beyond the Doom and maybe beyond the Earth Spirit, you might have had a little bit more play to apply that pressure onto Somnus, but you know, we'll see if that kind of draft adjustment is made for game number 2.
Absolutely. We are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Aster Ares and RNG.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Aster Aries and, of course, RNG. It's MLP Dota and John X-Fire once again. John, RNG, game number 1 looking very, very dominant. Obviously, you and I had some words to say about the draft of Aster Aries. Is there anything in particular you'd like to see changed up with the draft of Aries going into this game number 2?
I think you'd want to see something more active for sure from Shang-Tse and maybe from Yi that can play make a little bit more. You had this Earth Spirit that had no one to really connect to, especially with Yi's skill build. I mean, you don't necessarily want to level Silence in the laning phase as DP, but it felt necessary if you wanted to actually get some impact on the Earth Spirit. So maybe having something that's naturally a bit more aggressive can come true. You do see a couple of things coming out as the draft is already on hand here. They do first phase ban the Chen on RNG's end. They did not have first pick this time around, so they're forced to take away the Chen, which left the Marcy to be taken up. Again, the Marcy is probably one of the higher win rate heroes right now, at least in the pro scene. It's kind of surged back, right? When Marcy first came into Captain's mode, it had a pretty abysmal win rate. Now it's on the up and up. You've got the Enigma around for Aster Aries as well to tie into that. RNG for their part into the Tiny DP, which are also amongst the top heroes in the qualifier so far. And Tiny, going back to the start of this patch, has been probably even before the patch, it feels like you've already been seeing that Tiny flex coming back up on the mid and on the 4. So stable start for both sides. The Enigma maybe a little bit more wild here on Aster Aries. You do have that steady deny coming out, a little bit of push potential coming through. Wondering if that's the Shang-Tse hero on the offlane, or if that ends up being something like the Red Panda or Ponlo Enigma. I feel like that's on the opposite direction for the supports then, like especially for Ponlo. Like an Enigma 4 would be, I think, way too passive for how Ponlo likes to play. Although he could just sneak into the jungle, kind of farm up, as we saw him do on his Chen before.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
It's one of those things with the Tiny, right? Like you kind of pointed out this hero just constantly being in the meta, John. It's the fact that you can kind of displace someone with the toss back. Like we see that with Marcy as well. Marcy being one of those heroes where it just feels like it may never be out of meta because of dispose. And I mean, toss is just such a great ability, and obviously it's not just the toss that does it for people, but it just feels like Tiny's always going to be one of those heroes that is viable as long as toss has such a huge range and so easy to kind of use. Still third pickup here for RNG now. Going back to your point about the ban of the Chen, I do appreciate that. I mean, if you're not going to take it and you don't have the opportunity to take it, put Aster Aries in a bit of a hard position by just banning out the Chen that they clearly favor. At the very least, for now, Aster Aries not looking too greedy with their opening. And RNG actually go back for a Lich, which is something I wasn't expecting to see today.
Yeah. Lich on the 5 is pretty nice. Chain Frost can be good, although up against the Enigma, you do have some bodies to throw out, but the Outlands should clear out. At the least, they should just take 1 bounce each, so it doesn't protect you as much as, say, in comparison. The Chen army can kind of track through that a little bit better. So the value is not fully there, but the Lich does allow you to play pretty aggressive in lane. The Blast coming out, Frost Armor. You can certainly just run down here if you want to take a more active position on Ghost. And he did dominate that lane he had over Shang-Tse. there was not much stopping that Terrorblade in the Doom matchup. In this case, again, maybe eschewing the Shanxi Enigma instead. You could still kind of play it with a Lich quite nicely with a +1, a core with a lot more damage. Terrorblade still in the pool if they want that. I don't see anything from Master Eerie's kind of clearing that out. Midnight Pulse can be nice and annoying to deal with, but not annoying enough that you'd be dissuaded outright from a Terrorblade pickup. And Lich plus TB could be good. Jug plus TB, Jug plus Lich could be good. You know, really good combinations with the Frost Armor coming out. Aster Ares changed things up though. They take the Shadow Demon for themselves now. So that should be our +5 coming out for Red Panda. Gives you some save when you see the Tiny blink in. You've got the Disruption to kind of give you some room. The Shard has been talked about a lot. It could be the change up, sorry, to Soul Catcher could be really nice as well. That spell rework. It might be a little bit useful in these scenarios. And of course, with the Shard and Ags down the line, you have a lot of utility here for the Shadow Demon. So as long as you can maybe build into at least the Shard, you're going to have good impact no matter what. But with the Disruption on hand, there is at least a save when someone dives one of these bigger cores.
You know, I've been wondering ever since the Shadow Demon Soul Catcher change happened, John. Can we ever see Warlock Shadow Demon support duo? Like Fatal Bonds plus that Soul Catcher, it seems kind of busted.
It sounds really good on paper. I think that kind of one-trick pony kind of playstyle just really disappears fast. Like the strength of it falls off a cliff when someone farms up a BKB, or when someone just kills one of your two supports. Like you wouldn't have stuns, right? Like you just have Disruption and Chaotic Offering, and that is pretty atrocious. So that support duo just very susceptible to literally a spray of wind would probably pick you off. Aster Ares go in for the Yi Invoker, so that could, I mean, that's definitely your mid, but could match up against the DP, could match up against the Tiny if Somnus wants that, although I feel like for RNG, you're just going to stick to the Kaka Tiny here, and the X-Nova Lich, probably running the Chalice DP as you play that multiple times already, and something that has been popping off, that offlane DP, hard to zone out, hard to win against. It's still kind of open for RNG though if they want to go that route. Up against the Invoker, you have a couple of plastic counters if you really want to. Somnus could try, if he is feeling cheeky, could go for something like the Ricky we've seen before, but I don't think you're going to go that left field. Go for the Void Spirit instead. So you do have that high mobility hero. The holds from Aster Ares don't feel quite amazing for Void Spirit. Like you've got the rebound from Marcy, which is telegraphed enough that, you know, you should see it and you should be able to dance away. Black Hole's long cooldown Disruption, well, you can just kind of run away afterwards. So no hard lockdown for the Void really, unless you get the Black Hole off. Should free up a lot of room for Somnus.
Can I just ask, by the way, John? I realize you just offered about 5 minutes of analysis here, but there's one thing that I did pick up on. The phrase "a spray of wind" is something you just used, John.
Yes.
Could you describe to me what a spray of wind looks like?
I have no clue. I ran out of words. I realized I don't know what I'm supposed to say for this. I was supposed to say a gust of wind, and I was like, a spray of wind. I'm like, you know what? I can't. It just went away. Well, I just realized I should have said gust.
Well, the thing is with gust as well, gust of wind implies it's a strong wind, John. I think you were meant to say a breeze, you know, a slight breeze or something. It was a good attempt, John. It was a good attempt.
I was thinking of like a sea breeze, you know, like you can see when the wind blows and it sprays up, but I'm like, that's not the calmest wind as well. As you would know in Australia, your beaches are actually killer. Not like, oh, those beaches are amazing. Every time I see Australian beaches, Mike, I think I will not ever go near an Australian beach with a stonefish in the water, with the riptides as they are facing the ocean. Who swims in Australia? What's wrong with you people?
I don't even know what you're talking about with these stonefish, Jonathan. I don't think stonefish ever make it close enough to humans because they probably get attacked by everything else. There's the Ursa coming out by Aster Ares, RNG. It's a decent Ursa game by the looks of it. Like against the DP, Tiny Lich, you're more than happy. Not really much in the way of dealing with the Ursa either so far, I would argue, John.
I'd say it's really kiteable here. You've got the Remnant from the Void Spirit, you've got the Gaze from Lich, Avalanche Toss. You can get kited pretty badly on that Ursa. It's not the freest one. It's going to have to be a BKB game for sure. And you kind of can just go for a ranged core now on RNG. Terrorblade's still in the pool, hasn't been banned out. I don't think it's a bad Terrorblade game at all. Your one concern is Disruption Illusion's kind of working against you, but you might not even mind that all too much if you really want. And Ghost did have a phenomenal game last time. I do not see the Enigma causing issues or that many issues here for the Terrorblade unless you get really aggressive with something like the Ponlo Marcy. Just constantly rebound in, play with the Malefice, play with the Midnight Pulse, kind of punish that. They go with a Weaver instead, which is another really good range core to have. Very hard to lock in. The lockdown issues for Aster Ares still shine true up against the Weaver. They are running the Shunksa Marcy and the Ponlo Enigma instead. So I don't know about that. That just feels really passive now from our Enigma. Maybe Aster Ares saw their last game. They're like, all right, we ended up playing passive. Let's just go for a passive 4 instead. Try to farm up, have this threat of team fight down the line. And, just kind of get some more scaling from that position as well.
I'm kind of with you. Like, the pause for Enigma, it makes the draft feel kind of greedy again from Aster Ares. Not as greedy as last time. I think there's a lot more play potential now. Even the pause 3 Marcy from Shengxi, like, if it gets off to a good start, yeah, pause 3 Marcy is a real menace to deal with, but if you don't dominate the lane, it feels rather weak. RNG, on the other hand, I suppose at the very least, John, that they aren't running a Chen draft this time around, so maybe the push is a little bit slower. You still have Death Prophet, though, so chances are it's not too much slower. I don't know. I'm still leaning towards what RNG have drafted here. John, do you kind of lean the other way, or do you agree with what I'm saying?
No, I agree with you for wholeheartedly here, Mike. I feel like RNG has the draft to just kind of dance around again, and the Ursa is not going to have that great of a time with all of the control you have on hand from RNG. It's going to be very susceptible to that kiting, and I don't know what to expect with the Ponlo Enigma, right? Like, he loves playing active heroes. Even his Chen is fairly active, even though sometimes it just looks like he's trading back forth in lane. It does get to activity here. Enigma is not really that hero. You're going to be getting some Eidolons. Maybe you can play around with Marcy. Gonna look for rebound, Malefice opportunities, but up against a Weaver, I mean, Ghost could always just Shikuchi away, and he doesn't really mind.
It certainly does not. See how it all pans out. I mean, Ghost had such a fantastic game last time around. We'll see if he can kind of have a repeat performance. So we might have a level 1 team fight to come out, but both teams still sitting back. We didn't see a level 1 team fight in the first game, to be fair. Not the greatest level 1 timings either. I just personally want to see a level 1 team fight, John. I love them so much. It's always fun.
Yeah. And that's what we like in Southeast Asia. We just run up to the rune spots and just go ham already. Although that doesn't really happen all too often. That was really at its peak with, say, Obedion and Scam. And that's when it was really insane. Still, maybe a little bit poke and prod here, Mike, lining up. Balloon Wars.
Balloon Wars indeed. Back and forth. Very distracting for both sides right now. There goes a pump. Bounty is going to go the way of Aster Ares here down to the bottom side as they do get the hell out. I believe that was an even trade anyway, as Ghost was able to pick up the top 2 bounty runes, so a 2 for 2 anyway. Not too big of a deal. Bit of damage being dealt here towards Kaka and Chalice, but again, it doesn't really seem to matter too much. I do appreciate that cheeky little tree throw there from Kaka as well, kind of implying that there might be a ward on the high ground and maybe just waste the Sentry of Red Panda, but he doesn't seem to fall for that bait.
Yeah, doesn't quite commit for that. So take a look at that mid lane as we go into the game here. E up against Somnus once more. Somnus on a Void Spirit. I feel like he should have a decent enough time. There are ways for you to be annoying here on Yi, and he shouldn't be bullied out completely. And Somnus should still be able to find his footing. Unlike last game where it felt like a little bit more back and forth, you were seeing a little bit more come out from Yi on the DP, but again, laning phase might have gone well enough, but towards the mid game just kind of nullified. If Somnus does manage to have a much stronger start here, when his impact can be felt a lot faster than Yi's, who's going to need farm, who's going to need levels, and the Invoker is that kind of hero on mid, just a bit slower.
Bottom lane, Kaka, he might be dropping rather early. Ulu is going to make his way in. Kaka will eat a Fairy Fire, but has no spells to play with. Only has the tree grab, and that'll be first blood to go the way of Aster Ares. Ulu the one to take it on the... In fact, it was Red Panda who took it. Never mind. A little bit unfortunate with who takes the first blood, but nevertheless, it does go the way of Aster Ares.
And that is something you have to watch out for. The Shadow Demon combination with Ursa is pretty good, especially if you can get disruption blocks off. Not going to be the easiest time for Kaka to maintain some presence here. At least not until he gets level 2, level 3, with maybe the Avalanche Toss up and running. And that's the moment you can kind of play around with Chalice here as well. You are still finding some really good farm for Ulu there. Although Chalice should be able to just keep up. And as long as Chalice hits his level timing's fine and Cuckoo manages to maybe leave the lane for a bit, you shouldn't be all too dissuaded by that. This Shadow Demon is annoying, but you should at least be able to get some decent damage and harass onto the Ursa as the DP when you're left alone.
Yeah. How's that top lane going? You've got Shinxi and Ponlo there against X-Nova and Ghost.
Radiant's courier has been
Everything's
killed.
going quite smoothly up there. Ghost having a very nice time. Just another free lane for him as Red Panda still going for a chase onto Kaka. But again, top lane, Ghost, he's having a very good time. And the thing is with these Eidolons, especially at the early levels, they're going to be pretty easily sniped here by Ghost. So the Enigma, you know, you kind of want to deny some creeps off in this top lane, but chances are he's not going to get that much value out of it for the laning stage at least.
Yeah, you can at least take away, you know, the flag bearer creep. That's annoying, especially for the Lich, but it's not the biggest loss in the world. Like, X-Nova's just happy enough to get all that attention, to get a Frost Blast off and Frost Shield off when they want to go in, and there's no counterplay for Shanxi. He does have the rebound up, and they do have the Malphus up. They don't have detection though to kind of lock in Ghost, and if he gets a Shukuchi off, you're already pretty happy in that lane. There's no real kill threat.
I love the Giga Chad build from X-Nova as well. He just has 5 mangoes. You know, Tango Salve, 5 mangoes, and maybe a branch. It's the way to do it when you're playing Pons 5 Lich, just such a mana-intensive hero. Kaka, bottom lane, copping a fair bit of damage here from Red Panda. Is going to cop disruption now as well. That's 4 stacks of the Shadow Poison. One more might just do it. Kaka, no, is barely going to be able to survive. Not quite enough damage, even with the level 2 Shadow Poison. Kaka going to be fine. It's not a very easy or fun lane for that Pos 4 Tiny, however.
He's certainly struggling, and it's going to be a little bit tough for Kaka to have that impact you'd want. Almost at 3 at least. They do find that kill on Ponlo up top with a poking and prodding, and Shanxi just can't help. Like, this Marcy's just kind of stuck trying to farm. They can't use the rebound offensively, and it just feels like if you can't like hook up rebound and Malphus, then you don't have anything to play in this lane.
Oh, Kaka, he's going to get low bot lane, but more importantly, Shanxi is really struggling up top now. He went for the creep pull, but against Lich Weaver, you're going to get punished really easily. Like, the Frost Shield slow is more than enough to just keep him controlled up, and when you've got a Sakuchi to keep up, it's very hard to fight back. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Kaka. 3 stacks of Shadow Poison. Don't believe that'll be enough. Maybe one more would do it, but Red Panda is now in trouble. As he does get chased down, eventually Chalice should be able to secure the kill and will. Crypt Swarm will get it done.
You're finding all this aggression out on the lanes from RNG. I think the one thing you can be happy about here on Aster Ares is the fact that you are getting a lot more farm with your safely now. Ulu's having a little bit of a better time. Still not as great as the free lane Ghost is having, but he can kind of build up and at least hit some initial item spikes. You are having a pretty great time for Somnus again in relation to the last game. This is a much stronger start for him in Void Spirit. He's managing to hold off E just nicely, no rotations at all coming towards mid, so heavily focused on the side lanes. And I feel like that just favors the Void Spirit, because he can sidestep Invoker spells. The kill opportunity can't really present itself. Yi does have the Urn, but no charges up means he can't really just chain that Cold Snap as you would and chase someone down.
Mid lane, Somnus gonna make the jump in. Yi, he will be the target. X-Nova trying to move in with the Frost Blast, does land it. No kill to come out. The Invoker gonna be just fine to walk away. Few rotations from the side lanes here from Aster Ares just in case, but they are not necessary in the end. Oh, that's gonna hurt for Ponlo. Literally just placing that ward and has to deny it off immediately. At least he gets the deny though. Not handing over that free gold to X-Nova.
Yeah. It's something. It's a little bit of consolation prize. He is starting to play in that jungle as you would expect the Enigmas to do. So starting to try to get some farm up, working onto a little bit of a raid pack here. Clump up bot though.
Jump in. Red Panda tries for the disruption out, but surely they've got the damage. Fairy Fire? No, the Crypt Swarm. It's not going to connect, and Chalice, he'll keep trying, but he ends up missing. Oh, that's a bit awkward, RNG. They commit 3 for a Shadow Demon, and they don't find it.
I don't think you mind too much though. Think about the top lane. You can leave Ghost alone. What kill threat is there onto that Weaver? You don't have Black Hole. You've got the Rebound Malefice, but as long as you've always got Shukuchi up, you're not worried about being solo. So you might as well get more activity out from that Lich. Try to work aggression onto the other lanes. And missing out on that kill opportunity is pretty bad, but you can still kind of try again and just make this lane a lot tougher coming out for Ulu.
Radiant structures are fortified.
At the very least, I guess they could try to force a push up at top lane, as bottom lane obviously is being forced in as well thanks to Chalice. TP's to come in from Yi to try and protect this tier 1 tower if he can. Chalice is under vision of that Observer Ward of the Radiant right now, just trying to stay away from the side of Aster Ares. And it seems as though they know Yi's TP'd here. So everyone backs off at the right moment, and Yi, he will find nothing with this rotation.
Yeah, they've just not been able to really build up for this Invoker. Like, he's had a decent enough lane. Earn charge at 0 when you're really ready to go with Quaswek just doesn't feel great. Then again, how do you really rotate when you've got a Shadow Demon and an Enigma as kind of your supports to hook up to with an Ursa and a Marcy? Maybe top lane fares off a little bit better. Locking in a Weaver just seems a little bit hard without that earn charge for the Cold Snap. And again, it's just leading to this farm game for RNG. The aggression is favoring RNG. Their build-up is there. The Ursa and Ulu's gonna dip into the jungle now. Doesn't have something like his Morbid Mask up just yet. So not gonna be able to maybe try to smoke for Roche down line, although that's not high priority. Ponlo?
Yeah, gets caught out. Somnus was there with the Invis Rune, just patiently waiting, and takes a very easy kill on the Void Spirit. Just sadly having no idea what was gonna come here from Somnus. They knew the Void was missing, but obviously with the Invis Rune, kind of hard to tell. Still, I mean, it's a 1-4 situation. RNG, 1k in the lead. Problem is, you look at all 3 cores of RNG, and they are all at the top of the net worth board, so things are just going swimmingly. Similar story here for Ghost as well on the Weaver, just having the freest lane of his life. I believe he even has the full Maelstrom coming out on the Courier as we speak, so his farm is set to escalate rather quickly now on that Weaver. You kind of question how they're going to control this man. Mid lane, they're going to try into Karka for now. Problem is Somnus is going to make the jump in onto that Shadow Demon, and Red Panda, he's the one in danger. Ponlo, he's not level 6 yet, so he can't really help out on the Enigma. RNG, they will pick up another kill for themselves.
No, just poking and prodding really well. Somnus so confident here.
Why not? Outclicks him as well, gets the regen rune for the Void Spirit. Gives the voice line, of course. You've always got to give the voice line when you outclick someone. And sadly for Yi, he's having a very rough game already in this Invoker. Just no real impact so far.
It's just not coming out. He's working towards his phase boots into Witchblade. Maybe by then you can kind of keep that chase going. Their major problem is the lockdown, because it just feels like you can't really put a dent on Void Spirit. You can't put a dent onto the Weaver. They're just going to be able to weave in and out as they want. They're keeping really good eyes on Ulu down bot fold. They're not allowing free farm from the Ursa. Ulu's going back for a Battle Fury, Mike. He's going for it. Like, we've seen this from, players like Jackie, who have to, it looks like they have to play a really aggressive Ursa game, try to play it slower with Battle Fury. I don't know if this is the build-up you'd want here for Ulu.
I don't mind it, right? You're playing with Enigma and Invoker of all things, so I think it's okay to hope for the late game. Problem is, Red Panda now will get caught out bot lane. Delay a little bit with the disruption, but it is not going to matter. Karka will be able to secure the kill. I think if you can drag out the game long enough, it'll pay off, that Battle Fury build-up, considering your draft. But with the way RNG's going with their own draft right now, I just question whether they actually have the time.
Yeah, because it goes back to what we saw from game 1, right? Like that
Radiant's
greed
bottom
that
tower
Aster Ares tried to play with. Because it's not just that, trying to farm although. Yeah.
Unable to get the toss off onto Yi.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Barely be okay on the Invoker.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 1 mid tower looks to be under siege. Ghost is sticking around, but
Dire's
in
top
fact, the rest of
tower is
RNG
under
are
attack.
also hanging around. And
Dire's
well, this is
top
one of those
towers
things
are
when you're
fortified.
versing a greedier draft, is you want the mid tier 1 tower. It opens up the jungle on the Radiant side for you. And you're not going to allow that greed to pay off here for RNG if you do manage to infiltrate, as they do infiltrate the Invoker. That'll be Yi to drop very easily with the great setup of Kaka on that Tiny. And
Radiant's middle tower has
again, it's a
fallen.
very rough affair for Aster Ares, only picking up 1 kill, dropping 7 to the way of RNG. And it might just be 8 now as Ponlo, he's trying to farm. He will get spotted mid-TP, but there's nothing to cancel.
Yeah, he backs off in the nick of time. Aster Ares, with this kind of draft, they've got to stall for a very long time, Mike. I don't know, like, I get why you want to go greedy. I feel like if you had something like, say, Blink Diffusal BKB, you could do something on this Ursa instead of just farm.
终于等到你。
Like, it just doesn't feel like you have anyone that's ready to go. Maybe Shang-Tse is ready to go. You know, the Martial already has that armlet up.
Chalice. I mean, they're going to try for a big kill on the Death Prophet. Ponlo, in the meantime, does end up dropping top lane, but Chalice is in trouble mid lane. Eventually will go down. So you give up Ponlo's life, but you find the DP in the mid lane, and that's definitely a bit of a win here for Aster Ares.
Dire's courier
A lot of
has
gold
been
to go
killed.
back their way, at least for the Marcy,
Radiant's
Shang-Chi.
top tower is under attack.
They can do that a few more times. They can certainly find themselves back into this game number 2. It's always good to pick off the DP as well, kind of delay any kind of incoming pushing coming. Bottom lane, Somnus. He's going to find Red Panda. Barely does not have enough damage though. Red Panda is going to be able to survive, and I believe that's
Radiant's
thanks to
top
the raindrops
tower
he
is
did
under
have available.
attack.
Yep, survives true. Kind of just forces that movement of Somnus to be wasted. You don't really mind too much in RNG though. I mean, just the space coming out for Ghost again. And it feels like this is something we've been seeing from Ghost since his time in Southeast Asia. If this guy can find a farm, he farms just as fast as the best. You know, he's up there with Jackie in terms of how he works the jungle, how he builds up that net worth, and his thought process and itemization just lines up when the investment is done. So Ghost is just allowed, probably, again, another very free game. And with all the threats coming out from Aster Ares, I feel like they have to use that on Ghost somehow. Like, you have to prevent this Weaver from just free farming jungle. You need some vision out there. You need maybe a smoke play out. You've got this Marcy who's been ready for a while with the armlet. Why not just try to commit chain stun onto that Weaver, get a kill, take over the top jungle at least with a couple of wards, and force RNG to kind of play on the back foot for a little bit.
3k advantage, it's just such a big concern because Ghost is just way too farmed already on this
Radiant
Weaver.
are scanning.
Like, he can join the team if he wants for these fights. In fact, he may just top lane Ponlo. Already having a very rough affair on this Enigma. May get caught out again as Ghost does reveal himself. They do have Black Hole, but they don't have follow-up. I mean, Ulu is around, but it's so easy to cancel while Kaka's there.
Radiant's
That'll be it.
turret
Ponlo goes down once again. At least this time he does pick up the Vladimir's offering. Meanwhile, RNG, they just successfully back out. They'll be happy with that. Poor old Ponlo just trying to work towards that Wraith pack, but is constantly getting picked out.
Yeah, he really has no game plan until he has at least a raid pack, so he's got contribution outside of Black Hole and in a big way. Like, Midnight Pulse and Malefice are good, it's just that they haven't been playing with that chain stun potential. So I feel like he just kind of missed the window in that. Ulu?
Oh, Ulu, that's a big one.
What?
They find the Ursa. Ulu maybe just not expecting them to be in the triangle of the Radiant side, but RNG just controlling the map already.
top tower
All
is
goes
under
back to that
attack.
mid-tier 1 tower dropping early on, and
Radiant's courier
RNG certainly
has
not
been killed.
allowing the greed to come from this
Radiant's
Ursa.
top tower is
Battle Fury, it's a ways off.
Yeah, it's still a little bit more saving to come out from Ulu, and even then, like, we're talking about 3 to 5 more minutes until you get the next item off the back of Battle Fury. It feels like you're gonna need like 2 items on top of the Battle Fury, or after Battle Fury, to really start to play around with your team. And that's just too much time you're giving away to RNG. 2 to 10, 5k lead out for the side of RNG. Ghost just... He already has a Mjolnir, Mike. That's a Weaver with Dragonlance, Mjolnir, and Wraithband. No boots, but who needs boots when you have Shikuchi?
You don't. He still has 550 movement speed without brown boots while he's Sakuchiing. Johnny's more than happy without them.
Dire's bottom tower is
Such
under
a
attack.
free game for Ghost. Asteres, all they can do is kind of put their trust in their late game ability with this draft. Like you've always got this crazy scaling with this Enigma. Well, we talk about it every single time, and even with the
Radiant's top
Invoker
tower
these days
is
with
under
these triple
attack.
Chaos Meteors and all of that, it's just so much damage that can be pumped out. Problem is, you are getting really outpaced by RNG. They go for a Roshan now, 17 minutes in. That Mjolnir you talked about, it is now available for Ghost. And RNG, they'll take a free Rosh. Second game in a row where Asteres just give the first Roshan away without even knowing it's happening. At least now they do. Just too late.
Dire's bottom tower has
Not in
fallen.
the area to really make use of that info. They do find themselves a bot tier 1 tower, which is nice enough. Doesn't really open up the map all too much. With mid still standing and RNG off the back. Rosh instant smokes out. Lines drawn towards bot. Looks like they might only find Ponlo, and he does have Shengsi around to kind of help, but a pickoff's a pickoff. Blink at the ready for Kaka.
Here we go. RNG, they'll try. Ponlo is in the tree line. Kaka, he knows. Or does he? They haven't seen him yet. Ponlo, he can try to help out, but it's not going to be it. Somehow they did not detect the Enigma. They did not see him, so he's fine. Problem is they found the better target anyway. They found Shengsi.
Yeah, I think they did see him at the end. He did get like a right click off. So he showed on fog, but I don't know if it even matters. Ghost, he spots Ulu. Double damage on the Weaver, but doesn't commit. Might find something else.
Yeah, Kaka, he'll go for a chase onto Yi. Dust is available on Kaka. He does pop it. It is within range, and Kaka, he does have the Blink Dagger up as well. So Yi's in big trouble. Try to make a run. He'll try for the TP. Do they have the damage? Not quite. Even with the double damage rune, I thought they would have had enough, but not quite there. Meanwhile, towards the south, X-Nova is going to go down. There's your black hole. It's caught out Somnus on the Void Spirit with the follow-up damage. It's going to be there just in time. Ulu picking up a double kill, and that's a pretty big win for Aster Ares. Here comes Ghost, however. They'll go for a bit of a trade. Red Panda, he'll be on the run. Ghost will follow him down towards the T2 tower. Red Panda will try to break some ankles in this tree line, and for now is actually going to be fine. Goes for a trusty shovel dig. Has a damn neutral creep spawn up, John. Very annoying for the poor man. But he is going to survive.
Yeah, they lived through a really good split up from Aster Ares. They recognize that without Kaka around, they have a really good angle out to make that black hole happen. Didn't manage to get the gaze off there from X-Nova. Wasn't quite in the position to even use his spells in the way he'd want to save Chalice.
Fine. At least for now. Cold Snap is there. It'll slow him down a little bit, but Kaka gonna make a nice blink in with the toss back onto Yi. Silence is immediate as well on Yi. He's just trying to play with Chalice, but Kaka, just no hesitation with these blinks.
Yeah, that silence combination with toss just looks so funny because the silence comes in the air when it looks like you're outside the Z box of the silence, because it does look like Dome alone trying to find more.
Oh, toss is onto Shengsi. He's at least got his BKB up. In fact, Ghost. Woo, that's a lot of damage. He does have Aegis though. Continues chasing Red Panda. Sakuchi right into the tier 3 tower. Well, you did see one little moment there where there could be some comeback potential here for Aster Ares, being that Shengsi just does so much damage with that Unleash, plus the armlet, and the sidekick, of course, but still not enough to even find the Aegis of Ghost.
Just a little bit too much on that Weaver. I think
Radiant
your
are scanning.
best play in Aster Ares is either a really good
Radiant's
jump in
middle
from
tower is
Shang-Chi
under
or
attack.
a black hole from Ponlo. Like, it's got to be one or the other. And the black holes are a little bit harder to pull off. Blink still a ways off for Ponlo. The Wraith Pack is almost done at least, so you're going to have a little bit more utility in the middle of these fights. Your jungle is taken over, but you do have some wards watching the entryway. So you've got a little bit of an idea as to where the side of RNG is playing here. and Aster Aries are avoiding pretty nicely. Like, we talked about Ulu a bit. He has caught up in terms of net worth. Looks like the BKB might be flying out now, and they are smoked around that item timing.
Oh, we might have a game on our hands, John.
Radiant's
Ghost not
middle
going to be
tower
spotted.
is under
Instead, they'll
attack.
see Kaka on that tiny. He's been a real menace. They'll try to get started with the tiny kill. Kaka dropping immediately. A nice start. Ulu now. He'll find X-Nova. Earthshock in. X-Nova will try to go for the gaze with the Sunstrike. It's going to fly in right after. Frost Shield slowing down the Ursa a little bit, but not quite enough. There's now Somnus. Going to find Ponlo, but doesn't quite have enough damage to finish off the job. In goes Chalice, but Chalice misses with the Crypt Swarm. Can't finish off Ponlo. He's out of there. Now Chalice, he'll try to use up, try to run, but is going to drop. Uh-oh. In they go for more. Rebound is there on Somnus, but the stun will not connect. Aster Aries suddenly showing some signs of life here, John.
Yeah, Alacrity unleashes. That is funny. That is very fun to watch. That's a lot of damage flying out. I saw Chalice just pretty much melt, like half his HP done in one salvo. That is very, very balanced coming out with a combination of Aster Aries. They are catching RNG a bit off guard. They've been very complacent here in RNG almost, right? Very comfy with how the game is, but they need to respect that Aster Aries still has a lot of bite left in them. Ponlo?
In trouble. Does have Black Hole, but is alone. Probably doesn't want to commit it like this, and this time around will die, but actually picks up his Blink Dagger before he does go down. So now you've got some initiation. Meanwhile, Kaka, speaking of initiation, does go for Ulu, but the BKB is going to be available, so Ulu, he will actually be able to find a trade, and all he needs is that BKB charge to be expended. Not too bad at all. Aster Aries again, John. Kind of making a bit of a comeback here in this game number 2. Did they finish the Wraith Pact on this Enigma? They just go for Blink instead. I think they just went for Blink instead.
Yeah, just leave it at the Vlads, give a little bit of life steal out to the Ursa and the Marcy. And just try to get that aggression. The Black Hole's going to be the big one here. Smoke on smoke, though.
Here we go, RNG. They can have their smoke broken on
Dire's
Chalice.
bottom
That'll be
tower
enough to
is
force
under
them
attack.
back. Aster Aries, they look like they're more than happy to force a fight. RNG, I don't believe know the Blink Dagger's up right now for the Enigma, so they've got to be very cautious. They'd probably assume the Wraith Pact is still coming. Or at least still trying to be farmed up. That is not the case, however. And again, Ponlo will reveal it. Oh no, he won't. He'll hide in the tree line. Creep Wave won't see him. So RNG, 2k ahead now. 8-14. Very, very close matchup. Goes still ahead in terms of net worth, but only about 500 gold ahead of Ulu on the Ursa. So it's a very close matchup for game 2.
Yeah, it has evened out. The Battle Fury pickup from Ulu has paid off. They managed to stall here on Aster Aries well enough that high ground's not yet at threat. They've got pretty good high ground hold if it does come down to that as well.
Radiant's bottom
And they
tower
start to get
is
some
under
activity.
attack.
RNG is the ones to reel it back a bit to their own detriment, as Aster Ears have found some good pickoffs. I think if you are RNG right now, Aegis is gone. Did expire a while ago. You could just wait for next rush, but you want to open the path up to high ground. You want to take some of these tier 2 towers out. We'll line up for the bot one.
Tower is under attack.
Aster Aries are kind of just shoving in top and taking that jungle farm while they can. So they probably wouldn't mind all too much as they manage to
Radiant's
just
bottom tower is
trade
under
evenly
attack.
back and forth if ever. At least keep that farm game up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 2 tower is going to be traded. RNG. They're the ones really doing the trading here. Seems like there's too much pressure on the top tier 2 yet. Somnus, he will rotate. They're going to try and force a fight. I think the Remnant will connect, but disruption is there. So Kaka can't go for the toss back. Ulu going to be fine for now. Ghost, he'll even rotate, but the Black Hole! Ponlo, it's going to get cancelled immediately. X-Nova, he was having none of it. Gets rid of it ASAP, and Ulu, he's kind of been left alone here, John. He'll go for the
Ooh.
TP, but Kaka, he smells the bear in the tree line. They leave the POS 1 to die. Oh, Aster Aries. That's not a good sign. RNG cleaning up, and well, sadly for Ponlo, John, you need that BKB.
Dire's middle
These
tower
black holes
is
are not
under
going to be that
attack.
easy.
Look, once he does have the BKB, the black holes become extremely easy. There's nothing to pierce through that spell immunity. There's no Rubik to worry about. There's no silencer. There's no Treant Protector. There's no Faces Void. Nothing to stop it. So you're gonna feel really good once that BKB is farmed up by Ponlo, but again, it goes back to greed.
More and more falling here. RNG able to find another, and Roshan is up and available. Perfect timing for RNG. Move their way in, claim themselves another Roshan. And you've got to ask yourself, have the side of Asteris actually picked up a Roshan in this whole series yet? I don't think they have.
No, they haven't been. And it's this game where you expect them to at least take one. They've got the Ursa, but they're not really able to do so. So a free Aegis coming out for Ghost once more. Shard coming out, I believe, onto Chalice, and it does. Got the Fear ready to go now on that DP. Heaven's Halberd being built up here by Chalice as well. Can massively impact the damage output of Ulu in the middle of these fights. Now the good news for Aster Ares is, again, their tier 2 still stand. There's still this buffer zone for RNG to have to work towards onto the high ground. And you do get the Batcher up on Shang-Tzu. So you've got the... Well, you've got this stupid combination with Unleash and Alacrity with the Basher up. There's no counterplay for that. That could be the way to go. Here we go. No. No.
In Kaka, he's there with the toss avalanche combination. Yido gonna survive with the BKB up, is still fine as Shang-Chi just gonna try and run. Can he do the same for Yi? He'll try for the TP up, but it's not gonna be enough. RNG, they still find something for their trouble. And it's right back down towards the bot lane to try and secure that tier 2 tower. And go right for the outpost if you are RNG. 6k advantage now. Ghost once again really starting to pull ahead. 17k net worth on this Weaver. Daedalus almost completed as well. That's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be massive output coming out here for Ghost. It looked like Aster Ares were the ones trying to be aggressive down bot. Like, they got the Alacrity off. They were waiting to jump onto that creep wave, but just didn't.
Jump in. Lulu's going to try and force something. Is unable to hold anyone down though. That's his BKB gone. Black hole up in 1 second. So they can try to abuse that, but everyone else is standing outside of the range. You got to catch X Nova and Somnus as well as Kaka. No BKB up yet for the Enigma, so chances are the black hole's just not coming. Ponlo, he'll make the jump in. Tornado will be there onto Kaka, but he'll be force-staffed out. No biggie for RNG. No creep wave makes it a little bit more challenging, but the creep wave is now here. Should be the bot racks to go down. Ponlo again going to make the jump in with the Malefice, but does get caught out. A very nice Aether Remnant from Somnus. He will punish Ponlo for his attempt. And that'll be enough for RNG. Bot racks is gone. They've still got outer towers in the mid and the top lane. So they'll just head back. Just no need to rush this game.
And they can take it easy here. A good net worth lead coming back for RNG. 10k up, 8 to 19. Daedalus for Ghost just probably needs to swing over to the shop and pick it up. And then that just simplifies the process of melting faces. Aster Ares, they still have this really good high ground defense. It just feels so hard to pull off without that BKB on Ponlo. You're still very reliant on just having this black hole come through. The pickoff game is mainly on Shang-Tzu's hands with that BKB up in Mercy now, with the Alacrity Unleash combination. They need to find a way to maybe get that going. It feels like that's been their best bet. If you do have Shang-Tzu just kind of focusing on anyone, with that spell immunity up, running them down with the Alacrity bonus damage. Alacrity plus sidekick, and it's a lot. It's a stupid amount of damage. It really is just incredibly damaging, but they've only done it like once or twice. They need to do it a couple more times here in Aster Ares to stall this game.
Right. Ghost going to start focusing on that T2 tower. Asteris, they have their opportunity if they wish to take it. But I think you are just hell-bent on waiting for the BKB of Ponlo to be up to really give yourself a chance. RNG. Now going to smoke up and head towards the north. Shang-Chi can be spotted very soon on that Marcy. Kaka should have the vision now. Tumbles forward. Avalanche is there. Into the toss, and that'll be a nice, easy pick-off for Somnus. There's no real competition here so far for this game too. It's Aster Ares. Again, just gotta keep buying time. That's the game plan.
Yeah, just keep trying to stall. Keep trying to, buy time for this BKB on Ponlo. Buy time for This MKB build-up on Ulu. It just gets so hard. Like, it feels like it doesn't even matter what items you have on Ulu. As long as this black hole comes through from Ponlo with BKB, that's where your game changes. And he is inching towards it, so that is some good news for the side of Aster Ares. Just BKB black hole, nothing to stop it. You really don't, unless you build some ranged basher on Ghost, which I don't know if I'd recommend that, Mikey. It sounds fun. I would not recommend that.
I don't think he really needs it anyway. Kaka? Bottom lane. Not going to be able to find anyone. There's a top tier 2 tower now, so no more outer towers available for Aster Ares. Ponlo hanging around, might actually try and go onto Kaka. We'll force a rotation in from Ghost, but it's going to amount to nothing here for RNG, nor will it for Aster Ares. Basher is now up on Ulu, so a bit more control on the Ursa. Nice little way of kind of catching this Weaver. Doesn't feel like RNG's panicked whatsoever, though. Just waiting for that next Roshan to spawn up. Get yourself that Aegis, get yourself that Shards and whatever else, and move in that way.
Just realized all this time Chalice has been pinging something explosive here.
Yeah. Oh, you just noticed?
I haven't seen that. I've never seen that, actually. I've never seen anyone use that in any of my pub games, even up against the techies. That's nice.
Yi might get exploded here, John. Yi not looking good.
Oh.
Somnus, and there you go. Very patient. Oh, he's not dead yet, but he will in the end.
终于等到你。
Yeah, I mean, Somnus was just stalking him for quite some time. Sees the opportunity, sees the BKB pop, very, very happy with himself. And that should have been where Chalice pings were coming out. Something explosive here, but not for him.
BKB is now at least up for the Enigma. You kind of mentioned earlier, you don't have anything to pierce that BKB, so there's an opening now. You've just got to be able to land the big one. Certainly something they've been looking for quite a while. We'll just see if they can manage to land that big black hole.
That's where things get a bit weird for RNG, because again, late game scaling, you just can't ever count the team with Enigma out. You know, black hole BKB can just turn games on its head. I don't know. They've got to get a really good use out of it, because if they don't, then, well, it's going to be on cooldown. Roshan might be spawning up soon, depending on that timer on once this timer disappears. And again, if you don't manage to get anything done with this for Ponlo, and he does expend it somehow, you are in rough waters. No buyback gold as well for Ponlo if he does fall from a pick off here. And they will smoke out. They want to be the ones aggressive with this.
Got to try. Surprise reveal here for Aster Ares.
Radiant
Kaka.
are scanning.
Closest target for them to aim for, but they won't see him yet. In fact, never mind. Pings are out. They know Kaka's there. Roshan. Tell us very soon when he's going to respawn, but the jump is in. They found the Tiny. Chalice. Going to give the chat again. Something explosive here in Cuckoo. Rather, Kaka does get exploded. RNG, they're going to jump in. Somnus, that's a great silence out. Onto 3 targets. Ponlo, looking for a black hole. Where is it? It's Hesitation. Hesitation kicking in, but Ghost, he has been caught out. The Weaver, he's not going to die. They don't have the damage. The Frost Shield keeps him safe. He's fine. Somnus with a triple kill on the face, on the Void. And now Ulu will go for a run on the Ursa, but is probably set to die as Ghost. We'll just chase him down. Eventually, surely has it. Ulu, though, a nice blink up onto the high ground. He will survive. But there's your black hole, John. It still doesn't work.
No. That slight hesitation there. The BKB pop trying to look for the angle. And they get punished. Like, sure, you managed to catch out that Weaver. You didn't manage to stop the dancing around that Somnus just did in the middle of that team fight. You already got a lot of value from being that disrupted in the front, forcing the earlier BKB use. Tower Fortify is available. Siege Creep will disappear, and Exo is down on Chalice. However, everyone's here. They don't even care that Roshan is coming up in a minute and a half. They just want to go for those objectives, knowing without the black hole, there's no real big threat of a defense. That's your high ground hold, and for the most part here.
Radiant's middle barracks
It's
are
really
under
beautiful
attack.
play from X-Nova, right?
Radiant's
Like,
middle barracks
70% damage reduction on Frost Shield.
Radiant's
He
middle
doesn't
barracks
even need to
has
stop
fallen.
Black Hole. Just choose your target, press Frost Shield, and they can't kill him anyway. It's gonna be quite demoralizing for Asteres, I'd say. It's it's pretty rough. Asteres, they're gonna smoke up once again as 4. No Black Hole up this time. Roshan's still down for 50 seconds, so if that's what they're aiming for, it's not gonna be available currently. They might run into RNG, however. Chalice, right by the Weaver, is going to get spotted out here by himself. Will still try and fight, but the bash is there. Kaka is in with an avalanche. BKB's pop, however, means Chalice is going to drop as they'll try to aim down X-Nova as well. In the meantime, the Weaver not being caught either. Yi, he's going to be the one to drop as so will Red Panda. And even this Marcy, X-Nova just controlling him the whole time with the Chain Frost. In goes Zulu again. He does pick up one, but it's a GG call. They don't believe they can come back in this game number 2. And that'll mean Asteres is going to get knocked down to the lower bracket of this TI-11 qualifier for China. And RNG, they will proceed.
Yeah, they play a fantastic game on RNG's end. They execute on a pretty great level this time around. Game 1, maybe a little bit stompier. Game 2, maybe on the same level. Just a little bit longer at 37 minutes in, but they play a great game. I think this is within everyone's expectations. Asteres did have a good time in the first run, but RNG is really the team that looks set for that 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 run. And then we'll just have to see about grand finals. Asteres not out of it. They could go for a lower bracket run. I think this team is very promising. It just feels like in this series in particular, Mike, you talked about it. Game 1 and Game 2, it felt like they just went in their heads a little bit with the drafts. Like they had a hard time adjusting there, and we can kind of take a look at how the qualifiers have shaped up here with the bracket coming up as to just kind of see who they might be able to play against. I believe it should be up against IG and Shenzhen, either one that wins there on the bracket once it is available. But yeah, it should be either IG or Shenzhen coming up for the side of Asteres to face off against, and those are all tough opponents. Like again, after the first and second round of lower bracket, you kind of cut through the chaff, and every fight just becomes a lot tighter, as you can see there. So Asteres will drop down. RNG will go on to the winners bracket finals. Again, another 2-0 in the exact same spot in the layouts that we've been using in these qualifiers. One more 2-0 for RNG. If they manage to do that, then, well, I'd be a bit scared for the grand finals, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, RNG against CDEC or Extreme Gaming, that's going to be an interesting match to see. Obviously, CDEC versus Extreme Gaming is the next series coming up, so we'll be able to see the competitors of RNG in the upper bracket final very, very soon. Of course, Asteres, they have been knocked down. I realize the bracket doesn't show that right now, but that's probably because my camera turned off randomly, Jonathan. Asteres, of course, going to be in round 4 of the lower bracket. So they're not out of it yet. In case you are a fan of this team, they are going to be back, I believe, tomorrow. We won't know who their competitors are up until later tonight, but they are certainly still within this qualifier.
Yeah, not out of it yet, and just got to hang on there. Of course, we will have to take a little bit of a break soonish. We do have the scoreboard coming up, though, to take a look at from that game. Again, we had a really fantastic stream from Woods. Another perfect game for him. 9-0. Somnus with just that one death. 12-1. They play fantastic games across the board. I think the one that stands out was probably Ghost. He just played really well. I think you could give props here to Kaka and Samus. Everyone played really well, but I think Kaka stood out as his avalanche tosses did really, really well to kind of set up for their team. And even though he went off to a slower laning start, didn't matter. He just hit what he needed and just made the space he needed to as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was just a fantastic performance all around from the team. And Ghost does go completely undefeated throughout this series. Poor old Somnus only having one death throughout the whole series as well. So it was very close to a perfect series for Somnus as well. Still with that, we are going to head off to a very short break. We do have our next series coming up between CDEC and Extreme Gaming for the second round of the upper bracket semi-finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our second series.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the day here between CDEC and Extreme Gaming. It is the second round of the upper bracket here, round of 3, I believe, or round of 2. One of the rounds, but the argument, well, really the point is, Jonathan, the winner of this will make it through to the semi-final of the whole qualifier. It's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. This is the semifinals, and the winner will go into the winner bracket
Oh,
finals. So
useless.
there's a lot lined up here,
Absolutely
and
useless.
this one should be good. CDEC up against Extreme. Extreme, they were up there with RNG to be on the cusp of going to TI. They had a lot of DPC points lined up, just not enough. And CDEC is an opponent that historically used to beat out Extreme Gaming, probably with a different roster though, but we'll see if that holds true this time around. I do believe they've got the advantage, 100% win rate in terms of series before. So, no,
5 seconds remaining.
barring any changes, it looks like they do have a number on Extreme, but I think a lot of people would still have maybe Extreme as the favorites coming in here, again, considering their relative performance throughout the tour cycles already. Have the draft on hand here, Mike, as well. We've got the Brewmaster and Primal Beast banned out by Extreme Gaming. CDEC taking care of the Enigma and the Omni Knight, picking up the Chen, the Marcy themselves, leaving the Chen in the pool. See if that's something both teams will kind of gravitate towards, as some teams do actually tend to ignore that hero. It looks like we are in that case where both
10
teams kind of
seconds
actually
remaining.
haven't played Chen at all. It's probably not going to be a priority. Keen to see what else they kind of build up with a Marcy on hand. Very flexible for CDEC. For Extreme Gaming, DP once more, top tier pick. We've seen it pretty much all throughout today, so not too surprising to see that up again. For CDEC though, I am curious if they kind of want that Marcy on the offlane, if they want it on support. They will go with the Pangolier, so they leave it a little bit open. There is still room for the support Marcy coming out, but the Pangolier should be a core as well,
Hey!
either on mid or on the offlane. And we do have another pair of
Love it.
beautiful cat ear
10
headphones.
seconds
Lovely.
remaining.
Yeah, you love to see it. There you go. Zoom in on that. That's perfect, Jonathan. I
5
mean,
seconds
are they
remaining.
different to the one Somnus had? Same color, but,
They look the same to me because the microphone looks the same. So I'm assuming they're the same, but it does look like it's lighting up. Yeah, it's Razer stuff, so it should be the same one. Lovely.
Oh, you love to see. Well, what happened to us, Jonathan? Do we get cat ear headphones as well one day? You and I? Or we just
You want
Go
cat
full
ear headphones? I
weeboo,
would
go-
like some. Yeah.
go full?
I'm telling
I
you,
know
I'm buying a GPU, a waifu GPU from Yeston. I will actually consider it. And I will be staring at my PC, looking at that nice RGB waifu GPU someday when the upgrade
Wow.
cycle comes, man. What I am sure of right now is that we've
Woo.
gotten Earth Spirit once more, and I can't tell if that's a sigh of excitement or resignation right there, Mark.
No, I mean, it was, yeah, it's kind of one of those situations, John. Tell me you're single without telling me you're single, and you just did. Thank you for that, Jonathan. It's the waifu, whatever you're buying. As soon as you said waifu, I kind of just switched
10
off, John. I stopped
seconds
listening. My
remaining.
ears just died on me. Anyway, moving on. Earth Spirit is
5
out, John.
seconds remaining.
We talked about this hero already. I still think it's not very good. With a DP again, I think DP Earth Spirit lane's very strong. I wonder whether we're going to have a similar experience that Asta Ares had in game number 1 of their previous series, where there was just no one to play with this Earth Spirit. For now, with the DP, it's fine. But I don't want to see a greedy draft after you pick Earth Spirit. It's just so depressing to watch every single time.
Yeah, it just, you need to be active with that kind of
10
hero. You need to have
seconds
something that can connect, can make plays. I think in this case,
5
I'd actually
seconds
hope for,
remaining.
say, the offlane DP coming out here for Extreme Gaming.
Radiant
Run that
team
Earth
back.
Spirit and DP lane, have something that can also play on mid. So you'd have like these 2 connection points for the Earth Spirit to kind of enable your lineup. We'll see if that's something they consider. Of course, with CDEC picking up the Pango, again, very open as to whether or not you want that on off lane or mid. I think seeing the potential for a mid Pango, you will probably just stick to an off lane DP because there is a lot of poking and prodding Pangolier can do. Gets a good shield crash on, runs you down, swash to get away from the Spirit Siphon. You do still have the advantage on the DP in terms of clearing out the creep wave with a Crypt Swarm, but the Pangolier isn't exactly out in that lane, so might force out that role shift.
Oh, it doesn't. This man does not look happy, Jonathan. He is just. He was saying something. He looks very disappointed right now. I'm not sure what it's about. I mean, Arc Warden was banned, which is great news. I'd be very happy if I was him, but well, there you go, John. An unhappy man for some reason.
The Arc Warden, I know we're not the biggest fans, but there's actually a really fun build-up. I think the Octarine build is actually hilarious. No, it really is. I swear to goodness, the Octarine Dagon build is actually obnoxious, hilarious, and if you're playing against it, it makes you want to GG call 30 minutes. It really does. It is actually so annoying because the burst damage is insane. Supports just get one shot. And with the Octarine, your Tempest doubles up for so often because of your level 25 talents at that point in the game that it can be obnoxious. So it's a smart ban from Extreme. CDC, picking it up a couple times before. Don't want to have to deal with that again. Do you see relatively standard bans right after though? Like Pop, Pock coming out from CDC. Realizing that the DP is probably heading off lane now. And just making sure they've got their bases covered. They do go with a Tusk. So I like the aggression on CDC a little bit more here, Mike. I mean, Tusk Marcy looks like a really obnoxious lane if you are running that duo and running the Pango mid. Again, you could just have Tusk and Marcy as supports. I think in this case, you'd probably want, say, Marcy 5, I think is preferable over Tusk 5, just because Tusk Blink feels more impactful. You don't need it now on a Marcy with Rebound the way it is. Extreme Gaming, though, into the Treant Protector and Shadow Fiend. So, good team fight combinations. And I like this. You know, you've got this mid that if the Earth Spirit does roll onto that lane with the Shadow Fiend, you've got a lot of kill opportunities. So it is more active from Extreme. This does feel like an Earth Spirit game that can line up.
Certainly does, John. The thing is, though, and you pointed this out already, C-Deck have already drafted something very, very aggressive. And it's kind of the way to play against any Earth Spirit draft, is just draft something even more aggressive. As Klinks does come out, this hero, it's such an annoying hero to play against, right? Like, he gets a Maelstrom timing, and suddenly he's a bit of a menace, a lot more damage flying out with that Burning Barrage. When you get Gleipnir on Klinks, it feels like the most broken hero in the game. It really does.
Yeah, I think that my issue with Klinks is its farming rate just doesn't feel great, and the Maelstrom timing alone doesn't feel amazing. We've seen a lot of Klinks games, at least in other regions, where it just kind of falls flat. It could work out here. I think having the Tusk on hand, having the Marcy on hand with Sidekick does improve a lot of that early timing for the Klinks, so it should be able to do a lot better here. Lane is also not too bad. Up against a DP, you've got some good range to play with, although DP should still be able to be fine with a Crypt Swarm. So you are relatively alright. I think what we need to see from CDEC with Klinks is it does generally need space. Like the Gleipnir timing you talked about, it has to come out faster than the BKBs for Extreme. If it does not, it becomes rough, and that is really passionate. I love the passion coming out from CDEC over the drafts, really going all out. You want that ride into the winner bracket finals, right?
I don't blame Coach for being upset, John. I mean, the guy debating with him currently is wearing cat ear headphones. I mean, how do you take this guy seriously? He's arguing with the coach about something, and the coach is like, well, hold on a minute, you're wearing cat ear headphones. How am I going to take you seriously?
For some reason,
and now he's very unhappy. The Void gets banned, he's very unhappy about it. Here we go again. The argument continues. I'm not sure. Can you lip read, Jonathan? Can you tell us what's going on?
No. How can I lip read? They're probably speaking in Mandarin. I can't understand Mandarin. I can barely read the player names.
You could have gone with the joke, Jonathan.
I
realize you can't speak Mandarin.
Well.
Look at that.
You mean like it could be messed up? Yeah.
Guy in the top left, he's just gone. He's had enough. he's left the building.
Took a hearty sip out of that one, Coach. Took a very hearty sip.
Send him upstairs.
What if they're talking about lunch? They're staring at a menu instead of the draft. Like, what do you guys want for lunch? We're gonna have some fried noodles again. We've just had fried noodles yesterday. We need some energy. How about some fried rice? Some xiaolong bao, huh? No?
What
I
is
don't really
xiaolong
like the
bao,
soup
Jonathan?
flavors. It's
It sounds
so
delicious.
it's this dumpling filled with soup, right? It's basically a dumpling with soup inside. I actually don't get
Ooh.
why people get so excited by it.
Well, why
It's
not?
like it's a dumpling. It's a wet dumpling inside. It's like yeah, but it's good. I like my shumai. I like my hakao a little bit more. I definitely
the-
like my hakao way more.
I can't accept you being upset about people getting excited about food because the food I've seen
No.
you get most excited about is rice. Literally rice. If John sees rice at a catering, at any catering, he gets so excited. He the
Number one.
biggest smile, ear to ear with John X Fire if he sees rice. On
Number
the catering
one.
section.
Number one, that's because that was mainly when we were in Stockholm and there was not much rice. And
Okay.
I can vouch all the Asian teams in Stockholm were very happy when they saw rice in the spread. It's not
Okay.
that we're excited by rice, it's that we eat all our food with rice. So we're like, all right, we've got a baseline to kind of eat our steak with or eat our meat with. We always have rice, and I bet you everyone's very excited by rice in Asia.
People can't get excited about soup dumplings. That's the rule.
I'm no soup dumplings. They're nice. I just don't get the hype. It's the hype that I don't get, right? Like it's like oh we're xiaolong bao. Really, what soup flavors do you want? You want prawn? You want cheese? It's like it's a dumpling. The soup is like barely there. I don't know. And they get the blood seeker. So there's a guy that's hungry for something. Blood stew is what he's looking for.
Certainly. So.
I like the combination there. Like you do have this really good combo with your Earth Spirit, right? Like, you have a kind of a follow up for the overgrowth on the Treant, although it's not particularly amazing. But you've got the Blood Right to kind of help you add some control there. And I like the aggression from Extreme Gaming's lineup. It has a really good tempo to it. I feel like the Bloodseeker timings in comparison to the Clinks are maybe a bit smoother. It does feel like the Maelstrom BKB timing that we see in Bloodseekers feels a lot better than, say, the Clinks with Dragonlance, Maelstrom, BKB into Gleipnir. It just feels more farm intensive for the Clinks. And the Bloodseekers, one really nice way to punish something like the Clinks, like the Marcy and the Pangolier. It really eats through these high HP heroes with a Shard build up. They go with a Monkey King for C-Deck to close out with, so it's likely we're looking at, I believe, our Clinks mid, perhaps, coming out. And it is Imitator playing that Pause 4 Monkey coming out here. All right, so we are looking at potentially just the off-lane Marcy once more, and that we do. So a little bit of a switch out there, but overall, I mean, there's a lot of aggression from both sides. A lot of passion from the coaches. Our coach just kind of raised his hand and walked away in the background.
He's
and,
giving a
he's
wave,
inspecting everyone.
He's waving, John. He's
Hyping
saying
them
hello
up,
to the
hyping
viewers.
them up.
Everyone wave back at him. Give him a wave. There you go. Shout out to our production team as well, obviously, for panning into the cameras we wanted. Generally, Jonathan, we don't get listened to very often, but we've got a great production team here with us.
Oh yeah, an absolutely great production team that actually listens to these two idiots. I'm very unfortunate they've got two idiots on hand to kind of point them around. Still, pointing us to the draft, Mike, back into the focus of the game. I don't know if you agree with me, but I look at the draft coming out from Extreme. It does feel, for me, a lot more stable. My one big issue with CDEX draft is just Clinks. Because we used to see these specialist Clinks teams come out, right? Like in Southeast Asia, it was what? I remember someone like Mango Rose really enjoying that stuff, you know, and certain teams like that just enjoying the Clinks. But when you play against it well, when you stop its timings from being that much faster, you can line up your BKB with a Gleipnir timing. That hero really cannonballs down. Like, it needs a lot of farm to actually have its impact past Gleipnir if BKBs are up, and I think that's something Extreme can achieve.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head into game number one here between Extreme Gaming and CDEC. We'll see who can pull off the game on victory and have that one game advantage going into this best of three series. Again, winner of this does make it through to the upper bracket finals. I hope I got that one correct that time, Jonathan. I believe I am correct in saying so. So there you go. Upper bracket finals to the winner of this best of three. A lot of the line here. And obviously, one step closer to that qualification to TI-11. I might add as well, John, it always feels nice to see an organization like CDEX still in Dota 2. Like, these guys have been around forever. literally forever.
Yeah, they have been around for a very long time now. The roster has shifted dramatically since then. I think CDEX have been one of those teams that actually have lost entire rosters before and shuffled. And so there's always that legacy that the newer players have to face up against, and this is probably one of it as well. Up against Extreme Gaming, which is filled with veterans, so it's a little bit of a back and forth trade. And I'm keen to see how much CDEC can get done. Again, historically, CDEC has beat out Extreme Gaming, but very different rosters at those points for both teams. So I'm keen to see if they can maybe just draw from that experience before and try to work against it. Although Extreme, this just looks like a really comfy draft. Like, I'm not sure how much QAQ can really do on that Flinks, because it just feels like laning phase wise, mid game wise, Maelstrom timing, as you pointed out, is good. In what we've seen before, it just doesn't feel good enough.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this game one does pan out. We'll hold our judgment till we see exactly what happens here between these two teams, as we are going to have an immediate tip out to Lu here, or is it Lao? I believe it's Lao, isn't it? His name is not Lu. It's my western side coming in, Jonathan. Very, very upset.
I actually can't verify for you, because in my head I was actually already just saying Lou as well. So there you go. I'm not going to be that helpful in that one, Mikey.
Rebound here onto Lau, but he's going to be just fine. Imitator going to be there as well to make sure they stay away. Not the easiest top lane, but we'll talk about the bottom lane for now. You can have the Tusk there, supporting his carry Clinks here with QAQ. Of course, Old 11 and PYW are going to be against them here, John. What do you think about this bot lane? Like, it does feel like you've got a lot of potential here from both ends, considering you have Tag Team plus Clinks, but you've also got PYW's Earth Spirit with Old 11's DP. It can really go either way, as more tips are flying out between these two teams.
Yeah, this lane is a bit of a back and forth. I'd say it feels a lot better for CDEC. It just feels like it's easier to pull off Tag Team, plus the right clicks from QAQ. Old 11 shouldn't be completely zoned out from farming, though. In fact, he's doing a great job of making it hellish for QAQ to find that farm. And as long as the Clinks isn't farming, you've kind of done your job in that lane. Burning Barrage comes through, doesn't even land on PYW while Tag Team is up. So you just kind of burned your mana there. And every single kind of trade like that with the mana depleting and you don't find anything feels so much better for Extreme, because your DP gets to just hold the lane a lot more. Your Earth Spirit gets to find some angles down the line, still has the Mango to play with. And PYW, with the levels he's gaining here, might have the opportunity to look towards that mid lane soon.
Perhaps. Speaking of that mid lane, Paparazzi having a very good time on the SF right now, top of the CS board. Of course, against 7E, who's he's playing poor. He's not having the greatest time right now. Still top lane, there is going to be a jump. Lau, in a bit of trouble. A lot of damage to be pumped out here between the Marcy Monkey King combination, especially when you proc that Jingu Mastery on this support Monkey King. Lau for now. He's not having the worst time, but he's certainly not having the most amazing time. Bottom lane.
No.
Bit of a tag team out from Undyne, but not going to really pan out to too much. Just a bit of damage being dealt to Old 11.
And just a little bit of trade back and forth. You are starting to shove the lane in pretty hard here from QAQ. And not enough to really make Old 11 uncomfy. Still has a salve on hand, still has a Tango ready as well. You can see that CDEC is trying to push that aggression, because they've got the Tusk, of course, up top. A little bit of a chase coming out onto Imitator.
Oh, nice dodge with the mischief. He does duke out the damage. Still the chase is going. Lau won't go for the dive into the tier 1. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they do secure first blood onto the Tusk. So Old 11 does make his way over and does secure that first blood. And again, with the Earth Spirit DP combo, you get caught out by that roll into a boulder smash, you are in pretty deep waters.
Yeah, you can just easily rip through the heroes. You've got the follow through, and this is what we were looking for from the DP Earth Spirit. I think in the last series does come together this time around. And again, you can just kind of build up. You're causing a lot of issues for the Clinks to farm. You've got maybe the opportunity coming up relatively soon for PYW to look at that mid rotation to slow down 7E even further, although Paparazzi just doesn't seem like he needs that help dominating on his CS, which you would expect. Like, there is a tag or a little bit of poke and prodding 7E can do, but if you cop one raise following up on another, then you really don't want to risk it in that case.
That's fair. Really, the one big cause of concern, if you ask me, John, like Paparazzi on this SF, he's having such a free time. 28 and 8 compared to the 17 and 1 of the Pango. We've seen SFs as well with free farm, with a player like Paparazzi who's known to be an SF specialist. It's going to be very problematic for CDEC. I do believe this is going to be a huge issue.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of SF in the past few days as well, and just the openness for the itemization, going for either the Yule's kind of utility build in Magical Burst or the straight up right click. Both builds are sort of viable. Paparazzi's not set to be slowing down. We're not seeing any sort of lateral moves here as well from CDEC. Like Undyne's tied up bot, you've got Imitator tied up top. You're just very focused on the side lanes, and that just means Paparazzi, he'll get to free farm. And Dragonlance timing is going to be good. Further itemization is going to be lining up, I think, for CDEC. They've got to be a little bit concerned about that. Yeah, I guess they're pretty satisfied with how badly they're keeping low kind of locked in. And that is, I believe, low. Like a L-O-W almost like pronunciation there. So they're keeping the Bloodseeker down a bit, keeping low as
Are scanning.
suppressed as they can, and they're having a pretty good time here in Xiangyu, but it does feel like, again, with how badly your Clinks is going, you're not keeping down the Bloodseeker hard enough to kind of justify that.
Hold on, you're calling him low now. We went from Lu to Lao to low now. That's, you're really getting confusing for me here, John. Don't know
It's
what,
low, yeah. I never
it's
said
low.
Lao. That was all you.
All right.
Hand
Fine.
it over to you.
Thank you for that, John. Power rune, 6-minute
Yes.
mark. Paparazzi will get lucky. Does find an illusion rune down in the bot rune spot. Not the greatest power rune, but at least he does get the bottle refill for himself. Yeah, again, only one kill going to the way of Extreme Gaming so far, but you look at the farm game, John, like everyone at the top of CS board right now is on the side of Extreme. Really just no contest during these lanes. It seems like they've won out all 3 lanes here.
Low?
Top lane, as I say that, is going to be chased down, but is not going to drop. DY was there with the slope. Nature's Grasp, but just salves him up. Beautiful thing about the Bloodseeker, he'll just give himself up as he hits the creeps. Meanwhile, mid lane, 7E going to try and move in along with the task onto Paparazzi. They do land that secondary roll into a third. Paparazzi trying to hide onto the high ground now. Has Requiem up though, he's going to pop it. And Chance, well, it's not going to be enough.
Oh my
Paparazzi, he'll fight back. What a monster. Refusing to go down and actually ends up finding the positive trade his way. Meanwhile, top lane low. He will be chasing this Bloodseeker. Primal Spring is in. One more hit will do it. Low, he actually stands still there for a moment. Almost taunting them as they tip him, but he's still running. Low can't believe it.
Yeah.
Immediate reverse tip as well.
All these new tips, they're just, oh, there's something else, those tips. The sound effect they play as well. Does manage to escape. All that attention onto low is just not enough. And again, you know, you're kind of putting a dent in his farm. He's still 10 CS ahead of QAQ. Right, like, this bot lane is still very suppressive for the Clinks. No power treads up yet. Nowhere near building up that Maelstrom just yet. And it's that key timing. For the Clinks, if you don't meet that Maelstrom, Dragonlance, BKB timing into Gleipnir, or any such order there, then it just starts to fall flat. And we are seeing pings come out here as well. And you've still got PYW ready to go.
Go, old 11 bot lane, gonna pop the exorcism onto QAQ.
Ooh.
Roll is right on target. PYW not missing. Shards gonna block them away for a moment, but QAQ, he just can't get out of range. Undyne, he's gonna try and TP out, but they have the damage.
Structures are fortified.
Uh-oh. That'll be a bot tier 1 tower to drop here, I believe. Hard to see a defense coming out from CDEC. Extreme Gaming, however, easiest tier 1 of their lives.
Nice quick one to take.
I
I don't know why, but QAQ decided to use the Death Pact as well right before falling, so he's not going to be able to farm that well.
Top lane, Bloodright will be there. Dispose is out. Silence does connect low. He should just drop one more hit will do it, but now the turnaround. PYW going to show up, but no. 70 is around to make sure they cannot follow up, and there's the counter tip once again. You know what, John? I think tipping is my favorite addition to Dota 2. I think this is exactly what the game needed. Obviously, we've had it for a while, but it never gets old for me.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, no, I think for me these new sound effects on these higher level tips are just next level. That is next level. That is what you want from your tips. They're getting their mileage here from CDEC. They're still chasing.
11, he's been caught out. That's a much bigger target, and they've got plenty of bodies to throw at the man. Rolling Thunder connecting once again. Old 11, unable to survive, but here comes Paparazzi with the Requiem, connecting onto two heroes. He'll try for the MK. Imitators down. 7E, he's dropping low as well. Paparazzi, not going to let him go. Has another raise, but it's only the short raise here. 7E going to try and TP, but no. PYW, right on target. And overall, it's a nice dive onto the DP, but you give 2 kills away for that. And Paparazzi, John, he's really getting out of control now in terms of net worth.
Yeah, this SF is terrifying with how much it's already found. Already at max out Necromastery at level 9. Has a lot of right-click damage to contribute as well. Still fairly open for Paparazzi's item build-up, not really showing what he'd want next. Dragonlance is still probably the option, the go-to here, as he does have the Belt of Strength ready. So your typical physical SF, just going to have a lot more range, a lot more reach, and just a lot more presence in comparison. QAQ is still falling a little bit behind. 7E, bottom network core right now, going to need to play a little bit of catch-up, although his diffusal is kind of lining up. I think the key timing is really 7E more on the blink. You'd want that instant initiation and an angle to take here. They are scouting very well with the positioning coming out from Imitators, so he is spotting out this rotation up top. But Xiang Yu is still here. That bails out.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. I do like that WoW voice line, actually. I think it's very, very good. Very good voice line right there. Wish I knew what the second one meant. I do not. Not very good with the old Mandarin, but still very, very good with the WoW.
Yeah. Very well timed as well from Xiang Yu. They did expend a lot of time there from Extreme, so that's some space opening up for heroes to farm. Blink's not under threat in this jungle. Catch-up still has to be built up, though. For the side of Extreme, I mean, they've got this next use of Exo ready, and they're going to have Requiem in a few seconds, along with that full Dragonlance already up on Paparazzi, so this should be the moment where Extreme starts to look
Nice
for
tree
more.
cut. PY, very quick pre-cut with the Quelling Blade. Imitator, he's still going to try and fight back, but with PYW around just to control him up, there's no way out of this. Impossible. He will drop. Old 11, able to secure the kill on the Death Prophet, no problems.
Dire are scanning.
And a very nice scan. Paparazzi, he knows they're coming. 7E, he could try for the Rolling Thunder, but Paparazzi makes it very obvious that he is aware they are there. Still dispose and unleash out onto the Bloodseeker, so Lau gonna get blown up. Paparazzi still in the race for the haste rune, but is not gonna be able to find it.
Radiant's top
Managed to
tower is
blow up
under
the big
attack.
target and the Bloodseeker.
Radiant
Low just kind of
structures are
getting punished for
fortified.
going a bit too far forward, and that scan was there. Like they knew they were
Rolling
coming
Thunder
in.
immediately just trapped up with the overgrowth. DY not going to play around. Old 11 will juke out. Nice little sidestep against the Pango, and now maybe the turnaround is PYW. He'll rush forward with the roll, connecting onto Undying. Imitator is around to try and help out if necessary. There will be a snowball back the way of the high ground onto the neutrals. Shards there as well, trying for maybe a deny, but it's not going to be enough. Paparazzi able to take it as now Imitator does get caught by PYW once again on the high ground. Nice boundless. It's not going to make the difference though. Imitator will drop. PYW. This man just doesn't miss. I feel like every roll he's tried for is just connected perfectly.
Yeah, he's managed to just sneak those shots in. It's like a billiard master right now with how he's moving his cue ball around. On the side of C-Deck, at the end of the day, you're still pretty happy. At the least, you're farming on QAQ. The Maelstrom's going to be finished up. He's got the Falcon Blade ready. Damage output's starting to ramp up just a tad bit more. And those key timings are yet to be met. 7E, Diffusal not even up yet, so a little bit more time for him to farm up as well. And BKB being rushed here by Xiang Yu as well. So once you have some of that spell immunity and once you have a little bit more of that AoE damage coming out from QAQ with the lightning bounces, you can start to feel comfier in this game for CDC. But I think Extreme's done what they had to do in the early phase of this game. Like, they've applied pressure. They've prevented C-Deck from trying to go hunting around with her Clink, so they're forced to play this more passive game. They kind of cut off any early sort of trolley buildup that Xiang Yu can have on the offlane. Marcy, the side of CBBC, is scouting around the jungle though.
11. Forest Punch is there. They have plenty of follow-up here for the DPs. They dispose as well. Overgrowth not going to help. Old 11 somehow still alive though on PYW. He'll make the jump in. Old 11, he is not dropping. The hills are there. He is going to walk right back out and walk right back in onto the Marcy. Rebound is out. Undying. He'll somehow TP away. But Old 11
Tower is under attack.
refusing to go to the grave. Old age or not, John, he'll survive.
Yeah, he just manages to stay alive long enough. His team is there to back him up, and every little second there counted. Really good use on the overgrowth to cut off the roll, cut off that angle in, and just have this ultra durable DP up front. This is a DP without anything like the BKB. You only have the Yules up right now for Old 11 along with that Spirit Vessel, and it's enough. Yeah, maybe Living Armor as well, adding on to that durability already maxed out here for DY. So you got a lot of ways of solving. They find more.
Yeah, he doesn't miss this guy. PYW right on target once again. QAQ trying to help out, but can't really do anything as the Clinks right now, as the roll is back onto the Clinks. In fact, never mind that, because Imitator, he's the one getting caught out. The Wukongs does absolutely nothing. Paparazzi hitting way, way, way too hard on this SF. That'll be the mid-tier 1 tower to drop. Extreme Gaming doing such a fantastic job in this game number 1. And now it just feels like so much pressure is left onto QAQ on this Clinks now. Like, he's really going to carry this game hard for his team. And right now, he's just nowhere near the point where he can fight.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you can really put the Clinks as your massive win. It has to be, but Clinks is just such a finicky hero to get the timings right. Like, I swear to goodness, this hero is just very tricky. Like right now, you've got Falcon Blade, Maelstrom, Power Treads. You'd figure this is the moment where you can really flash farm hard and build into your next item. But he's going for Dragonlance next because you need that in the Clinks as well. Then you're going to go into the Gleipnir before you get your BKB, and then after that, at that point, you might need your Daedalus as they catch Xiang Yu up top.
The rebound is out. It's just not going to matter. DY actually gets the kill mid-rebound with the Nature's Grasp. Meanwhile, QAQ trying to move in onto low on that Bloodseeker. Rolling from PYW, but that's already the Bloodseeker down. PYW now also going to drop. Rotations are incoming, but it feels a little bit late as QAQ, he's just a man on the run. Even the shots blocking off Paparazzi. They'll at least find Undying, but it's a great trade this time around for Cedic.
Yeah, they've managed to slow down low. He's below our Clinks now in farm. QAQ's managed to build up on that Clinks. It doesn't feel like the end of the world, because I think you've just got this really stable lead on Paparazzi that the Bloodseeker feels like more of a secondary core at this point. You know, you're just looking for him to manage to use that Rupture and kind of disrupt these team fights. But you don't mind him being sacrificed and able your Shadow Fiend to actually dance around here.
Rebound. Oh, it's right onto the tree. And little did he know he was underneath the Observer Ward vision. So Cedic do punish immediately. It'll be DY to go down. And now the top T1 tower. Under siege. No defense to come. In fact, never mind, there is a 3-man rotation. The T1 will still drop, but they could try to force the fight. They do have X's to back up. You'd love to find QAQ and PYW. He's right on target. Boulder Smash is there as well. And with the rolls flying in, this Clinks is going to drop very easily. 11 always has the follow-up damage with that ulti. You just need the control from PYW.
Just back a little bit of that hold on.
Roll in again. Boulder Smash was on cooldown, but the roll is going to connect into the smash back towards the Bloodseeker, and they will find another. Honestly, this is like a masterclass performance on Earth Spirit right now from PYW. Very impressive stuff.
He just knows where to be. He knows who he has to go for. He knows his timing. And I don't think we've seen such a successful Earth Spirit play in a while. So it's very refreshing. They find more. Miss.
Nice juke out, but he still gets the silence into the Boulder Smash. And Undying, I mean, he's got Snowball, but it's only going to delay, ooh, actually, onto the high ground. But now the Marcy's stuck. They'll find one. That'll be the Tusk. I believe the Marcy does make her way out with the rebound, and it does have BKB up now anyway. But still, 7-17, 6k advantage the way of Extreme Gaming. Well, the cause of Extreme Gaming still looking very healthy in terms of net worth. The only person kind of struggling is low on the Bloodseeker, but if you were to make the argument, John, I feel like the SF's the real carry in this game anyway. They do try and chase down QAQ. A nice scan. DY, he'll pop the dust, but actually ran into the Marcy instead. Nature's Grasp is on target. There's your roll as well. QAQ, he shows up. The detection is not there. In fact, it was for a moment. PYW!
Where's the dust?
Oh, he rolls in blind. Dust, it's not going to be in range.
Wait,
PYW.
Low has a dust, but PYW
Low has a
didn't.
dust. I
All
realize
right,
that, Jonathan.
that's a reversal. What do you say about that, Mikey?
Yeah, look, it's a mistake, John. It's definitely a mistake. You know, we're not going to harp
It
on about it. He's had a great performance, but it is certainly a mistake.
No, I just found it funny. I wasn't focusing on a mistake. I'm like, I'm actually having fun because Low is the one with dust. He's ready. He's died so many times to the clinks that he's
You'll never see that
actually
again.
actively playing dust. He's just, kind of prepared. Still 7-18, 7K lead for Extreme in a very action-packed game. Probably your fastest, or not fast, but most killy game we've had all day here, Mike. It's another smoke out. Extreme just doesn't rest. They just keep running.
This is how you play an Earth Spirit draft, John. You never stop. Extreme Gaming, into that Radiant Triangle they go. It seems like they are aware that this smoke is happening on the side of CDEC. Still, they head up north. Oh, QAQ.
Oh,
Smoke broken, PYW. He has dust this time, but he doesn't pop it.
Tower is under attack.
Instead, they're going to force Roshan. They take Roshan very fast with this exorcism. Not going to take too long whatsoever. Rotations are going into the mid lane from CDEC to try and maybe go for a smoke here and counter this, but it seems like it's just going to be way too late.
Oh, the ward spots it right before it expires. It's like 10 seconds away.
Oh, here we go. DY, he'll break the smoke. He's already found the tusk. They're going to try and jump in, but I think they realize they were spotted. That'll be another death to come out. Old 11 to pick up a mega kill streak now on the Death Prophet. And sadly for CDEC, they just can't do anything about it.
Dire's middle tower is
And that's
under
really unfortunate. That ward on the staircase towards the triangle area, they had a sentry. No one walked up to see that ward. They had a low ground sentry, Mike.
Yikes. It happens. It happens, John. Oh, QAQ now. Kind of stalked by DY. You do have the overgrowth. He does have help of the Marcy, so the rebound is in. But here come the rotations immediately out. It was all bait, or was it? QAQ, he is running, and in fact, they don't have the tree in here anymore. DY, he hang around on the right side instead of the left, so unable to get an overgrowth off. And CDEC, they might have an opening to keep going now. Down to that bottom T1 tower, so they will get started.
is under attack.
They find the objective. TPs were cancelled off here from the side of Extreme, so they cut their losses with PYW, who's kind of surrendered that objective. Not the biggest in the world.
That's the old greedy last creep wave. Can they save the Clinks? They missed the last raise. Ruptures out. QAQ, he's going to try and fight back low. He just wants the final right click. He'll get it in the end, but he might just die for this in the Bloodseeker, and will do so. As long as Paparazzi survives, they're okay with that, considering the Clinks is the win condition of CDEC. The Bloodseeker is not so much the win condition of Extreme Gaming. And then they go for more. Extreme, they're not really done yet. They'll bring PYW back with his team down towards the bot lane, but they are not going to rush for the Radiant jungle.
Kind of tempered themselves this time around. No overgrowth to use, so a little bit harder to get some hold. And no exorcism just yet. A few seconds away. Imitator is scouting out very nicely as he would on a Monkey King.
Uh-oh.
And the courier?
Courier.
It spots him.
It does. DY, Quelling Blade. Oh, it's in the backpack. Overgrowth, though,
Oh, they
is
cut it.
there. Hold him down. There you go. In fact, it wasn't Overgrowth. It was the Nature's Geist route, I believe, coming out.
Yeah, and they managed to cut the tree down to PYW. Get a nice, easy kill on the support Monkey King. Not the biggest in the world, but it is an annoying hero that kind of cuts off your movement. You've got the BKB up and running now on Old 11, and with the Exorcism up, time for a little bit of a push down bot on the tier 2. 24 minutes in. Could easily go into the outpost. Radiant Scan does figure out DY is standing in the back line, but they're not going in for that defense. They understand with the age is still up in Paparazzi. You have a lot of play on Extreme Gamer right now.
Dire's top tower
T2 bot tower to drop.
Radiant's
Nice and easy.
bottom tower has
No
fallen.
trade happening here for CDEC. They're just trying to secure more farm for QAQ. Working on towards the Eye of Skadi timing now on the Clinks. 1.5 minutes basically still left on Paparazzi's Aegis. Not going to try and force high ground with it, but they are going to try and force a smoke. No regen rune being spotted out here by the SF.
来，你打我呀！
And we go towards the top lane.
Excellent.
Stream Gaming. Oh, they'll see the courier of the Clinks very soon. They know they're somewhere on the upper left corner. QAQ, he's going to leave at the right moment. They'll find the Tusk. Not the greatest kill. QAQ, the much bigger kill, but they will not catch him in time.
Yeah, manages to sneak away. And this Scotty timing is key. He does manage to save his life, so he will have at least one of the ultimate orbs lined up and only about 500 away until the full Scotty's up. His courier is spotted, and that should
Radiant's
stall it out a
courier
bit.
has been killed.
Nice pick up there. Gonna have to manually walk around here on QAQ to get that done. While the rest of Extreme has taken over the triangle. They know the Clinks is here though. Like they've seen him. And he's running under a sentry. So the creep saw him too.
Lau, no dust this time.
Radiant's middle tower is under
PYW.
attack.
He
Radiant's
does have
structures
dust,
are
but not within range to land it. Instead, mid T2 tower is going to be under siege. Paparazzi, 25 seconds still with that Aegis, so more than happy to just try and get this mid T2 tower down. It's Paparazzi now working on towards the
Radiant's
Satanic.
middle tower
Again,
is
having a
under
very,
attack.
very strong game as the SF. 8-0
Radiant's
and
middle
8 so
tower
far.
has fallen.
Completely unkillable as of right now. I appreciate the pickup from DY as well. He just goes straight for a gem. Yeah, it's going to be annoying finding QAQ so many times, but you just don't have the detection. And this time around with the gem up, you're not going to have that problem anymore.
No. Fixes it entirely. Should be able to just catch out that slippery Clinks.
Dire's
You,
bottom tower
he does
is
manage to
under
build up
attack.
the Scotty now though, so you have a lot more stats. You're going to be taking away some of that regen that we're seeing coming out, especially from low, and of course from Paparazzi. You got the Blink to save now here on Undyne, so Blink Snowball is now available for CDEC to kind of
Dire's
build their
bottom
backs
tower
off of.
is under attack.
And you're doing some good creep cutting from CDEC. Like, these moves are actually buying them time. Cutting the creep waves at the tier 2, shoving in bot, leaving only one avenue for CDs for Extreme Gaming to go into on the
Dire's bottom tower is
top
under attack.
side. There's ample time for
Radiant's
CDEC
top
to kind of
tower
group
is
up
under
there.
attack.
Here we go. Final T2 tower. There is a smoke incoming. They've actually found DY, who just picked up the gem. Overgrowth is there. Lock a few down with the snowball. Gonna save everyone. Old 11. He'll pop a BKB and Paparazzi will too, but the Walrus Punch gonna put a stop to the Requiem. It still comes out, however. Doesn't do enough. Imitator. He's actually taking through all this damage. Lau gonna run. Old 11 in trouble. Gets the Yules off in time, but should still drop and does do so. Still they'll find the Marcy, but now Paparazzi. He'll be chased down. No Aegis available. He'll try to go for the kill. Does find it, but does drop for the first time. Now Undyne, he'll buy back on the Tusk and try to remake into this team
终
fight.
于等到你。
Lau is all by himself in the Bloodseeker. Oh, but the shards! Oh, it's block QAQ
Oh,
in!
no.
Oh, no! Oh,
Oh, yeah, that's...
that
That's
hurts.
unfortunate.
It hurt me. It hurt me to watch that, John. It's still a great team fight. Still a great team
It works out. It works out. They get a little bit greedy on Extreme. They still find a 3-for-3, but they lose out on their 2 big cores. You only really get the support duo out here from CDEC, so you're pretty happy on CDEC's end. PYW,
Dire are
QAQ,
scanning.
just chilling. Look at that. Chilling together.
Full correct. Here against PYW. Kick away. Nice roll away. Should be just fine. And will be. I wonder, right? Like, do you go for Gleipnir in this game as QAQ? Because at this point with the Skadi up, obviously he is going to go BKB first. That's the responsible decision to make. But after that, it does feel like there is a lot of value in having that AoE route. In fact, hold that thought.
Ooh.
Oh, this is awkward. This is really awkward. A pause as DY goes to the high ground. They do have a Sentry Ward placed already preemptively, so they see Paparazzi. This could be a disastrous fight for Extreme Gaming. They might just need to run.
Oh. What?
Uh-oh. Okay. More
It's
FPS
FPS again.
problems.
All right.
The thing is, I don't think they're in a position to really jump Paparazzi anyway, because it's only Imitator that's nearby. And quite frankly, considering you've double paused here, it might just be the sportsman. Like, it might be the nice decision to just walk away, right? Like, I don't know if you force this fight. We'll see. They are going to force it. Imitator, he's in with the BKB. Paparazzi, perfectly fine. Imitator, he will find DY, but is perhaps going to drop and will do so. 70, he gets caught out in the shards and is going to drop. So they go for more now. QAQ in trouble. The roll is off the mark, but QAQ with the Spirit Vessel is ticking away. Old 11 holds him down and they take him out. Ingo Lau, he's fine. Undyne, he is not. He will drop to the rays of Paparazzi and, well, John, maybe they should have backed out.
Yeah, that gave time for Extreme to also think about what they'd want to do. They did have a ward on the high ground, so they did see the Monkey King's position, and they just play around that really well. Does work out to a 4-1, 2.3k swing going the way of Extreme Gaming. And you're getting some pretty good bleed over, or at least a gold rollover onto the Bloodseeker now. Low working onto his Scotty. Next has a Basher up, so he's got a little bit more locking down for the team to do. Paparazzi onto the Satanic, only lacking that Claymore. And once that's up, I mean, this guy's not going to be scared up front. Maybe the Marcy scares him, because quite frankly, who isn't scared by Marcy when Unleashes on top of you with a BKB? And Satanic might be enough. There's no Basher yet, so it's not like it's the end of the world of Xiangyu is on you. Still, 13-29. For CDEC, it still feels like this Clinks needs more. And I like this build. Like you were asking me a while ago about the Gleipnir, he is going Daedalus instead. The Daedalus has a lot more value. You're at the point where damage is your issue, not the hold. Because it shouldn't even be the Clinks' job to hold. And the BKBs are up anyway, so it's a lot harder to find that good Gleipnir use. Roshan falling very quickly to Paparazzi. Secondary life for him, and now you have the fear on Old 11 as well.
Oh, PYW already on the chase here for Imitator. Roll away in the end. Okay, they're still going to be a little bit cautious here. So he'll just hang around the top lane. Meanwhile, the rest of CDEC just going to go down towards the opposite side of the map. Trying to invade that diet triangle and keep that farm going on their end of things. Uh-oh. Imitator does get spotted by the creep wave now. Lau, rather low, is still there. This creep wave will not leave Imitator alone. They just continue to aggro the poor Monkey King. Will eventually back off, and now mid lane, they're going to jump in. Old 11, a nice target to secure. Can they get him, however? Mule Scepter is there. They will BKB up, so no Spirit Siphon available. Big pick off here for CDEC. Undyne, he'll go for a bit of a chase. Meanwhile, PYW will do the same to hold down the Marcy. So there is action all across the map right now. The Tusk, though, is going to be able to blink away for now. Paparazzi unable to find the kill. The Marcy, however, not so safe right now. CDEC still just trying to run. Low is there, however, and now has the rupture. No escaping at this point. So you don't get the Tusk, but you found the bigger target anyway.
Managed to make it work out on Extreme Gaming. Sen takes a lot of commitment. You did drop Old 11 as well, but it's an offlane for offlane trade. Feels slightly better for CDEC, but you do gain a lot more gold out here onto low as well. So you don't mind. The last outer tower is already gone for CDEC. Age is still up and running for 3 minutes. Lots of time for Paparazzi. Paparazzi himself being very patient, just standing in mid. The Silver Edge, although, will fade now. CDC just feels like there are issues. Daedalus for the Clinks has to come out. Basher for Xiangyu. It has to be there. The Marcy has to be able to control someone with the Unleash, because otherwise, I mean, you're trying to double down on damage when we've seen a lot of these heroes from Extreme live for a much longer time. And you're just not finding that burst as fast as you'd want.
No, you're certainly not. That's for sure. Extreme Gaming still just sitting back for a little bit more. He just is still up for another 2.5 minutes, so you've got plenty of time to think about how you're going to use this Aegis. I'll start by just pushing out the side lanes for now. Undyne, he'll stick around. This Tusk to try and split push the other way. You could try for the bot high ground if you are Extreme Gaming. you still hold on to that top tier 2 tower as Extreme, so you're not going to really be fearing that your own high ground will be under siege. But there's the creep skip from Undyne. Thing is, they do have a creep wave, so they've got enough to make this high ground attempt work. At least to force out a glyph. And hell, even after that, the creep wave wasn't even finished by the Tusk. So there's more creeps incoming. There's your glyph out. That'll be one creep wave gone. That Baranti, he'll just keep going with so much damage on this SF. He might just clear the T3 tower anyway. Looks like he will. Onto the racks they go. PYW, meanwhile, rolling through the tree line, trying to find someone, but they did spot him out. Shards are going to block him in, but he will just roll away. Rax is already gone. Rolling Thunder is there from 7E. However, he's going to be careful. The overgrowth, it'll lock him down for a moment. Roll back in. PYW, he found the clinks. QAQ, not like this. Oh, he's died without buyback. PYW, he threads the needle, finds the clinks and kicks him back to his team. That is the worst possible scenario for CDEC. As we may have lost John as well. Apparently PYW found him as well. What can you do?
Oh, my bad. My microphone suddenly just died on me. I was saying PYW's just been playing like a madman. You know, he's been landing all these big rolls. He's been setting up. He's been compensating for what we saw from Ponlo last year. I'm sorry, Ponlo. PYW is the real Earth Spirit player right now, as he is showing off. And they just take 2 racks off the back of it. Maybe even just gone for the mega creeps. No buyback at all on QAQ. So they have a free ride. I mean, he asked for a buys cast.
Remute your mic, Jonathan. Jesus. Poor old Ponlo. He didn't deserve that, John. We're all Earth Spirit players. We're all very defensive, let me tell you. Pango. Oh, Snowball is going to be there, try and save. Undyne is in as well. Paparazzi, he's lost the Aegis, but it won't matter. He'd love the reset. As Undyne will drop, and now they even found the Monkey King. You've got buyback coming out from the MK and the Pango. And in fact, Extreme, seeing the Clinks is back up in 3 seconds, they are going to back. Play this one safe. They're already 2 racks up. No need to rush this. CDEC, they're the ones that need to find a way back into this game.
Oof.
Hold 11.
98%.
Is he baiting? The DP gets caught out, but he's a very tanky boy. You'll scepter out. This could be the last team fight. Overgrowth is perfect from DY, locking everyone down, and they are just getting shredded. Paparazzi right to work. Snowball will delay things, but QAQ's gone. GG is called. CDEC. It's a shame, John. Like, you had a couple moments where it looked like they might be able to make a comeback, but ultimately this draft just never took off.
No, it really didn't, and it felt like... I'd still say it was slightly a drafting issue. I don't think the Clinks is just in a very good spot right now as a core, but at the same time, it's also just down to playstyle. Yeah, Extreme Gaming just played this non-stop aggression, just constantly in your face. They picked the Bloodseeker to tie it out. When they saw the Pangolier, it was never going to be an easy game coming through here for 7E, and it was just rough. Like, they didn't find the openings they want. They had this combination with Marcy and Tusk that they could have tried to play with. They were running the Tusk Flinks instead, which was also decent enough, but not great. And that just made things a lot tougher. I think maybe look for a faster core, match Extreme Gaming and pacing, and it looks a lot better.
Well, I think we've got a scoreboard to look at here, John, to get a bit of a recap as to what happened here during this game number 1 between CDEC and Extreme Gaming. So if we do, let's have a look at it, and we do. Obviously, Paparazzi, 13-1-14, almost going undefeated throughout the whole game. I believe there was one misplay up in a top lane fight, and he does end up dying. Overall, though, again, still a performance from Paparazzi. If I was to pick an MVP, John, it's PYW. This man, he got them to 2 racks advantage just by a roll into a kick. And throughout the whole game, like, he missed, like, 2 rolls. Like, it was an incredible performance from PYW.
Yeah, he was just on point the entire game. I think he won them all their lanes, really. Like, he got good mid rotations, he got a really good lane going for old 11 with kickbacks and the rolls in, and he started going up top, setting up kills there as well. Like, he literally made him win the laning phase and just kind of ran it from there. So PYW, Earth Spirit, still fantastic. Wondering if that's something that they're going to have to ban from CDEC despite Earth Spirit being in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah. Of course, before we do head over to a quick break, apologies to Ponlo, John X5 being very rude today towards our poor boy, who's already lost today, Jonathan. You just kicked him while he was down. Still, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Extreme Gaming and CDEC. We'll see you then.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to Game 2's draft here between CDEC and, of course, the side of Extreme Gaming. It's MLP Dodo and John X Fire. Jonathan, I don't even want to ask about the draft because there's one man's face I want to see in this draft. Of course, how's Coach doing after that Game 1? Can we get an update, please?
Oh, you know what? After that game one, I don't know if Coach has calmed down any bit here, Mikey. I don't think that game went all too well for CDEC. And looking at this draft, which will come up shortly, it's the same openings. You've got Marcy Pangolier, you've got DP Earth Spirit again, and you ban out the LD.
Hats off.
Oh yeah, Coach. Oh yeah, hats off, headphones off.
Oh,
Yeah,
headphones
CDEC
off as
really
well.
deep as this.
Yeah, headphones. I don't think he took those headphones off, John. I'm going to be frank. I think someone might have given him a bit of a slap and they just flew right across the room. He had a full head of hair, by the way, before that game number one, just so everyone's aware. That the hat was just stylish, and he does not look happy about what happened in game one. Talk to me about it, John. Obviously, the draft wasn't bad for CDEC. I mean, I'd say the draft was actually quite nice, but execution-wise, it did not work out.
No, execution definitely fell flat. I don't think the draft was amazing either. Like, you pick this early Pangolier, you leave the Bloodseeker. Sure, Low had a pretty slow game, but in the end, you always had Rupture to cut off that Rolling Thunder. And you always had an answer for that. It was also a mid Pangolier, so you were counteracting a core on mid from your safe lane. That's never a great feeling, no matter what kind of matchup it is, if it's favorable or not. Like, the fact that your mid is eventually just gonna have to worry about this one hero that will always be an issue for you is not a particularly great feeling. I also wasn't the biggest fan of the Clinks. I get that it has its timings, but its timings are so tight. Like, Clink's timings are actually one of the sharpest that you have to meet, in my opinion. Like, every single time we've seen it in Southeast Asia, we've seen it in some lands, we've seen it last game, where if you don't meet that Maelstrom Dragonlance BKB and say, it's gonna sound insane to say this, but like 2025, you kind of fall off fast. Like, it is worrying because the Clinks then has to start to consider, all right, I need a Daedalus next. It takes a while to farm that up. You kind of want to be semi-active, playing around with the Death Pact. It's just it's a very clunky hero in terms of reaching its full potential. And CDEC go back to the Tusk. So this is basically the same lineup from last time. They do ban out the Bloodseeker to protect that Pangolier, but I guess now you've just got to figure out, was the Bloodseeker really the big counter? Because you also had a Terrain Protector, which also had Overgrowth to cancel it off. And now you have the Lena coming out. I mean, this is still a good lineup. Like, you replace the SF, who was your real carry from mid for Paparazzi. Now with the Lena, which is almost the same thing, which is still a carry from mid, that can still poke with a Pangolier if it is a mid Pango matchup. I don't know if Coach is any happier about this than he was last game.
I highly doubt it. We'll have a look back at Coach very soon. Speaking of coaches, there's another coach there looking very
Extreme's
satisfied.
happy.
Hey, yeah, Coach is not even touching the mouse. No, I don't even
just
touch the mouse.
smiling. Yeah, he's got a shirt. I wish I could read a full statement. Something about what I do.
I think it's I thought you meant the other one, Jonathan. It appears to be some kind of lemon or pear that says ahaha.
Yeah,
so
that
he's
true.
having a good laugh to himself. And here we go.
Oh.
Here's the comparison. Other coach. I haven't seen this man smile all day, John. I have not seen this man smile all day. I want to see him smile. I really do. Maybe if we get a game 3, he will, but I can't blame him. After that game 1, you can't be happy with the performance.
Yeah, nah. Especially if they're orders from last game. You know, they were talking about that Xiaolong Bao. Whether or not it was a good Xiaolong Bao, if it was still hot when it arrived. It's different. Look at how happy they are over in Extreme. Very relaxed. Just chilling out. The Razor comes out, which... I mean, you could run the offlane Razor here for Xiang Yu. You could run the safe lane Razor for QAQ. It's still fairly open as to roles you want the Pangolier and the Razor to go to. Both coaches actually doing the shirt cover your mouth move.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting, what's the word I'm looking for? Synchronicity between these two people across, different team houses.
It's a classic though, right? You pull. It's a bit of a stress maneuver. You pull the shirt up a little bit. There you go. Is that a shirt maneuver from our coach here, or is that a mask, Jonathan? No, it is a shirt. It is a
That's
shirt
a
maneuver.
shirt.
But he looks less stressed. He's playful with his shirt. Our other coach, not so much. That shirt's suffering with our other coach.
For sure. He's definitely less worked up than the last game. Our coach on CDC. He's definitely not as fired up fighting. So it looks a little bit more calm, leveled out, which is what you want to see going into a game. You want that mental reset there, Mike. And looks like Kochi has kind of achieved that. The team's not as, not talking about as much as well. They do ban out the Clinks this time from Extreme, respect banning QAQ's preferred hero. And they also take out the Faceless Void once more from CDC. So the same ban, Faceless Void gone. And they should know it will be a carry last pick, so they can kind of widen their options to ban out. I think the Razor just acts as a good foil for a lot of the right click you might want on Extreme.
5 seconds remaining.
But, I mean, you could still kind of go for it. Like, there's not too much magic damage here from the side of CDEC. You could argue about a Terrorblade pickup, although when you do have the Lina, you don't want to be too greedy on the safe lane. It feels like, you kind of want to just let the Lina also kind of farm up and be a core. Or just make it your actual pause one.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
wondering exactly what they'd want to put in that position then for low. His Bloodseeker was good, but it was also very sacrificial to enable Paparazzi. And I feel like with how similar the drafts are, you are looking for that same tempo from your safe lane where he's got to be willing to die. He's got to be not too farm reliant, and it's got to be ready to be active early to play with that early spike that the Lina also has.
Yeah, I really like Paparazzi's Lina as well. Like, we talked about the SF last game, but he has a very mean Lina. Troll Warlord, not really a carry I enjoy watching too much, John. Against the Razor and Tusk as well, feels a little bit awkward, I'll be frank, but Extreme Gaming just maybe feeling very confident with their overall picks and just don't care.
10
Yeah,
seconds
I think that's... It's not the best pick. Like, as you pointed out, Razor already kind of counteracts you. But I suppose if the Razor's linking up the Troll, then the Lina's free to hit. And you're kind of alright with that. You can also just always get the kick on your Earth Spirit, or just have the Overgrowth and have the Razor run. Could be a couple of ways to kind of mitigate that issue here for low, if they are concerned about that. There's still that flex on CDEC. I think if you do run the offlane Razor here, you can't afford to go for a really big farmy core for QAQ. Man, he has a lot of options. Though it's not the smoothest game for it, TB could still work, but again, not the smoothest. You do have good magic damage this time from the side of Extreme. They will go for the Monkey King once more. We saw Imitator play that last time, so it should just be once more the core Shangyu offlane Marcy. No, they switch it. Imitator is playing the Marcy now.
Okay.
So a little bit of switcheroo, probably running the Shangyu offlane Razor. So you've got the Razor Troll matchup, and you are running probably the QAQ Monkey King on the safe, which can actually hold its own against a DP a little bit better. Have that obnoxious melee range, quote unquote, that we'll have to watch out for.
Well, while we've got them on cam, can I just say, Paparazzi, he has aged so gracefully, right? Like, you remember back in the days, the young prodigy Paparazzi coming in, that mid-prodigy still is obviously a fantastic mid laner, but he has aged very well. Very, very handsome young man he's turned into. Always was, really, but just, some people, they've just got those genetics, John. They age very nicely.
That they do, and you know what would go well with those genetics? A nice cat headphone to go in line with what we've been seeing all day. So need to get in on that action. Still, the action set for us here in game number 2 is looking good. A lot more back and forth. I think you can expect much more output from QAQ this time on core Monkey King, and he should have a better game because you ramp up as the Monkey King fairly well. If the Troll goes Battle Fury, you could actually arguably go for Battle Fury on the Monkey as well, though. Just not the biggest fan of that slower gameplay right now. It doesn't feel like the Battle Fury works out in most cases unless the game really goes slow. So we'll see. I think the Monkey King has much more active build-ups in comparison to Troll that are more impactful because he's more mobile, less prone to being kited, although you are playing Monkey King into Treant Protector who can chase as we saw last time. So we'll see CDEC. Upper bracket lives on the line, have to find that win to force a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a fun game number 2. Hopefully we can force it to a game 3, though we will find out very, very soon, as we are going to head into game number 2 between CDEC and Extreme Gaming. John, I haven't asked you the hard question today, so I'm going to ask you for this game 2 of the second series. Who has the better draft in your opinion?
Better draft. I'd actually lean slightly towards CDEC. I think the Razor versus Troll matchup's just not going to be fun for Low. Although they look to be ready for a lane switch, Low might head down bot, and that could rectify a lot of laning issues. Rather even across the board, outside of that one very scary thing for Extreme to worry about. I think just Razor versus Troll, it's not something you want. Outside of it, much more even. I think Monkey King pause 1 fares a lot better for QAQ. Scales a lot better as well. And it should
30
give him
seconds to battle.
more presence in these fights as well.
Mid lane, 7E, playing around here. He's under vision, DY. He go forward. Sentry Ward only catches another Sentry Ward. 7E. He's going to cop a tower hit for this one. He'll be okay with it though, he'll just passively regen that up. Another Sentry place, this time not going to catch the other Observer Ward either. So neither side actually able to catch each other's Observer Wards. There you go. Just a very even start between these two. A 2-for-1 trade, 2-for-2 trade, excuse me, on the bounties. My Australian math not too good today, Jonathan. And with that, let's start off perhaps with the bot lane. We'll go to the bot lane. No, we're going mid. We're going mid lane. 7E. He's going to be up against Paparazzi on the Lina. Pango versus Lina matchup, John. Not very fun for the Pango.
Yeah, you still kind of have the same issues as you saw up against the SF. Maybe a kill opportunity is a little bit harder for Paparazzi to find. It's not like you have grazes to slow and you're not that obnoxious with your spell spam, but you still have this really good range advantage coming out for Paparazzi. No, it's still not going to be so smooth for a 7E to clear out the creep wave himself, and it should just be smooth going. I think we've got to see that activity out from CDEC in the laning phase. Minute 6 is when you'd really want that for the water, for the power runes, and if you can do that around the level 5 timing of 7E, you should be able to slow down Paparazzi by a good amount with your supports here.
Yeah. Have a look at the side lanes as well while we have a chance. Bottom lane, of course, PYW on that Earth Spirit once again, along with Low on the Trollers. They are going to make the jump in with the rebound. You haven't got Dispose up yet. Imitator just trying to secure some creeps and get a bit of harassment out onto PYW and Low. And unlike the last game where you had the Death Prophet Earth Spirit lane, I don't believe the Troll Earth Spirit is quite as strong of a laning duo, so it still has some decent kill potential, but when you're up against a Razor and a Marcy who can just kind of jump out with rebound, chances are you're probably not going to find the kills you want.
No, definitely not. I mean, you can be aggressive. I think the key thing they're looking for is actually something more defensive. You always have this little bit of a kick back if the Razor does decide to run around with the static link. So you've got a little bit of a pseudo save for Low, not to be under constant threat from the Razor, which again is a lane that Low tries to avoid. They do match.
Nice shards out onto DY, making sure he can't continue the chase onto QAQ. That is our last side lane, of course. Old 11 and DY against Undyne and QAQ on the Monkey King. Of course, QAQ last game around on the Clinks had a decent enough time farming, but it just didn't transition on the hero he was playing. This time on the Monkey King, I'd say it's much more timing, less timing reliant. Just, you know, it's more like your standard pos one. Just get the farm going. Eventually, you will be able to outscale the side of Extreme Gaming and maybe be able to carry this game number 2.
Yeah, it can build up a lot better. It's not as sensitive, although you would still kind of want to match the tempo. You do not want to see yourself fall too far behind, especially if Low decides to go for the Battle Fury build here. The Monkey King kind of needs to match that scaling on the Troll. You are at the least not completely bullied out, but this is still a lane that Old 11's finding a lot more out of, and that is a sign of concern. I think the big issue is that in their Tusk combination so far from CDC, it's been with melee heroes, which again, it's not the end of the world, but you're not really able to connect and threaten with tag team as often because it's very telegraphed. The moment you see the Tusk or someone walking up, it's just you run back.
A lot of damage being dealt down to PYW, which is fine. Meanwhile, the Tusk top lane was also in trouble, and Dyne to be able to remove himself from that situation and salve himself up, so happy days for him. No kills across the board quite yet. No first blood being drawn. You look back over to that mid lane for a moment, and Paparazzi's been having a very good game on the Lina, and it's kind of to be expected, right? But he's already 10 CS ahead of the Pango, and with a play like Paparazzi, when you're in this kind of meta where the mid lane can just carry the game for you, and you have a play like Paparazzi who tends to like to do that anyway, it's a bit of a scary predicament.
It is. 7E does manage to snag away an additional water rune, so he's fully topped up, and Paparazzi's starting to lag a little bit behind, which is some good news. Way better rune control coming out from 7E. That should allow him some leeway, although Paparazzi just has a free lane, farming up. Still poking and prodding across the lanes. Still no kill opportunities presenting itself, but I want to say this passive game actually does benefit Extreme. You might argue otherwise because you do have the Earth Spirit, but you are finding that farm and the levels you want on your DP, on your Troll, and even though you're laning up against a Razor here for low, he's still well protected enough that you don't mind. The farm is there. He is in the top 3 in CS. All heroes from Extreme are in that top 3.
First blood yet to be drawn. Maybe mid lane. Rebound is in. Oh, it barely connects with the Paparazzi. This could be the one, though. A nice light strike array connecting onto the Fairy Fire Eater. Now PYW, he'll show up. The shield crash. It's not going to be enough. 7, he's in trouble. He'll try to run. He'll be just fine. Oh, very close call as 7E still having a look around. We'll turn on to PYW, but it's top lane where the action's happening. QAQ ends up dropping. PYW, he'll go down now, but it's not going to be the first blood bonus. 7E, he'll still take it. But they end up losing the first blood over at the top lane.
Yeah, they lose out in their core Monkey King as well. And that is not good news here for QAQ. Again, it's just a very passive lane that comes out top. They can't really play around with the Tusk as much as you'd expect. Paparazzi gets saved from that movement by PYW. Really good stall outs coming out from our Earth Spirit once more. And this time around, with level 6 approaching for Paparazzi, I mean, he's going to have a kill opportunity lined up. 7E is not too far behind in EXP though, so the threat of Rolling Thunder is going to be there as well. And they're actually just keeping more heroes mid. The Dragon Undyne, bottle top up out, although his inventory was full. No bottle refill for 7E.
Unlucky, 7E. Not going to be happy with the support, Jonathan. I mean, look, to be fair, as a support player, we've all done it. Let me tell you, your mid laner has a few words for you if you miss out on the bottle refill. Every time, without a doubt, they always have something to say. Top lane, old 11. To get jumped on, has the Spirit Siphons available. So he's going to be able to slowly heal up through it. Nice shots to block him in, but he's full HP. Boundless not even going to connect here from QAQ. Only onto the creep wave. So hard against the Death Prophet, and that's kind of the reason why you lane like this if you are the side of Extreme Gaming. Just Tusk jumps you, who cares? I just Spirit Siphon and walk away.
Down bot, a bit of a roll.
Jumping onto the Razor, but you're not going to have the follow-up. Slow is there, low. He will move his way back in. They've still got some bonus damage here from the Razor. Slow does keep trying, but as the Troll just really doesn't have the damage at this point to really be able to harass the Razor out.
Yeah, a bit optimistic coming out. That is forcing the side of CDEC to use their spells defensively, which I think is key. They don't want offensive rebounds into the dispost. They're forcing them to use that to break off the jump in from PYW, which leads to no threat onto low. So he just gets the farm. He doesn't care, and that's an interesting way to run that lane. Forced aggression to make the enemy team defensive and not allow them to be offensive, even though you're not looking for kills yourself.
QAQ, Boundless is going to be there onto the DP, so old 11 can't keep the chase going. DY just doesn't have enough slow to really hold back QAQ. 1-1, very slight net worth lead the way of Extreme Gaming. You know, I'd like to point your attention once again towards Paparazzi here on the Lena, John. Still basically free farming this whole game. His Imitator is going to try and fight him over a power rune. He won't get the power rune, but Paparazzi, he will go for a man fight. Disarm, oh, it's not going to happen. He didn't have the lucky shot skilled up. So Paparazzi just going to hide in this tree line, try to juke him out, but does get stunned eventually. 7E, you can't get into that corner. Or maybe he can, but now on the low ground. 7E just not getting lucky whatsoever. At least he does have a haste rune. but Paparazzi just too tanky with the raindrop charges that were there. And yeah, I mean, you get the haste rune for the Pango. Paparazzi, he'll take a kill. I think he's still happy on that Lina.
Yeah, you'd really rather the kills anyway. You want that farm, you want that early EXP. Paparazzi going for a bit of a different build from the Linus we have seen. Falcon Blade into Power Treads. Forced to rotate bot here with DY though.
He's going to turn around onto Imitator. Roll, PYW, once again, right on target, into the Geomatic Kinetic Grip. Imitator, he'll go for a rebound back the way of Low and does secure a kill. Very manly move here by Imitator to just jump right back in, realizing he was dead, but he makes the trade well worth it for his side.
That's a heads-up play coming out from Imitator. It does allow him to get a lot more from that engage, and you are slowing down Low by a good amount. He is still ahead of your Monkey though, but not by a huge margin. And you are in a much more even start here for CDEC to play with. No overwhelming lead, no one lane that's really going badly for CDEC, just finding the trades across the board. Bit of a smoke out here from 7E onto top. Old 11 was left alone for quite a fair bit of time. Might not be able to escape that as they do get bot.
Yeah, Razor's gone. They're going to try and trade up a top lane, but Old 11, he knows. Too many heroes missing off the map. He knows something's wrong. He'll just hang around the tree line at the top tier 1 and just survive. They can't jump him. That's a lot of wasted time here for CDEC. They lost their Razor as well, and again, the Extreme Gaming, they're just casually farming. Very, very happy right now on the direct.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Just
under
building
attack.
up. BKB being built up next by Paparazzi. Same thing goes here. Actually, a shift out for Low, going for the Battlefield, realizing they could go for a slower game. QAQ is going onto the Maelstrom. So you will have that farm disparity coming up once the Battle Fury for Low is up. You will outfarm the Monkey King because the Monkey King, I mean, he can farm with the Maelstrom, but it certainly isn't as quick. You do have the mobility on QAQ, but whether or not he actually does just want to sit back and farm is a different story. He's still left in his solo DP lane that they can't fully clear out. Smoke out from CDC down bot though.
They're going to try. Rolling Thunder is there. Low, he'll be targeted, but is going to outrun them. Instead, they'll try to focus down DY, but the Overgrowth is going to lock them down for at least a little bit. Chase is still going. PYW trying to help with the silence. Now the roll back in. They're going to try and force the fight. Low, he's there with the Battle Trance, but no, he doesn't get it off in time. Dispose is there, but he does eventually get it. Low, is he going to survive through this? Magnetize, it has been refreshed, but Low is going to drop. In comes Old 11. He'll join the team fight. Onto the Razor they go. The Spirit Siphons all over the place. PYW again setting up a perfect team fight. One of those things about Earth Spirit, John, you don't want to fight if that Magnetize just keeps going. PYW, eventually he does die, but these prolonged fights, it's the ES dream.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, he's
attack.
just landing it over and over again in this game once more, and that is spectacular performance out from PYW. He is sacrificing himself much more, but he's setting up for his team. They still lose Low, still a pretty big blow for Extreme Gaming, as that will stall out his Battlefield time once more, but you're slowing down Razor, you're not allowing him to hit his own BKB timing all too fast, and you are getting some space out. There is room up top for QAQ now to get a push going for himself. He does have the Javelin on hand, so a little bit more damage if he does run into Hero now as well. DY trying to slow down as much as possible with living armor, but it doesn't look like Extreme will want to force an issue up top with most of your spells down.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower
That'll
has
be
fallen.
the top tier 1 tower to go down. Extreme Gaming. PYW around. It's top lane. We'll see the shards fly out. They've got vision with the Observer Ward as well, so PYW, he could find Imitator here. Just needs his team to be able to back him up, but won't bother trying to roll in yet. Instead, there is QAQ. He's the biggest target. Not revealing himself on that creep wave, however, so he's going to be okay.
Dire
Seems like
are
CDEC.
scanning.
CDEC actually tries to maybe go onto Old 11 here on the DP, but that's a very risky move. We've seen this before, like without a few more heroes, the DP just going to heal up every time. QAQ now re-showing on the creep wave, so now PYW shows up. Roll. Oh, it's barely off the mark. QAQ with a very, very quick tree jump. Does make it out. And it looks like they've seen enough here. CDEC,
Radiant
they'll back
are
out.
scanning.
Just not going to waste any more time when CDC doesn't want to quite play in that area. Smoke out here from the side of Extreme. See if they find something off the back of this. Not quite spotted by anything. I don't think they were in that ward range in the jungle. They should have a good vantage point. No one in the triangle though, so maybe a wrap around behind up top could be the way to go.
Undyne. Right into core all 11 and Exorcism popped, just in case. Right into the tier 1 mid tower. You get a kill. The Tusk has no buyback anyway. Not that you'd want to commit it this early.
Radiant's
We're forced
middle
into
tower
tier 1
is
mid.
under attack.
But how do you defend now? Like with Exorcism up, I don't think you can force this fight. Maybe they can find Paparazzi. Rolling Thunder's there. Paparazzi gonna cop one stun. Unleash doing a lot of work. He will go for a Light Strike Array, almost down, and eventually will drop. And now the Overgrowth is gonna connect, so Imitator will go down. 7E gonna try to run onto the high ground with the Swashbuckle, but PYW right on the chase is gonna punish him for the Paparazzi kill. It's still gonna be a good trade for Extreme. They get the tier 1, they get the mid lane, they get a support, and all they lose is Paparazzi.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's still a core Lina that wants to kind of play as a carry from mid, but I like the itemization from Paparazzi. It means that he's not as constrained as, say, the Traveled BKB Lina, because he has a little bit more throughput with the Power Treads, with the Falcon Blade into the BKB. He's not going to be able to chase around as much, he's not going to be able to work the map as much, but that does mean you can give room now to Low to play with his own Battle Fury, which is flying out now. 15 minutes in, considering that he was laning against a Razor, this is pretty damn good. And he is number 2 in net worth. So the investment is starting to build up. You do have the full Maelstrom up in QAQ, but this is when CDEC needs to punish that greed. His Low going for the Battle Fury is very unprotected. You know, there's not much play he can get done, even if he pops Battle Trance, and he should try to run that down here.
DY. Move in with the Nature's Grasp, but don't go for too much more than that. Comes QAQ, just keeping tabs on where Extreme Gaming are going, as they're going to try and focus down that mid-tier 1 tower. A couple hero pickoffs would make it a lot easier, but it seems like DY and Low have realized the Monkey King was kind of just stalking them in the tree line. Still a big group up mid lane, but Extreme Gaming, they are kind of prepared to defend this. Only person missing in that mid lane right now is Old 11, who does have Exorcism back up in 15 seconds, and he's going to join his team. 10 seconds away from the ulti being up. This could be a really bad team fight to start. Low is going to get jumped straight away. He does have Battle Trance available, but has not popped it. And is going to drop. Still Paparazzi does at least find Imitator, but it's a decent trade for CDEC. They will try to make an escape and should be able to do so.
And that's what we want to see from CDEC, right? Like, you see the troll with Battle Fury, you know he's not going to be ready. You jump him straight away, just punish. Extreme not quite ready. They did have a ward on their outpost, so they might have had info, but that was a smoke play out from CDEC, and they catch Low by surprise. So, nice play from them, 60-11. Paparazzi with a BKB, though, does become a concern, because he can just stand his ground and fight an old 11.
Snowball to get away. Undyne doesn't want to be here, but doesn't know which way to go. Very panicky situation there from the Tusk. Just up and down, even pops the tumblers just the other way. Extreme Gaming still holding on to that mid-tier 1 tower. The 7E trying to be as annoying as possible in the Pango and just chip away at Paparazzi's HP pool. Not really going to scare him off too much. Obviously, you want to hold that tier 1 mid tower, considering you do have a Battle Fury troll. Thing was with that last engagement as well, like, Low did have a split second where he could have popped his ulti. So he just got maybe a little bit greedy, hoping to use it after the Boundless. 7E. Gonna blink out in time on the Pango. He'll be just fine. And it's all about the mid-tier 1, but they'll know that the Exorcism is up, and you might find the mid-tier 1 tower, but if it costs you your whole team, it's not going to feel very worth here for the side of C-Deck. Tower is getting healed up while all this is happening, very slowly but surely. PYW going to show up. We'll roll up back towards the high ground.
What have we here?
Exorcism already popped here from our DP. They were trying to hunt somebody down. So I suppose the Radiant side, you just kind of wait for that ulti to be over and go in. PYW, though, he's going to try and force a fight. He does go into Imitator, but Imitator's still just perfectly fine. As he does get himself out, and PYW is the one to drop. In they go for more. DY, he'll pop the overgrowth, but 7E still going to be just fine as DY somehow is still alive, but eventually the shield crash will get it done. Problem is 7E. He gets the train kill, but it costs him his own life.
Yeah, it's a big trade. 2 supports for that mid Pangolier, and you still protect your mid tier 1. So Extreme Gaming finds what they want. It costs them a few more bodies, but they hold on to the objective for a little bit longer, and the side of CDEC not feeling confident anymore and kind of trying to clear that out without the Pango's presence are forced to kind of get back. BKB was popped as well on Xiang Yu, so not going to have that ready for, say, a follow-up engagement here. And it gets a little bit awkward because CDC needs that mid gone. As you mentioned, you've got a troll with a Battle Fury here, Mike. You cannot allow that farm to come out. They've been trying, but the defense from Extreme Gaming has been pretty on point here.
Mid lane, more pings coming out here from CDEC, but they're not in really a position to try and force the mid tier 1. It's just so sad, right? Like, you're just watching the tower get healed up constantly by DY. You know there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, maybe in 10 minutes the tower will just melt anyway, but it's just going to be so heartbreaking. It's QAQ, barely able to prime string out of the tree line, but PYW is not giving up.
Oh.
He's found the Monkey King, but can he follow up? Not quite. He'll go south, and the Monkey King goes up north. Meanwhile, mid lane, the push starts, but the fortification is there. Paparazzi is going to be around to try and help defend this. Tier 1 tower is slowly dropping. In comes DY, though. He'll threaten with the overgrowth, and that'll force them back. The max living armor, John, you give plus 12 bonus armor to the tower. It just takes no damage.
It really doesn't, and that's, what, the second attempt CDC has had trying to run it down mid. Bit of a Shadow Blade play here. Not going to be able to catch out. It's a lot of commitment from CDC. Like, again, they understand the importance of that tower. So does Extreme Gaming. And their execution on that defense is just a lot stronger here. They're splitting them up a lot more on CDXN. And they're stalling the game. Like, your Lena's growing big. A bit of a chase.
7E going to go for a bit of a run. Lau had the battle trance, but not getting lucky with any ensnares before the Rolling Thunder came out. A little bit unfortunate for him. Still, considering he's been able to free farm now, he is second in net worth only to his own Lena. So things are going, again, very, very well for Extreme Gaming. CDEC, I mean, there's going to be a 3-man smoke. They know the troll was around the bottom side of the map somewhere. They could hang out, like go up towards the triangle of the Dire, but a very nice scan. They know the battle trance isn't there, so Low, he's still sticking around, maybe trying to bait. This is a very risky bait though, but he has the BKB. Imitator, he'll be the one to get caught, and now the roll forward, PYW, he'll force the BKB out from our Razor. Exorcism popped immediately, roll forward, but the BKB TP out should be enough, and will be. Roll forward again.
Whoa.
Undyne, not going to connect. PYW, he will leave it at that.
Yeah, still a nice pick off to get that, with CDEC smoking out for that one, and they're the ones to lose a hero. They are buying some space out for QAQ to find build-up, but with the Exorcism pop, they could reasonably go for Roche, although it does look like Extreme might want to, just play it safe. Don't force the issue. Respawns are short. The Rolling Thunder is back up if 7E does want to make a play into that pit. So just a little bit more defensive. 8-13. 5k lead for Extreme still stands, though. And it just feels like as long as the mid-tier 1 is still alive, CDEC is not going to be able to gap close that net worth. Like, they just can't stop the jungle farm. They can't stop how fast Paparazzi and Low build up on their respective heroes. They've just been bashing their heads against a wall. Still maybe a bit of a run in here up top.
CDEC, they're still very hesitant to move on to that high ground. QAQ in terms of farm, like he's going to be KB up with the Maelstrom, but he won't be feeling too confident right now. They'll move into the Roshan pit anyway, with the Wukong's command and the BKB. And in fact, I don't believe Extreme Gaming necessarily know this Roshan's happening yet. Things are coming out, but it doesn't seem like they're aware. Roshan just freely being taken by CDEC, and nobody's gonna stop them. Wow. What a sneak attack on the Roshan.
No wards from Extreme Gaming to watch that area. Probably just figuring everyone's hanging in the jungle or the triangle. And a nice little play out from CDEC. Secondary life ready to go on QAQ along with his BKB. So he's feeling good now in the monkey. Fairly well. Very, very well defended now. But it just doesn't feel like you're meeting the item parity. 6k lead at 24 minutes in. Might not be the biggest in the world. It is enough to have this kind of build up. Paparazzi, full silver red job. He hits like a truck. Like, you do not want to mess with that. Lena, double damage on hand as well for Paparazzi. So if they do manage to run in onto someone who is on their own, unfortunately, you can just clean up quite fast. CDC, I think the onus is on them here. Like, you have the Aegis, you've got that BKB on QAQ. You guys are the ones who have to figure out what you want to do. And that mid-tier 1, Mike, they leave it alone that long, it's back to 1k HP. It's like, if you want to go on that, this is probably your best chance with the Aegis.
Yeah, it certainly is. They are going to chill out for a moment, though, and just allow themselves a bit more time to farm. So QAQ is working on towards an Eye of Skadi, so you need a bit of time for that. Like you said, though, I mean, you've got the Aegis in hand. You've got to be the one to try and initiate something for your side. CDEC for now. Just sit back and keep that farm going. Maybe that's just why you want the Roshan anyway, because you know that if you take the Roshan, Extreme Gaming can't go for it themselves, and that way you're kind of safe knowing that there's going to be no objective taking. Though I say that, roll in mid lane, they have found the Marcy, PYW locking him down, doing it again with the secondary roll and finding a beautiful kill onto Imitator. I do appreciate the PYW item build up as well. Like, you see a lot of Earth Spirits rushing Urn into Vessel, but he goes for the Yules so he can set up the double roll and hold them down long enough for his team to catch up. It's a nice item build for Earth Spirit for sure.
Yeah, he's just enabling his team to follow through whenever he does move up. A little bit of a sneak around there, as we had a bit of a chase come out, but not quite being finished up by Low. Smoke out, though, on Extreme. Should be looking for a move. Like, if they manage to get a kill onto a tier 2, and that's up against a team with Aegis, and they're the ones that might potentially lose objectives if they're not careful. Not a good sign for CDEC.
Absolutely not.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
There's a group up mid lane. See, it just seems like they're just trying to protect their Razor for now. You're looking at Low, excuse me. He's just free farming on this troll. He's having a great time. Battle Fury going, of course. SNY being built up, even going for a blink straight after. C-Deck, they're going to try for this mid-tier 1 tower push once again. We'll see if they can get it done this time. Again, that bonus armor from the living armor. Very annoying for these right-click kind of cores. And in we go. Roll is there. PYW, he's found the POS 1 Monkey King straight off the bat. Overgrowth is out. Lock them down and just annihilate them. Aegis is gone. The Monkey King left behind. QAQ, I mean, he's popped the BKB. He'll try for the Wukongs. It's not going to matter. PYW, in the meantime, he was trying to catch more, but he does get taken out by our Razor. But what do you care? 3 for 1 in the favor of Extreme Gaming, and they don't even lose the mid-tier 1 tower.
They don't lose them at tier 1. They take the Aegis. They can find a kill. They could go for a move on to the tier 2, but decide to play it safe. Creep wave is still fairly far out. 9-17, 7k lead coming out here for the side of Extreme. And CDEC, they need to find a way to just leverage their items, right? It felt like they waited too long on the Aegis use. They clump up mid once more. There was ample time for Extreme to go for the defense play once more. And yeah, you've got this Basher Monkey King, that's nice and all, but it's just not enough. You aren't at that point where you're massive.
YW, another roll. No, he's got the Yules. In we go again. He's just setting up everything, this man. You can't... Honestly, after game 1, I thought they would respect his Earth Spirit. They did not. And he is punishing them once again. Mid, Paparazzi, he'll cop a Walrus Punch. That's about it, though. Still perfectly fine. Paparazzi, just no fear in the world.
Cool. very, very, very much relevant here, Paparazzi. I mean, he's still growing. He's still got a lot of room to grow. That's what I'm trying to say. Satanic's still on the way. He's going to be able to hold his own in the middle of these fights. The Basher from Monkey, still a very good foil to that if you can kind of
Radiant's
gap
middle
close and
tower is under
just
attack.
chain proc that somehow. But you also have to worry about low. I mean, that blink you mentioned is already up on our troll here, Mikey. He's got the Titan Sliver as well. Sanj not too far off for the Sanj and Yasha. All the stat resist you could possibly ask for. Locking him in before you can get Battle Trance is now a very, very tall challenge for the side of CDEC. And it just feels like this lineup CDC is really geared towards like a mid-game spike. You've got Pango, you've got Razor. There is some scaling on hand, but it felt like the first 15 minutes with this kind of tricore should have been in CDEC's hands. Ideally, that's when these heroes are at their best. And now you're approaching the half hour mark where Alina, we're Troll, where we start to approach the later parts of the game. These heroes just grow stronger and stronger, and your solution just becomes harder and harder to execute.
That it does, John. That it certainly does. Can I just say, by the way, I really like this Ogre's Hill Totem thing on the Earth Spirit. It just, more mobility. But hold that thought, because bot lane, there is going to be a fight to break out. DY is around with the overgrowth, but they're trying to burst him down immediately on the trade, and will do so. Now they've got the DP, and they take him out as well. Paparazzi forced to BKB and try to TP out, but does not make
Oh, the bash!
They get a bash out. Great team fight this time for CDEC. They take down 3 for nothing. And they do protect that T2 bottom tower as PYW is still on the run. Might make it. Looks like he will.
Man, just a little bit disconnected there for Extreme this time around. They did not have PYW around to scout for it and to start that fight for them. It was CDEC that took initiative. And that allows them to, again, line up for a mid. No living armor to worry about just yet. Respawns are coming out, but they've got the siege group to help. And shouldn't take them too long to finally get rid of that objective. So they even out the map a little bit more. 12 to 18, 5k lead still standing for Extreme. But the bite is coming back for CDEC. They're showing us some of that fight that they can still pull off. It is still harder to find those circumstances where CDEC looks good. I think Extreme, if they just stick as 5 or they stick around in the same area of the map, then their lineup just, it's so hard to kill off, especially if Low is around to cop a lot of those spells and just pop the Battle Trance. You're gonna have to try make a choice with a static link here from Shengyu and just hold him back, sap away the damage. But that leaves openings for Paparazzi, so a lot of back and forth choices there. For Extreme Gaming, I think it might be almost time that they start to play around next Exo, look for an objective to take, and start to clear out a little bit more before next Roche, which will be a 2-minute 40-second respawn there, Mike. So a longer timer in Roshan this time around.
Certainly is. I wonder who that favors with that longer timer.
终于等到你。
Group up here in the Dire Jungle, Extreme. Be there in Radiant Triangle. We'll see CDEC grouping up as well. So both teams, obviously they don't know what Roshan timer is, what the Roshan timer is, so they'll hang around the Roshan pit for now, maybe hoping for an early respawn. Satanic up in the meantime on Paparazzi now, so a lot more sustain for the Lina. Meanwhile, QAQ still trying to work on towards that Eye of Skadi. If he got the Basher before he ended up finishing that Eye of Skadi, so kind of explains why it's taking so long. Also a BKB up now on Imitate, so very nice item timings coming from both sides. But it does seem like Extreme might be the ones to pop their smoke first and try to force a fight. Oh, even a refresher orb now, Jonathan on the Razor. This could be perfect timing for CDEC to try and counter smoke if they wish. And they will. We've got a smoke on smoke situation. Who jumps in first? Low. He'll frontline for now. PYW, he'll take over. Single file formation up towards the Radiant Triangle. 7E, he's in position to break the smoke. PYW, he'll be spotted immediately for the roll in. Like a Giga Chat, he does not care. He'll move. Imitator with the BKB already getting blown up. Now the overgrowth. Hold down the Pangolier and take him out. Still they'll go for more though. Paparazzi in big trouble on that Lina. Will drop, but so will Undyne. It's still a positive trade for Extreme Gaming, but they may need to back their way out as CDEC, they're trying to smother them right now, but in goes Low on the Razor. They want the big one, and they might just have him. He is just getting annihilated here by the side of Extreme Gaming. Onto the Monkey King, they found QAQ. It just doesn't end. A dieback to come out, an ultra kill for the side of Old 11. Only one man survives. And I say he survives, John. It was a buyback from the Pango. So in reality, a full team wipe for Extreme Gaming. And they only drop Paparazzi.
That's just outstanding execution coming out from Extreme this time. Very nice and patient with the smoke. Good angles to kind of break that smoke as well onto the high ground, where they're patting from the lower ramp down south. And that should give them the opportunity for a little bit of a shove. Roshan only a few seconds away. Big objectives for Extreme to take. For CDEC, they just couldn't get aggressive enough with that smoke. They also managed to pop the refresh use on their Razors. Xiangye doesn't manage to really get the double static link he wants, runs out of mana, and when he ran out of mana, that's when Low went in. He understood, without the threat of static link, nothing can really stop him from just hammering onto people.
It's insane performance here. Once again, Extreme Gaming now 14k ahead, and Roshan's gonna spawn. Why is there a gem in the Roshan pit?
Money to burn.
Who's just chilling there? Wonder who left that one there, John? We'll never know.
Curious choice.
Middle tower is
It looks like DY is hacked because when he picks it up, there's no owner. So I'm assuming it's DY. It's kind of ensure that they know when Roche is back up. Shards onto old 11. Paparazzi with the Aegis, knowing that he's probably just much more susceptible to dying than the Troll is at this point. And now they can start clearing out some tier 2s. Heck, I think they could even go for the high ground. There's just not much high ground def from CDEC, at least not until some like the Ags comes out for Undyne, which is sort of a pipe dream at this point.
Radiant's middle tower.
Got the
is
scan
under
out as
attack.
well. They know exactly where CDEC are at the moment, John. This is a really, really nasty position for the Radiant. Luckily, they are in their own jungle, though, and they do have a very nice observer ward on the high ground. Extreme, they're not going to go into unventured territory. Instead, they'll hang around at the bot lane, start pushing in that tier 2 bottom tower. And you can certainly look towards the high ground straight after. All skills and ultis are up. In fact, nothing's on
Radiant's
cooldown right
bottom
now
tower is under
for
attack.
Extreme Gaming. The same could be said for CDEC, but the problem is if you get the initiation you're looking for as Extreme, we've seen how fast they can blow people up. And all it takes is overgrowth from DY. If he gets a big overgrowth off, it's really hard to fight back, especially when Paparazzi's just nailing into you. Still, they found the Troll. Oh boy, Low gets caught with his pants down. BKB pop. Battle Trance is available. He needs to pop it. Overgrowth is there.
Whoa.
It'll buy him the time. He's still got a chance. He'll fight back Low. Just going right onto the Marcy, and now CDEC, they're the ones in trouble. They'll lose Low, however. This Razor is going to BKB TP out. Instead, they'll find 70 on the mid Pango. That's a dieback. QAQ going to try and fight back with the Wukong's command, but old 11 looking to man up. We'll try to back off now. Imitator, he's the one back in onto the Marcy, but he is down as PYW. Not done yet. Onto the Monkey King. Still dive right back out. On to old 11, who just dives right into the fountain, it seems like. Onto QAQ, but
Jeez.
he's still alive. The Crypt Swarm. Oh, he walked back into the Crypt Swarm.
Oh no. Oh man. You know what this kind of
Oh.
move reminds me of, Mike? This reminds me of the classic Indonesian Dota play. Dive tier 2, dive tier 3, dive tier 4, and find some kills. And the difference is it's working here. They weren't punished. They managed to get some kills. I mean, they drop a couple of heroes here and there, but Paparazzi just looks like a scary demon right now. And they did lose out in the Troll earlier, but I feel like if
DY.
you did have that around, it would have been really big.
Radiant's middle
Man,
tower
you gotta
is
say,
under
like,
attack.
this Troll, he is waiting a long time to pop Battle
Oh,
Trance
yeah.
every fight. He had some trust in DY to make it in time. I mean, he was one hit away from dying, and that overgrowth came in clutch.
Yeah, they're playing on Razor's Edge, and this dies. It pans out. Again, they drop a couple of heroes to sacrifice, but they force out Fortify. Although that will be refreshed with a tier 3 take, as none have felt
Radiant
yet.
are scanning.
You managed to find the kills you'd want, especially onto that Monkey King. And yeah, you've got this 21k lead. And now CDEC, I mean, they need some good plays. They need some good pickoffs. Whenever they see Extreme kind of declumped, that's where they shine. And we've seen that a couple of times. They see these opportunities to find kills. They find them. Extreme starts to look a little bit lost. But they haven't done that often enough.
They have not. Group up once again, Extreme. They've got the Aegis for another minute and a half. They can keep this going, and they might just into the Radiant Triangle they go. Oh boy. They lost their Mystic Staff, I believe, for the Razor, and that's the build-up to his Scythe Device, and now they found 7E on that mid-Pango. Silence is there. No BKB is available for the Pango, but a nice snowball. It's going to buy a bit of time for now as they make the jump in. Low, still on. The Pango is gone now as they do move in to Low, trying to find that Troll Waller, but Low, he still has the ulti available, and Paparazzi, look at this man go right to work. In goes PYW onto QAQ. The BKB slowly about to wear off, but a nice balance. It's just not going to matter. So much damage, and now the fountain dives once again. Is it going to pay off this time? Well, they'll lose Old 11, but it doesn't matter, John. They want a GG call. They want this game to be over. It is not coming, but there's only one buyback. There's no defense to come. They're onto the tier 4s.
Yeah, they understand on Extreme side just what they've achieved already. Tier 4 is not going to reset the fortify here. Last chance. Only the Marcy spawning up anytime soon, and what a troll. This doesn't stop.
There's no chance. They're just not calling it. They are not calling the GG. PYW just playing with him. There you go. There's the GG call. Maybe hoping for a miracle to happen, but sadly he's not here, John. Extreme Gaming, they will proceed through to the upper bracket final here against RNG, and what a series it was. Extreme Gaming, another 2-0 victory. What can you say, John? I suppose if everyone 2-0s each other, one of them's going to get upset in the grand final, and there you go. Extreme Gaming just showing their dominance here.
Yeah, they play extremely well up against CDEC.
Oh, very
the roster
funny,
looks very... What? Oh my god, I don't even recognize it. Anyway, they play really well up against CDEC. You know, they hit these spikes. They go with this really nice draft again, kind of meeting the same conditions from game 1, where you had a really solid off lane built up. You had a really good support duo. Then you just have this huge carry from mid. The Troll was a little bit more of a carry to Simon comparison to our Bloodseeker, but you know, they managed to find that balance and just play around each other really well.
Oh, thank you for the scoreboard as well. We can have a look to see exactly what happened in this game. Imitator obviously having a very, very rough time, John. 0, 11, and 11. You almost wish he had 1 kill just to have the 5 1s going there, but sad, very sad, not able to get the scoreboard he wanted. Naturally, Old 11 having a fantastic game, John. 12, 2, and 14. Who's the MVP this game? Like, I feel like Extreme Gaming, they're like a well-oiled machine. Everyone's just doing their job. But we need an MVP, John. Who is it?
This game around, it's a bit harder to call. I feel like PYW still did a great job. You had really good movements from Old 11. I think that might have been the big one. Maybe DY, because some of those overgrowths were actually really game-winning. Like the fact that it would stall out these fights, the fact that History and Protector stalled out that mid-push for so long, really messed up CDEC. Like they grouped up onto mid 2-3 times. And it never panned out, and the tower went back to full HP. So it took them way too long to kind of cut off that farm and just kind of ruin that game for them.
Well, luckily, John, we do have a bracket we can look at as well now, as it has been updated. And let's have a look to see what's going on. So CDEC, Extreme Gaming are going to proceed to the winner bracket final. It'll be RNG versus Extreme Gaming in that winner bracket final. So a very hype matchup. We are yet to see, which will be, I believe, tomorrow, if I'm correct. Very, very excited for that one.
I believe it's tomorrow. Yeah, it should be a big one. Probably, again, one of these teams will probably get a 2-0 if they want to keep the curse. Hopefully not. Hopefully we see a 3-game series in that one, because every team that 2-0 is there does not get the grand final. So that should go 3 games for both teams' sake. It should be a very competitive one. Of course, we still have lower bracket games left today. So there's a lot more action going on here, and 2 more teams to be eliminated, Mike.
Well, I've got fantastic news, Jonathan. We do have a new duo coming up. Of course, I believe Bcop and Lizard are going to be taking over from here for the lower bracket round of 3. 2 more series coming up. Don't go anywhere. We've got some great casters on the way. Till then, it's MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again tomorrow.
attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back to some more Chinese qualifiers here for TI11. I am BCOP joined by Lizard, and yes, if you're already thinking it, we did coordinate our outfits. We are looking just very spiffy, but we are ready for some spiffy Dota coming your way, and it should be a fun one on these next two BO3s. It's the lower bracket time and more elimination time, as we're going to be here with YBB against Ichi Gaming. Blizzard, we saw some eliminations yesterday. It was a sad time to see some teams go. Now we got to see more teams go. Is there anybody in these next two matches
that I want to see go?
Surprised to see. Well, I was going to say surprised to see go, but also, yeah, sure. Who do you want to see get out of here? Just go on and get.
I don't want to see anyone get out of here, man. It's like everyone's hopes and dreams are basically to get to TI. So all of these players, I know how rough it is. It happened to me multiple times. Let's just say that. So I just know how heartbreaking it is not to make it to TI, especially for the older guys, right? Like the young ones, you're like, whatever. You got more seasons.
You've got time.
Yeah, you've got time. You've got seasons ahead of you. But there are some players, you know, that are on the other half of their career. And for them, it's pretty heartbreaking when they don't make it. But it's the same, I think. Even the young ones, they want to prove themselves. Even for them, it's not that simple when you lose. But obviously, today we have Vici Gaming versus YBB. And when you hear these two teams, you're thinking, yeah, Vici should easily do this, right? They should easily win. But it's not necessarily the case. I think that YBB can make an upset. They can kick Vici out the same way eHome got kicked out. And then in the second game, we have IG as well, right?
Yeah.
So we have two of these huge organizations playing, but let's just say right now it feels like they're past their glory times.
Yeah, Vici, we, especially even last year, they were definitely a team to look at, and things have kind of changed. They rebuilt around Poyoyo, aka Erica, and they brought in a couple of guys who were sort of veterans in XM and Victoria, and now Victoria is not here. You had BAB, Frisk, and Yang join the team, and everybody was thinking it was going to be Yang off lane and dead Yang Lang, but dead Yang lane. And now he's playing in the 5 position instead, and BAB is going to be in the 3, which, a lot of people don't know BAB, but he's just from Blaze. Like, he hasn't had this huge history of playing in Pro Dota, similar to, I would say, Zeal. And so, there's not a lot here from Vici that I think people, if they're looking at the roster now, are expecting. And you don't have a lot of time to get the chemistry working, and you don't have a lot of time for Yang to acclimate himself with the 5 position. So, it's very possible that Vici get eliminated by YBB, and YBB is the old Dandelion team who got signed by YBB after the season.
Do you feel that it's a shame to put a player of Yang's caliber on a 5? Because I don't feel that he's one of these captains that... Well, let's not say captains. Let's just say 5s or core players whose skills have diminished. So he needs to... he needs to go to that 4 and 5. As it usually happens.
I'm wondering if he did it out of necessity or why he's in the 5.
I think it's.
I kind of see that.
I believe it is necessity. I believe it was just an easier way to finalize their lineup. That's it. Just to complete it in the best way possible. But like even before, when Yang just joined Vici Gaming, when he became their offlaner, he literally changed the team. Like his offlane, who did he replace? Can you remind me? I can't remember.
In the off lane or when he
Yeah,
came
in
into
the
the five
offlane, in the
position?
offlane. Why am I struggling? But we both know the player. He played in the seasons like before. He was a Division 1 player.
Old 11?
No, Yang didn't change old 11. He swapped up a guy that played for LBZS or something like that, but then he played for Vici Gaming or Magma. I can't remember. My point.
Yeah, okay, sorry. It was either going to be Old 11 or Zhao Yu, I would say.
Yeah. So my point is basically that Yang just brought breath of fresh air to this team. He made them work from the offlane, right? Like he literally fixed Vici Gaming's problems just by standing in on that offlane a couple of times. That's why they picked him up again. But now he's a 5. We'll see just how much they can do with it. So far, it looked all right, but some things are still, some things are still there that need to be fixed.
Right. So looking at this draft now coming out from Vici, Undying and Shadow Shaman here with Dawnbreaker and Queen of Pain, and we've seen offlane Undying, but they've got the Dawnbreaker, which I feel like has been one of those heroes that just feels very strong as games get later. Definitely has some high impact from the offlane. I don't think it's going to be Undying in a core role. I think it's just going to be Shadow Shaman 4, Undying 5. Pretty standard.
Yeah, I think you also get the Life Stealer now, right? So perhaps it's one of those heroes that might be able to deal with Undying. And remember, yesterday we were watching Undying offlane, like you mentioned. He wasn't really countered by anything. This time around, there's Spirit Siphon, there's Life Stealer as well. Like it might not be that great of an Undying core game, so I agree. Most likely 5 Undying, 4 Shaman, Dawnbreaker offlane, and co-op on that mid to match up against that Prophet. If that Prophet is even mid, because YBB can still swap that out, right? Like they can put Marcy DP offlane very easily, Snapfire Lifestealer safe lane, last pick something into a co-op, even though there aren't really that many great lineups that I'm currently seeing, right? Like everything is kind of okay. Like you can still go, if you wanted to, maybe a Kunkka would be an option, right? Like you get the Kunkka into a co-op, you get that extra catch, but I still think DP mid is pretty alright.
Yeah, DP mid or even that DP offlane that we've been seeing with, like, I feel like Marcy gives a little bit similar to the Tusk vibes or even Snapfire 2, where you use the cookie, Scatterblast, and you run it with the Spirit Siphon.
Radiant team ban.
Like, I do think the Death Prophet can fit in that option. I think that VG are seeing that. Like, they ban an offlaner, they ban a mid.
Yeah, I think Ember. I said, what did I say? I said Kunkka. I think Ember was a better ban, yeah, for Vici Gaming. If you're worrying that, this is perfect. If you're worried that they might pick offlane or mid, I think these two bans make a ton of sense. Way more sense than the Kunkka, actually. Like, I like the Ember ban. He might struggle versus Shadow Shaman a bit. That's one of the reasons why I didn't call it out, but the other reason is I just forgot. I'm just making excuses now, but yeah, we'll see. They can put DP still on mid, I think. And what is there on the offlane? Something that can counter Vici Gaming's last pick carry PA. Okay, it's a good PA game, isn't it?
Does look like it, right? Like there's not that much catch here.
Yeah, versus the Life
They're really
Stealer,
lacking on YBB.
The Life Stealer matchup sounds solid.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what they have to go for. I really am trying to think of an offlaner that's left in the pool that they can go for. Nothing truly comes to mind. Like with Marcy, some ranged hero like a Viper perhaps that can break her would be decentish. The hero isn't really. He was broken in the old patch. I don't know what happened. Did he get that nerfed? Let me open up the heroes tab. Let's see. He got nosedive. Yeah, I remember that now. That's solid. Yeah, he's still strong. I don't mind seeing that. Maybe
Okay.
if you wanted to get that break.
Now Storm being played by ZC, like
Oh, they pick Storm. Okay.
I don't. It's mobility. It's a little bit more lockdown with the Vortex, but do kind of worry about what they're gonna do to catch these heroes.
I opened up the Heroes tab. I need to print screen this. I'm gonna send you a picture on WhatsApp. I opened up the Heroes tab. I came back in, and no one has any cosmetics. Well, none of the heroes have any clothes, not only cosmetics. It's looking real weird. I like the Storm pickup in a sense that it's not all on Lifestealer anymore. Like you get like another win condition from the mid lane. You do have Shadow Shaman once again against you, but it kind of goes both ways, right? Like if you get jumped, you're dead. If you jump the Shadow Shaman first, they have pretty much no any other kind of control. So all you have to do as Storm is eliminate the Shaman first, eliminate Fade, and after that, like you can play your game easily, right?
Right. Yeah, because there isn't that much lockdown on Vici either. There's just the Hex Shackle
Exactly.
really coming out from the side of Vici. Yeah. So it just, I think there's a lot of freedom in this game for a lot of heroes, considering the lack of lockdown for both teams. Maybe Starbreakers are going to land if they're lucky on Vici, but I am favoring Vici a little bit. I just don't know if they have what it takes to, as the game progresses, deal with this Phantom Assassin, which can get out of control if the lane goes pretty well.
Yeah. Do you see the lane going that well? I think the DP. I think this. I was looking for a ranged hero to be played with Marcy against Phantom Assassin, right? I was searching, like I'm thinking Viper, I'm thinking maybe Razor, I don't know, these kind of heroes. I was searching so much that I forgot that they had an offlane DP already that's ranged that can be played there, right? And then you make your life easier. You just pick a mid laner, either the Storm, the Kunkka, whatever. I think PA shouldn't dominate the lane that hard. Well, so we'll see. We'll see how much Undying will do there, because he's the X factor. It's not about the cores. It's about really the supports there. Player who gets the longest kill streak, ZC. First player to get 15 denies. I'm gonna go with.
I said ZC.
ZC.
But I put BAB for the longest kill streak because I know what that Dawnbreaker can do late game.
That's true. That's true. But still, though, if Storm is not dying, they don't have a ton of catch. Do they have catch for the co-op? They don't as well. Might go with the co-op. XM, my boy, don't fail me. Team with the most runes picked up by minute 10. Yeah, this is Vici for me as well. Rampage. Whose is that? That's amazing. I love it.
That's such a good line. What'd you say? Most kill streak? You said XM?
Don't copy my homework. Do your own.
All right, I'm staying with BAB. I closed the tab.
Yeah, do your own thing, man. Stop copying me. Don't copy my homework. You can copy my homework, just don't, make some changes. At least one change, so that the teacher doesn't say anything.
Have you ever done that? Did the teacher ever say anything to you?
Dude, it took all the time. That's the only thing I did. Understand that I'm a gamer, right? Like I don't have time to do homework. What are you talking about?
There used to be times where like I'd get into school, we'd wake up so early class. It was like 5:45 in the morning. The bus would pick me up at like 6:35. We'd get to school at 7 or something. I don't know why the bus system was like this, but first class wasn't until like 8:15. And you know, from that 7 to 8:15, I played video games all night the night before. I'd be doing homework,
Nice.
waking up, knocking out some answers.
I'd be sleeping at
It's-
that time.
It's gonna be all right. All right, I thought he was gonna get chased a little bit more. He's playing on the edge though. These runes are gonna be a big deal because YBB's got 2 of them. Gonna get 3 of them. No, so runes are even for our predictions in game.
I'm just thinking like co-op, it's easier for her to get to the runes than for the storm early on. But yeah, anything is possible. Again, it's one of those things that comes down to supports, which supports are easier to rotate. We'll see.
And just swipe your runes.
Exactly. My university
you sent me.
homework, by the way, was literally, you couldn't, like my math homework, you couldn't do it alone. It was like our whole university, we had 2 guys doing it, and then everyone else just copied. So
Yeah, you get answers from the people who are smarter than me. Yeah,
Exactly.
That's what I would do.
exactly, that's what Dota is about as well. Like when you're playing, most of these guys, they just copy the meta, right? That's it, and they try to figure it out. You copy it, and then you try to bring in a little bit of your own flair. It doesn't make it bad. Just that someone else came up with an answer before you. Why would you have to go through all the work again?
The answer's already been found out.
Exactly.
These lanes, and there's a little bit of back and forth early on with Frisk having Ether Shock. Obviously, that high base damage, and YBB, yeah, they've been having coordinator issues, so it's not too surprising that they have another pause going on. But I'm wondering if, as time goes by, they're going to be dealing with less and less of that. The internet or whatever, the coordinator kind of stables out.
Hopefully. That's all I can say, hopefully. Back in
All I
my
got.
day, we had DDoS. Those were the fun times. You know, like we all used, what was it? Like it happened, I don't know, maybe 7, 8 years ago, bottom lane. It's the
Yeah, first blood coming out for BAB.
Yeah. So we didn't have Discord or anything, and the only thing we used for communication was either TeamSpeak or Skype. But the problem was, like, one of those 2 things or both of them would. It wasn't that hard to get your IP from it or some shit like that, right? So that was the reason why we were all getting DDoSed, more or less. It was so simple to find all the info that's necessary to just break your internet apart.
Did you ever use raid call?
No. I remember maybe using it during the Warcraft 3 times a little bit, but that's it. We did have to like set up at some point. We had to all the pro teams. We had to set up like Amazon Web Services and link our Skype over that, so that it's not leaking our true data, so that we're safe like that. It was. Let's just say it was a mess. We had some messy times.
Yeah. Don't want to be giving away the IP. That's for sure.
I'm pretty certain those days are long past, but every now and then some crazy thing happens. Right now we just have problems with internet and stuff more than anything, right?
Times, yeah. I think so.
Gang on top lane, really putting in the work.
Doing this thing with the decay.
A classic.
Down in the dispose, and surprisingly doing a significant amount of damage there.
You saw that, right? Like Erica went from full HP to like 40%.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage coming in. I wasn't expecting it to be so much.
Because they didn't even use anything. What they used?
Ooh,
They used
again?
rebound and dispose. Look, they might be
It's just the
guessing here.
second time. Tombstone. Do they get the chance to turn this? Not looking like it's going to be terrible for Vici because they get a kill on a Beyond. Thought the Tombstone was going down pretty quickly, but they committed and they lose Beyond over the Marcy.
Classic Yang Gang play right there. He had 12 decay strength stolen, then another stack, and like it was a nice go on the PA, but the problem is you already lost so much strength. The PA had Fairy Fire and Sticks. That's something when you're playing these spammy lanes you have to take in account.
And you got to be ready for potentially the wands and sticks of it all.
The wands and sticks of it all, yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, on bot lane, you have 0 sticks. Because you don't need them. These heroes aren't necessarily the most spammy ones. You can get those a bit later. Lifestealer has one, but that's it. Do you buy a stick? Do you buy a stick? Tell me honestly, Bcop. Do you buy sticks?
It depends on the lane. I'm usually playing the 4 though.
You should always have a stick, man. Sticks
I think
save
about
lives. Yeah.
It depends on my lane. If I want to get that first item quicker, then I don't want to waste my money on my stick.
Oh, the stick will help you get there. It's like an investment. Think of it that way. You should always buy a stick. It's like, I never really coached a lot, but when I coached a little bit, that's one of the first things that bothered me. People sub 5k, 6k even,
Radiant
they just don't buy sticks.
Oh, well, I totally buy a stick then.
Yeah, of course you do. That's a better answer now. I don't know if this dive on top lane is that great. Like, you're diving and undying. He has still level 1 Tombstone, but 20 strength stolen.
If you're not too careful, they'll just go for you. Or I would almost expect with the more time they spend there, they could have a rotation from another support. Like Shadow Shaman's not exactly the worst support to TP up there and get a shackle or something like that. Instead, he's going to do that bottom. And just an easy kill on SJ. Like that, stepping up just feels like such a mistake against this duo lineup down bottom.
The question is, like, does he need to rotate towards top? Perhaps mid lane is a kill. I get that storm before he hits 6. That's what he's doing right now. You have Quap, right? But, the problem is Snap will TP to refill the bottle.
I was also thinking potentially Frisk there, like he doesn't have the Hex. Sometimes you see like that casual level where you're able to Hex and then Shackle. Pre-6, I think you could just Shackle on Storm, but once he's got that ball lightning, I think you'd need that Hex to catch him.
Yeah, for sure. That's why he went there a bit earlier, right? Like, that's why he's here pre-6. That's usually also what you do when you're playing into a storm. You try to get that 1 kill at least, slow him down before 6. Top lane, he's TPing in.
Yeah, he wants to go, and they're gonna look for Beyond. The decay is up to 20 again. Like Marcy's trying to make something happen, but Ether Shock, now a Shackle. It should be both these heroes dying. By BB, they have not gotten a kill yet, and it's 5-0 Vici.
Very nicely done by Frisk. Mid lane, XM did get a bit low, but look, he has Magic Wand, Sticks, Raindrop. Like, this isn't a kill. If you go on him, most likely than not, you're the one dying. If you're the Storm, that is. But yeah, why was he able to go top? He's able to go top because Dawnbreaker is a ridiculous hero and the lane has been controlled. Mid lane.
Yeah, they want Queen of Pain. They're going to come in with the Solar Guardian, and XM actually got out of the circle, but didn't matter. They'll throw a dagger and one more right click after a Sonic Wave to get ZC. I think ZC might have thought he was safe, but got hit by the Starbreaker and the Sonic Wave.
What did we say just a second ago? If they go on Queen of Pain, most likely they are the ones dying, right? And
I don't know if you even thought that was going to be with the addition of Solar Guardian, though. But it did come true just, what, 20 seconds after you said it?
Look. let's not go into the details about Solar Guardian and whatnot. I definitely forgot this hero even had global potential, but yeah, going on co-op top lane, they're gonna get the snap. It looks like
They're just
going on
racking up
co-op
the
is
kills.
dangerous. Yeah.
Let the fun begin.
Stop. Look at where Erica is in terms of net worth, as well as the Dawnbreaker too. Like, how many times have we just seen Dawnbreaker's lanes go so well, where they're top of the net worth and doing quite a bit early on?
Probably always, like whenever she's played. It's like very rarely that the Dawn doesn't do well, right? Like Zero just owns the laning stage, the post laning stage, the mid game. It also owns the late game.
Yeah.
It's a strong time, mommy. I like her a lot.
3 heroes up here top for both teams.
Does any hero inspire you? Like, I get inspired by Dawnbreaker. I go to the gym, I do like 15 sets of squats.
No, I haven't really been inspired yet by a hero.
Mine.
And maybe I'll take a closer look. Try to get inspired. Friskies are around. Like, they are definitely thinking if Beyond moves up a little bit too far, they just Hex Shackle. Leaving BAB by himself bottom, and finally they'll get the TP of the Shadow Shaman back.
It's basically like BAB, he had Solar Guardian, right? So there was no need to play
Summer?
with him. Summer is
He's
dead
in
here.
trouble. Yeah, Hex, Shackle, Celestial Hammer, and a Starbreaker for his troubles, and they get another kill. He was sitting there a little bit low. He's level 6, obviously, or, well, has his ulti from 6, and they never gave him the opportunity to do anything with that Infest.
Yang, top.
Top lane,
Death.
Yang. He's going to be the first death for Vici. 8-1. Not the Brazil we were looking for.
Close
But again,
enough, though.
like, Frisk
Close enough.
is close.
I was wrong with my runes. YBB picked up 8. YBB
So
mid.
is I. Vortex, Solar Guardian, but ooh, the Shackle gets taken away thanks to this Marcy. Marcy survives as the Infest is on him. They've got the Fire Snap Cookie, and they get the kill to XM. 4 heroes. But you need to be careful if you line up too close. They're going to use these Celestial Hammers and these Starbreakers to get these kills. They've got themselves to BAB on a mega kill streak. They'll look over now at Summer again, and they can't keep Summer safe. So they will lose the Lifestealer and lose 3 on the side of YBB. I saw their icon was still Dandelion. I almost called him that.
What happened, man? This is an insane rotation from both of these teams. Like, they get everyone.
From YBB.
Yeah, like 10 minutes in, we had full 10 heroes on the mid lane. I love it. This is some Balkan Dota. This isn't Chinese Dota right there happening. I'm loving it. The Queen of Pain did have haste. Like, she didn't use the haste. It's one of the reasons why she got picked off so easily. Obviously, Blink was on cooldown, but perhaps with that haste. Easier bot lane, Shadow Shaman.
Yeah. They're starting to line up some kills here.
I feel like as long as you kill the Shadow Shaman first, your fights are not guaranteed to succeed, but it's like the percentage that you're gonna win is much higher.
Soon to have the BKB on BAB.
What's he going for? Just the BKB. DP is doing a vessel. The casual vessel, probably BKB Witchblade build, I suppose, for that profit. Nothing that's out of the ordinary. Erica going for Battle Fury.
Tombstone down. 4 heroes here. Yang, Soul Rip, Sonic Wave surviving. Solar Guardian, that's going to drop down. Marcy in some trouble, but they take out Yang and they lose 3-4. SJ's on the high ground, and XM should be able to spot him, and they'll get a 4th. Ichi cleaning up again, now 15-4.
4 kills. Just for that and dying. This is like... This is a movie I've seen so many times before. It's like There's this poor little Undying walking around with 800 HP, maybe 1000. You go on him, he decays, he uses ulti, he gets 40% more strength, he pops the tombstone, soul rips himself. It's like suddenly he has 2k, you still haven't finished him off. All of his teammates are around when you were dying. Solar Guardian obviously helping him. And by the way, this all happened
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
even with the Spirit Siphon, right, being on top of
Right.
Undying and really
X,
hurting him.
Serpent Wards and Starbreaker. This is an easy kill on a Summer.
Are fortified.
They're breaking them.
It really has just been Vici all over the map.
They're just breaking them, truly. There is an ulti on the mid lane, so Beyond will use his spirits to help take down the tier 1 tower. Top lane. Risk.
Yeah, falling in. Vortex, a lot of right-click damage coming through with the Hex. He might survive this, but not likely. He'll throw out a Shackle, Crypt Swarm there for the kill.
I love how every single time there's a move happening on Shadow Shaman, BAB is like, no.
Radiant's
I don't
You
know
have
if
to.
They're drawing multiple heroes over. Like, the Shadow Shaman himself.
He's valuable. I would say that Fade, he's done such a good job in this game that he has 4 kills. Like, if they want to kill him, they should commit. Because if you commit only, the problem is if you commit only the Storm, who's telling you there's no Dawnbreaker around? Like if he gets hexed, he dies, right? So it's better safe than sorry.
Got the BKB on BAB. Not a lot of mana here for ZC. And had the Dawnbreaker maybe shown himself a little bit later, that the Storm might have stayed.
Hex.
Instead, they've got the Hex, they have the Shackle. They'll go for this Snapfire, SJ. Not long for this world. And XM on a killing spree.
Yeah, they're cutting off the Storm Spirit, but he has Kaya sticks. Should be fine. They're controlling the map completely. That's also a problem. Like this Shadow Shaman just completed his Etherlands. He has Tumbler's Toy.
tower is under attack.
It's not a blink, but he can reach you easily. Yang bot lane.
Unleash Yang, and he'll ulti, and now they've got the Solar Guardian again. It's like you've gone for this Undying, and by the time you get them, get the Undying, everybody's able to react. So they'll take the Marcy, they use the Sonic Wave. Coming over is the Shadow Shaman with the Serpent Wards locking in the Death Prophet, who is infested. Frisk is the target of Summer's damage, but there's not enough of it yet. Ball Lightning Vortex, that will help them get this kill on the Shadow Shaman. They've lost the Death Prophet, and they might just lose themselves this Lifestealer too. He's already infested, and he can't do it again. So they're able to chase, and Erica's got that kill and a double. And they're still looking over mid.
Azizi has too much mana. They will not be able to kill him. I don't think that they can pressure the mid-tier 1 tower as well. Maybe just shove in the wave, and that's it. But you could see the issue. The same thing is happening. They're going on Undying. He pops the Tombstone. Like you said, decays, soul rips his teammates. There was a tier 1 on the right side. Queen of Pain was connecting from the left anyway. They had the right idea afterwards. They went for the Shadow Shaman, but they didn't kill him fast enough. He managed to shackle the Lifestealer. Yang again, same thing, same place, but no Solar Guardian. That's the difference.
Yeah, no jumps this time, no help from the rest of the team, so he'll just die.
Yeah, I think without the Solar, you don't go. You just wait for a better play, right? Anyways, once you get the Solar Guardian, you will also have the BKB of cooldown on Dawn, so patience.
Yeah, they don't need to be forced to make these moves. And now they've got the shard, so BAB is gonna feel much stronger, having that magic immunity.
Next
And the
item
free
probably
movement,
a
too.
blink, right? Yeah, blink afterwards. It's when the hero really starts to become
Radiant's top
ridiculous.
tower is under attack.
We'll get greedy and go Deso after. Seen that a couple times. That damage really just starts to get out of control. Kind Phantom Assassin now has the Battle Fury, had gone Orb of Corrosion, so it's not the quick Battle Fury that, or actually went Treads Orb of Corrosion into the Battle Fury,
Yep.
and still got it at a decent timing within like that 16-minute mark.
Well, look, it's a bit delayed considering that she's 407. At the same time, perhaps Erika is 407 because he went for Power Treads and the Corrosion. I feel like he is one of those players that usually does it. Like he usually gets the Corrosion after Treads. To each his own. Like some players would disagree. Some Position 1 players would say that it's not worth it anymore. It just delays you way too much. But it definitely worked out for him this game, right?
Move there.
Easy BKB, procced, yeah.
Yeah, just the ball in the end. ZC didn't even need to do anything more.
Interesting that he popped his BKB as well when he has Starbreaker and the tier 2
Hammer.
tower, yeah.
Killed. Radiant's
Marcy.
middle tower is under attack.
There's a double damage on XM. Cookie or not, feels like you're just dead. And XM now dominating. And they're going to look for the +1. They've got the Orchid on the Death Prophet, but only one chasing, not more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The Death Prophet also going for BKB, but it's not yet completed. You don't have Marcy for 10. You might be able to
Still a
just
lot
take
of-
down the tier 1.
Still a lot of gold away. Umbor's Toy into the Shackle with the Serpent Wards, and they're going to get 2. Beyond and SJ both drop to XM, who's now unstoppable. That was a good move there by Frisk to just Humbler's Toy in, close the gap, and get these kills.
That was clinical as well, right? Just you plant a ward. It's always gonna happen. Like if you try to poke your head out the ward, like you are getting hexed. It's a Shadow Shaman team after all. That's like Shadow Shaman 101 gameplay. You plant a ward, you wait for it to be the ward, that if your teammates are around, you instantly catch the target. Undying. Again, on the same spot. And they're
He
searching for
keeps
more.
going here.
Yeah, they're searching for more though. Infest, smoke.
Take that ward in the river. Saw Yang.
There's a ward as well flying to them.
And looking for a +1, Frisk. No way to get out. He could shackle, do what he wants, but that's not going to save him from the right-click damage coming in from the lifestealer. These kills are all well and great, and I feel like you get what you get, but they're still down about 10,000 net worth, and Vici's cores are not. Their net worth is continuing to skyrocket.
Yeah, the hero that you would really like to kill is Erika, right? Like you'd really like to slow him down, kill him before Dezo BKB. Actually, he's going
Neither
for
cores.
Dezo,
They only
but-
have one kill between the 3 cores.
Yeah. Are you a Battle Fury Desolator enjoyer? Because it's like, I know that they're in a driving spot, they're in a good place, but I feel like this
Right.
Dezo actually gives YBB an opportunity.
They kill the PA and shut him down.
Exactly, because he doesn't have a BKB, so
Looking for me?
maybe there's a chance now. There's also a chance that Erika just brawls out of control, goes Rosh right now because they have Dezo.
Yeah, I think with Serpent Wards and Deso, it gives them that opportunity to get an Aegis. And I think the crucial moments, like you were saying, was like the Deso pre-Aegis, but Vici made the right move and went for it immediately. So now it feels like the BKB skip or like
Now it's
delay.
amazing.
It
No-
feels very
yeah.
worth it, yeah.
Now it's great.
All right, Ball Lightning in with the Infest. Sonic Wave
Oh my
pushes 3
God.
back. Look at the damage.
Oh.
ZC as well as the Marcy just gone. Tombstone, right click, Summer gone. Wow, they just blew him up. I mean, Vici put it in perfectly. That was a great Sonic Wave pushing 3 heroes back that just wanted to go in onto the Dawnbreaker. Very ambitious from YBB, and it is not going to pan out at all. It's actually going to be a full team wipe, too. Vici just have their number, that's for sure.
They had their number, but it's also YBB smoking up a bit too late, going in for that fight in the pit once the Aegis has been already claimed, and also initiating on Dawnbreaker. It's, I guess, like initiating on Dawnbreaker, it's not that bad when you have burst, but their team doesn't have burst. Like it takes them a while to kill a target. That's where Sonic Wave pushes them away. That's where you get the chance to Soul Rip, to use everything pretty much. Pop that BKB on
They're
Dawnbreaker.
still going. Cookie, but Marcy not surviving.
Yeah, this is slowly falling apart.
So Erica not even going for the BKB, going Manta next.
I guess you can shake off the silence and whatnot. It's okay. They're in such
Anything
a
but BKB.
yeah. I would say that BKB is the standard, right? But BKB also got nerfed a bit, and they're in such a comfortable position.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, look at the difference between PA and Lifestealer. Like, Lifestealer has what,
Radiant's bottom
Halberd
tower
and
has
Armlet.
fallen.
Yeah, building an MKB, but I don't even know if that's going to be in time.
That's very far away. Yeah, they have wards on bottom. They can use them.
They just don't have creeps to protect them.
There's a tier 2 on mid. There's a tier 1 on top. Perhaps that's the safer play, right? Just go for that instead.
Right.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
I
attack.
agree with that. Ooh, Serpent Wards. Yeah, tier 2 over mid. Now, this should deal a lot of damage. They can't really fight into the Serpent Wards. There's not really a moment where if you're YBB, you feel confident in jumping in. Even your best initiations have been stymied.
Middle tower has
They are infested, though. They are infested, and every second that passes that he's inside that storm, he's not farming, so... Maybe when you infest someone, you should split the gold 50-50, you know, brotherly love. Maybe big brotherly love, so 30-70, you know, he takes 70, you get 30.
I don't know if they could do that. The grief potential is there to just infest someone you hate to lower the gold they're getting.
Nice.
Wait, is there a problem? That's my first thought? Probably. Hex comes out, right clicks in. Phantom Assassin trying to get a kill onto the Storm Spirit, but has the mana and the survivability to get out of this one. They pop the mech. They have Shadow Shaman going down first. So Frisk is out of the fight. They land a silence on a 3 of these heroes, but it's not going to keep Summer alive. XM on a monster kill streak, and Vici just don't stop coming.
Yeah, ZC, he zipped so far, I feel like he wanted to get out of the game. Sadly, the Ball Lightning does not allow you to do that yet. You still have to stay in the same match, play it out. While he was in the river, his Lifestealer was dying, so...
Radiant's
Don't
top
tell me
tower
that
has fallen.
that Lifestealer doesn't deserve at least 30%, considering where Storm put him in.
Yeah. Deserves the 30%. And you know what I was thinking? You know, I give you Lacoste and Black really bad Ags ideas
Radiant's top
periodically.
tower is under attack.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Ags on Storm gives you Pac-Man passive, where you can ball lightning off the right side of the map, show up on the left side of the map, where if you go off on the left side of the map, you can come back on the right side of the map, like Pac-Man rules.
Why,
You just
why
get
don't
to
we
show up on the...
Why don't we do that for every hero in the river? Like, let the river be this path that allows you to go from left to right and right to left.
It could be. I wouldn't mind it as Marcy loses life here. And now it actually puts XM on the longest kill streak.
Oh,
I was right for so
see-
long with BAB.
You see where the river kinda goes under the bridge next to the tier 1
Yeah.
tower, and then has a small, right there on the right, there's this small piece of water. If you go inside there, you show up on the other side. Nice.
This is not going to be enough with the Solar Guardian. They committed just to save Frisk. Jay, no, not getting out. Starbreaker's there, and BAB will get the kill. He's now godlike.
Done quite well.
Damn it, you know what I hate more about? I'm losing, right? When it comes to the longest kill streak.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not. It's XM now. Never mind. It's all good.
XM and BAB, yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
If it counts.
Yeah, so basically, I wanted to say that I hate more than anything. I hate losing to you, and BAB was in front, and now XM took over. So I'm right. It's all good.
Fair enough. If BAB had got the Deso, he'd be cleaning up on kills.
He would. He definitely. It's his fault. He messed you up. Like, your prediction should have been right.
I think it's still technically right if they're tied. I'm not
Well, I'm
certain.
XM on my screen is the leader, so
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
it probably
I
has
gotta
something
hope.
to do with who got the last one or something. Last one.
Shackle and
Damn it.
BAB going beyond.
Damn it!
Are fortified.
Where are the crits, Erica?
Are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is
Serpent
under
Ward's
attack.
committed bottom, and they are going to get this tier 3 tower with no retort coming in from YBB just yet. Ball lightning all the way through, and TP back to base.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Backs too.
Radiant's bottom
Wow.
barracks are under attack.
Fast.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Chase
has
tried to
fallen.
deny it.
Be infested. Can you actually? What does the lifestealer? He still didn't complete his MKB. He needs a recipe. Come on. He's 500 gold away. Get him out of you. Let him finish off that at least.
Seriously, he has to have that to fight.
It's like I don't think that it will be of much use and that it will change the game, but it gives you an opportunity at least. Maybe you can kill off the PA. Wouldn't you like to have 30% in this situation? You know? Get a little bit on the side, jump in with Storm, get that goal.
Would you want to be giving up your 100% if you're Storm? Like 70?
Probably wouldn't.
Exactly. I'd rather lose my gold to nothing than give it to my carry.
Okay, then maybe like when he's about to infest you, you get the. Do you allow this passenger? Is he wearing a mask?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is you have to pay a fee to infest gold-wise. Oh, going behind, and I believe they found Marcy. ZC's right there, and BAB not going to get that kill. It's Erica who grabs it with the crit, but you see ZC infested, just trying to leave, and not really committing just yet. Fully, finally he TP's out. I feel like he was kind of playing with fire there.
It did make them go on this long journey towards the top lane. And that was Richie Gaming's smoke too. So now that they know where everyone is, Lifestealer can actually farm. Before it was a bit dangerous, that's why they were infested, that's why they were making the move that they were making. So they,
I guess so.
yeah, so they will have an MTB now on him for the next fight. Fucking peace.
5,000 net worth lead. Roche up in 40, so IBB, I guess they have two options. They either contest the next Roche or they concede and fight on the high ground. But going to be very dangerous to give up the Roche like that.
If they even wait for Roche, Richie Gaming, they're just storming the high ground already.
Radiant's top barracks are
Storming
under
the
attack.
castle. They're in,
Radiant's top
and they're out.
barracks has fallen.
Because they got what they came for already, B-Cop. That was quick. Yang even laughs a bit.
Dire's bottom tower is
Not
under
much
attack.
stopping them at the moment from really getting it done. Unbreaker can go bottom because you have obviously the global potential of just using that that Solar Guardian and getting in. Vici, they don't have to rush, right? They just have this massive lead. I don't think MKB, while being a big item to do some damage here to Erica, I don't know if it's really game-changing enough.
You're 30k ahead, B-Cop. Usually nothing is game-changing enough. Especially if you're going high ground.
Yeah, they're coming into the high ground. They're going to ball lightning to the back lines, but they don't find anything there. They've already lost SJ. There's the Solar Guardian slamming down. Doesn't land on anybody with the BKB being popped by ZC. He's not in just yet, but the unleash won't matter as they've unleashed his life and kill off this Marcy, and they'll just call GG. They lost their supports. See that it's impossible for them to win, and they'll call it.
Oh, I was correct in the end.
So was I. BAB.
No,
10
it's
kills.
XM. 10 kills.
It says it's correct for me. Everything else is incorrect, though.
I don't know. I need to see a screenshot. I think you're making things up. Yeah, this last ditch attempt to go high ground. Usually you need smoke. You go there with the smoke, but like this, you can feel the desperation. They knew how far behind they were. They wanted to make a move before Rosh respawned.
Right.
It backfired. This whole game kind of backfired off of YBB going for wrong targets. I feel like they attempted a couple of kills on the Undying, then they attempted a couple of kills on Dawnbreaker. Let's just say that they might kill a Yang, but they lose 4 or 5 heroes in the process.
Yeah, it was. It always felt like a 1 for something, right? Like we could take a look at the scoreboard and see just like the KDAs of these heroes, which were out of control. What would I tell you? At like 10 minutes, it was only, or maybe even 15 minutes, it was only 1 death for the core. It stayed that way for VG. 9-0-14 for Erica, 10-1-16 for XM, 10-0 and 18 for BAB. Like, I mean, they only had 10 deaths on the supports too. Like, that's really not many.
Yeah.
But they just, YBB never really found answers. It was pretty disgusting. Like, Vici just in every aspect of the game, I think they were ahead and they were quicker in a lot of things. Quicker in responding, quicker in winning their lanes. Like it just was always out of hand for YBB, and it never really got there. So
our boy Vepis,
it's
even
troublesome.
our boy Observer in the chat, he's like, they actually looked like LGD. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
he
agree
did
with
say it.
Vepis
Actually, I'm looking at
very
that.
often, but they did look very strong. Yeah.
I think the formula they put together was very LGD-esque, and the way that they played with their aggression. I think their shot calling was really good in that game, and we'll have to see if they can keep it up because this is a lower bracket. It's elimination. IBB, they're now 1 game away from getting eliminated, and we'll see if they can hold on and push it to a game 3 when we get back from the break. So we'll see you guys in a moment with game number 2. Stay there. We'll be back in a second.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, and welcome back here to some more Chinese qualifier action as we are getting back underway with the YBB Vici series. It is Vici up 1-0 over YBB, and YBB just one game away from potential elimination, so it is now do or die time for them. They've got to win or go home. Winner of this series, though, takes on CDEC in the next round, so it's still a long road from this point. We continue to talk about the long lower bracket run. Blizzard, coming out of game one, I got to ask, what are your numbers? What's your mindset if you're YBB? What are your thought processes?
Maybe just steal everything they had and prove that it's just the draft and not the execution.
I could see that. I don't know if you're alluding to something that might show up on the bottom third.
There we go. No, I actually I had the stream feed minimized, so I thought that you guys are seeing that already. But yeah, they basically did exactly that. They stole the Dawnbreaker and the Shadow Shaman. They gave away the Marcy and the Dead Prophet, so we have the sides pretty much switched. But we'll see. Like, that game did not look pretty for YBB. It looked like they're a team that got completely outplayed. It wasn't only it truly did not feel like it was only the draft, but it usually feels that way, and it usually looks that way when the draft is when the draft plays a major part. You know, like when you have this good set of heroes. They had Shadow Shaman Undying that completely shut down YBB. The two supports did a ton of work. Usually when two supports do so much work, it looks like you're just being outplayed everywhere. Meanwhile,
5 seconds remaining.
Storm was struggling versus Shadow Shaman, Undying. Everyone else was struggling versus Undying, and that's why we see one banned, one picked up.
Do you think that Vici are kind of finding chemistry, and that's why they look a lot better? Like, this is obviously 3 new players on the team. They come into yesterday after getting whopped by Aster Ares, and then now they beat Team Fusion 2-0. Maybe you find a little bit of momentum on their end, and like now they're putting the
10 seconds remaining.
parts together. The gears are starting to shift in unison.
5
Yeah,
It does feel like this team's kind of the shot calling in that last game felt very on point.
Yeah,
for them.
because you usually need, like, it's not that simple to just jump into the pro scene. You need scrims are fine, like scrims definitely help you, but you need a couple of official games under your belt to really get the ball rolling, right? That's what they got yesterday, and today it looks like it's turning into a small, little, nice snowball. You know, like it's starting to get some snow, some track on it.
Yeah. Were you ever good at that, building a snowman and like rolling a ball of snow together and making it like the big base that you needed for a snowman?
I was more of a bully with a stick. I show up, I ruin everyone else's good work. I feel better about myself. You know.
What happened to me when I was younger? I used to
Yeah, that was
try to build
me.
these snowman.
That was me, Vikov.
I didn't know you
ruined your
spend time abroad and you were picking on me as a kid.
As long as you don't eat the yellow snow, it's all good. And like, I like snowman, but we never had, like, I'm from Bosnia. We would make giant ones, actually. You know, like, we had a ton of snow here. Like, our winters, let's just say, are a bit different than, because I live in my city is in the mountains as well, right?
Right.
Like, I think 2000, maybe 1999 or 2000, we had this snow that was so big. We were jumping from bridges. Like, we would jump from a small bridge into the snow. That was our.
That's wild.
It was
It's
fun.
such a wild thing to hear.
It was fun. It was fun. One guy broke his legs, but it's, you know. it's
Yeah, but he's not going to ruin the fun for all
exactly.
of us. We still continued to jump.
Speaking of snowballing, Vici Gaming definitely did that in game 1. They're definitely doing that overall as a team, it feels like. And they're getting this Omni. Nice. Like yesterday we saw Omni do a ton of God's work, but he was playing into a bat as well. And that was really helpful. And not only was he playing against the bat, he was playing with these Trent cores. He was playing with Tiny, he was playing with Undying offlanes. So his Heavenly's Grace looked busted as hell.
Oh yeah, 5k health at 15 minutes for Undying. Nothing to see here.
Yeah. This time around, what can he do? I guess he can dispel some of the Shadow Shaman things, right? So that's good. Besides that, it's not like he's countering a bat or anything like that.
No, nothing crazy yet. Okay.
It's a troll.
Radiant team banned.
Do you like a troll? Nobody likes trolls, but in this game, I guess versus Omni, there's ulti, right? Like Omni can pop his ulti, make troll a bit underwhelming.
10 seconds remaining.
He feels kind of kiteable with the lineup that Vici have at the
5
moment.
seconds remaining.
Yeah,
Like Troll goes on to the Queen of Pain, you can blink away. Marcy can rebound. Death Prophet's speedy by nature. And especially like Heavenly Grace, I feel like you have freedom to just leave.
okay. Yep. I can see that, I suppose. He did get buffed a little bit with the net piercing magic immunity. Basically, just give him bash back. That's all he needs. Give him bash back and make him capable of building a basher. Good old times. Let's go. Do you remember the good old times? Troll hits you.
I mean, they are bringing back the old look of Faceless Void and Razor. You might as well start bringing back some Dota 1 stuff.
Yeah, it's
Or
not,
some older Dota things.
they are. I can't remember what exactly, but some things have already been brought from Dota 1. So, do you remember the Carti in Dota 1 in which Centaur would pick you up and put you in it? No, I can't because we weren't crazy back then. But
Hey, crazy's fun though. I'm so down if we started doing other things like that.
I'm sorry, wasn't Troll one of the best picks versus Lifestealer back
10
in the day?
seconds remaining.
I know things have changed, but it's still kind of similar. They're different but similar. Okay.
I'm not really on board with these Lifestealer picks. I know it's had some success and Vici had some success with it, but
Do you get Alina here? Because you don't really have any of these frontline setuppers. Like Ember is banned out. I think Alina is a decent option, but usually it's nicer to have a Void or a Mars on offlane or some of that stuff, right? Like you don't have that.
yeah, just another stun for YBB would be good.
It's a mid laner though, right? Oh, it isn't.
Now select
It's a
Oh,
bounty.
whoa, my God. We were talking about this yesterday, Bounty Hunter.
Where are we? Can't remember
Yeah,
our
we talked about
conversations.
Bounty, because then we talked about Bounty Tinker.
Oh yeah, we did.
And For the Moon at Epicenter XL and all that.
I also think it's one of
The Tinker.
my most played heroes at the moment. Recently, at least.
It's your most played hero? I thought you
Yeah.
said that. I thought you just said Bounty was trash yesterday.
Yeah, but I'm trashed as well.
Oh, come on.
So it doesn't really. It's good. I get a hero to blame. No, like overall, what do I feel about Bounty? His shard has been reworked. I don't have to go into heroes list to tell you that. Basically, his shard right now is he gets 2 charges on his invis, and he can cast it on his allies without breaking his own invis, which is kind of nice. Sounds great. Sounds like the old Treant Protector. Remember back in the day when you could just put your nature's guys on anyone. It's good.
Right.
I didn't find use in it, but I didn't find use in it because those were pubs. Like in pubs, people don't even read patch notes. It's hard to. You put invis on them, they instantly start hitting a creep, right? So Like it's definitely gonna be different here, but I'm wondering if he even goes for the shard, or maybe he goes for the build that Eastern Europeans are doing, like Vanguard into Aghanims. Like that's also perhaps an option.
That could be a lot of
Is he mid,
damage.
by the way? Who's mid?
No, it's Beyond. Beyond is playing the
Okay, yeah, I see.
the bounty.
I see. Yeah, yeah.
So is it mid? No, it's not mid. I thought it was going to be mid Dawnbreaker actually, but it is ZC on.
I was just waiting to see, really. Like
Oh, it's ZC on the snap. Sorry.
Yeah, the bounty has a quelling blade, so he definitely wants to be hitting some creeps.
Number of blink daggers before 25 minutes.
Who even buys Blink Dagger before 25 here? No one. I'm gonna go 0-2.
Nobody.
Time of first 8 to 11. Damn, I'm running low here on time. Player with highest total magic or pure damage. I'm gonna go with some Quap of Pain. First player to buy a Blink Dagger.
30 seconds.
A
to battle.
BOB. No, the Dawnbreaker. Let's go. Let's go.
I guess he's the only one who would buy a blink dagger in this game too.
Shadow Shaman as well, but I guess he gets it a bit later.
Shadow Shaman is
Going for the Vanguard.
I put BAB as my guy to get most magic damage.
Bounty Hunter Vanguard, by the way. That's what he queued up already.
Damn. Gold.
Hasta luego. Get him. If you could do a voice line, Decop, what would you do?
I don't know. I've definitely given it a lot of thought since last year. I try to come up with multiple voice lines. One being toxic, and then one being like team oriented to get people hyped up. Like I feel like it would just be a quick little like let's go, but like with a lot more emotion. If I was gonna do one that was like team oriented, something you can spam, you know.
Like, hasta luego.
Hasta luego. I don't know whose voice that is, but it's very soothing. Their voice. I feel like you need a very spammable voice line. You know the guy from The Simpsons who just goes, like I feel like that would just piss people off.
That would be good, yeah.
You just
Yeah, I agree.
would be very unhappy. You miss a CS, spam it. You get you don't get kill in the lane, spam it. You get killed in lane, still spam it.
No matter what, spam it.
Spam it.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I like that. Like that idea a lot.
I'm gonna use that idea when I get the opportunity to do so at some point in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just entranced in this top lane.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm the
nothing's
same.
going on.
I'm literally, I moved for a second to different lanes, but mostly what I'm doing is literally just watching Bounty steal some gold.
Yeah, that's like the only thing I'm doing is just watching Bounty Hunter.
It's like he's doing God's
Wondering what
work,
he's gonna
stealing
do.
gold from Erica. Like, honestly, the eggs build is still kind of busted on Bounty. Like, if you can get to that fast enough, like Vanguard plus eggs, you Aether Lance or something like that, and you just spam the Shuriken toss, and like you get an item every single fight, more or less. There doesn't even have to be a fight. You just crit them a couple of times with your Aghanim's Shuriken toss combo.
I just worry maybe about the bounty's positioning coming to these fights, where the Marcy's going to be to potentially jump on the bounty, because I feel like that's the play, right? Like, rebound, stun up bounty, everybody commits, dispose,
You
kill.
have bigger issues here. Bounty isn't the main one. Like Shadow Shaman probably is someone that you need to take care of first. Snapfire as well.
Yeah, that's where the lack of lockdown for Vici scares me as well.
The only problem
Like,
is
that is just nerve-wracking. It's your Vici done.
the only problem is like you picked Bounty into an Omni Knight. There's a strong Dispel, right? On himself and a Dispel on someone else. So every time you track Omni Knight +1 hero, he's gonna Dispel both of them. So yeah. When you consider that, Aghanims might not even be the play here. I'm not sure what the play is, because your shard isn't good anymore in a way in which it allows you to Marcy.
In trouble. And can the Dawnbreaker get it?
Has 5 more movement speed.
Burned out, safe the entire way. Yep.
350.
Told me that information. Knew that they weren't dying.
So
What's
basically,
up this Vanguard?
almost has it, yeah. But the thing is, like, you could buy the Vanguard together with the shard, or just the shard plus whatever phase boots, and you're a boss in the mid game. Like, it was so difficult to kill a bounty hunter. Don't have that anymore. Same any longer.
Strong Dispel is going to be a problem. I was just showcased there in the top lane.
Do you enjoy the new shard, or do you think the old one was better on bounty? Be careful what you answer, because I'm gonna judge you as a person. I'm gonna judge your character off of this answer.
I played one game with it, and I thought it was really strong, just getting the invis, but I think that the team I played against, I wasn't the bounty, I was playing with a bounty. The team that we just played against didn't utilize playing against something like that well enough. They didn't itemize for it, so we just got to really get away with whatever we wanted.
So,
It just set, once you get it, theoretically, 15 minutes, if you get it on that marking, you can literally have tanks that have 2 invis throws and make moves like your smoke
BAB.
around. Ooh, the troll trying to fight back, and BAB, victim of summer, his first blood comes in, and
Double
so
kill.
does second.
this is a
Blood, why
perfect
not
start.
second blood?
Perfect
Yeah,
start
that's
for
exactly
you.
what they wanted.
Really, I think the bounty hunter pick for them was some comfort pick more than anything else. They just wanted to play it. There are teams that always want to experiment with the bounty hunter, so maybe that's the case. Bottom lane, that fight lasted for like a minute. I swear they were hitting each other. So I love how no one wanted to budge. Everyone just continued hitting. It didn't matter. But obviously, Troll, as he hits more, he gets more fervor stacks, benefits from that.
Top lane, they're under the tower looking for Erica. This is a little bit surprising, but yeah, immediately the track gets dispelled. Still, though, you can't really feel too confident going after this, and you just reapply the track after it's been dispelled. They're going to run. They've got the shuriken toss. Nobody's TPing in, and finally somebody comes over, but it's not going to matter. Like, SJ's already got the shackles, so it's a 2k lead as they get the track kill. They've got the track on XM. SJ should drop at some point.
Is under attack.
And they will lose the Shadow Shaman, but still, Beyond is
Super worth it, right? Like,
having
that's
some gold.
instant track kill gold. Even with the Omni Knight, like you said. Like, bounty hurts. Especially when he can dish in the pain all the time with Junada, right? And he has that Vanguard exactly for that. All he needs to is to be able to sustain himself.
Not only that, like, Janata, sure, but
Nine hits? No problem.
Shuriken hurts. Like-
It doesn't. Look, Shuriken used to hurt. It doesn't hurt anymore.
Yeah, but when you're able to spam it every 5 seconds,
Even,
like,
I think
120 damage is no joke every 5 seconds on such a, like, it's not very mana intensive.
it's, yeah. It used to be amazing. Now it's
Yeah.
okay. But you can spam more of it, you're right. You are feeding stick charges when you do that, but overall, yeah, I agree. It can get annoying.
They're gonna go again. They've got Snapfire down here. Mortimer's Kisses, both Frisk as well as BAB just standing in the Kisses. The Sonic Wave, but the ulti comes in from Summer. They get a 2-for-1 so far, and now a 3-for-1, 4-for-1 with XM dying. Finally, Summer goes down, but I don't know if they were expecting to lose Yang on top of that action with XM.
Quite a different start to the game, right? In comparison to what happened that last one. Troll getting a ton, good rotations from the Snapfire, netting them kills, top lane Bounty Hunter just being left alone. Like, this is... He's taking down the tier 1 tower on his own. That's it. And I don't see the point in which Richie becomes super scary. BAB, he needs to get his level 6, obviously, and then you can play with the Omni Knight. Like, Omni plus DP is pretty strong.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Seems like IBB are gonna pull away too quickly, similar to the Vici game in the last one. Where do they turn this around? Does Erica ever keep up with the troll at this point to where they feel like the lifestealer can fight?
I don't think he ever can keep up with the net worth. I think he can only start fighting really fast. But the problem is, like, if you're YBB, you're dying bottom.
Yeah, you're losing heroes, but Beyond dying is a kill that is certainly going to feel nice with BAB then getting a killing spree and potentially pushing this tier 1 tower bot.
This is really what they needed. They needed a counter kill on the Bounty Hunter. So basically, I feel like YBB had this game completely in control. But they did throw a little bit now with these deaths on the bottom lane. You really want to keep the momentum with Bounty. You want to be fighting all the time. You want to be netting at least even. Sometimes it doesn't even have to be even kills. Trading kills, right? It's not only that. Your troll is buying a Battle Fury. You will outscale Vici Gaming. These next couple of fights need to go your way.
And this is what can kind of change games for bounty hunters, I feel like. You get a little bit too comfortable into the invis and track role where they're not, if they don't capitalize on it and they don't get these kills, then it's not going to feel as great.
He's going in on Marcy.
Track on XM and Frisk, so you get those kills, their gold is just going to really bump up.
Also about the fact that Vici Gaming can't fight. They want to fight, but they can't. Like, Lifestealer still doesn't have his armlet.
Do they have to just be waiting and fighting in with Exorcism?
Pretty much.
If you're Vici?
I think so, pretty much, yeah. That's literally what you need. Quap, it's cool, but it's not enough, and that Quap might even fall. Let's see.
Dire are scanning.
Tracked and should be aware that probably not alone. And like, I guess for Vici, they're not giving up any kills on these tracks at the moment.
Frisk.
You just need to be farming a little bit better. I would
give
say.
one up.
So well, yeah, they might give up the Marcy. There's nobody here to help them, at least not in time. Yang's just not there in time. XM, he's nearby. They do have Erica, though. Drop down the Serpent Wards. They land the cookie, and now Erica stunned up. Needs to be careful. Sonic Wave comes in. SJ drops. Erica's got the Infest pop, but Erica's now in deep. Get hit with the Starbreaker. Yang dies. They'll finish off ZC. They've got BAB from behind with the Exorcism to take out Beyond, and all of a sudden, Vici didn't look like it was going to go well for them at the beginning of that, but all of a sudden, they grab 3 kills.
Nice rotation from BAB, right?
Yeah, and it came with that Exorcism.
Yeah. Came from behind, cleaned up a little bit, definitely helped. They still traded, I believe, a couple of track kills for 3 kills, so it's not...
Yeah, they traded maybe Yang. I wasn't sure if he was tracked when he died, but I know Frisk was, for sure.
Yeah, so they got something out of it, but they also, on one side, Exorcism was used, on the other, Shadow Shaman Ward. It's kind of even. but definitely went better than I thought it would for Vici Gaming. Because they were the ones initiated on, right?
Yeah, the turnaround, albeit maybe a little bit slow, was well done. And I think truthfully, like XM, he's been playing these fights really well. I know he's played 2 games as Quap, but it's looked really good.
No, I agree. He's not jumping in too deep. What we saw yesterday was Quaps that just go in, die very fast at the beginning of every single fight, right? Because it's a really difficult hero when it comes to positioning. Also, XM is using his Sonic Wave as a saving tool very often, which is
He's doing so much damage with it. Like it's almost a great way to use it, right? Because he's using it to push back 3 heroes. 3 heroes getting hit by Sonic Wave, taking it any day of the week if you're gonna initiate like that afterwards, you know?
Yep, I agree.
Shackle, track. This is bad for Yang.
Track him
But
again.
now no longer tracked. He'll wait to track him again and then kill him off. It's a matter of time.
Just another notch on my pummel.
Yang. Finally level 6.
That they're getting a good chunk of gold every time they get those track kills. Still level 1 track, but yeah, it's good.
Being said, they're cutting into the net worth. Like it's now just 2K-ish, 3K-ish. But it's not even like just the track. Like Summer, he's got this Battle Fury going into the Ags to start. Like he is farming really well.
Do you like the axe? First item after the Battle Fury.
I was a little bit wondering about that. Solar Guardian coming in with the Serpent Wards and the Shackle. No track on that one, but it's not going to matter when you get a kill on an XM. That feels quite nice.
Bottom
Going to
lane.
the Exorcism, the look over at Beyond. He's got the Fire Snap Cookie to get some distance, and now that feels like Exorcism's just been,
Baited.
I would say, wasted. Yeah.
Yeah. They baited it.
It's been
Plus
the
they
tool for them to fight.
Plus they killed a Quap on the mid lane. This is pretty much perfect for them. Now that we're looking at that Prophet, I just want to say I like the Yules. Like, pretty decent pickup. You're playing into a troll as well, so not only a dispel for yourself.
Fire Snap Cookie lands on 2. It caught Erica just on the edge. They've got the Yules. Pieces coming through. They'll unleash. They've disposed Beyond, and they should be able to get at least that Bounty Hunter kill.
Was he stunned there, or was he just kind of chilling, standing in spot? Couldn't see the stun.
Beyond or
Yeah,
Erica?
Beyond. You saw that, right?
He was used and then disposed. I don't know if he was
He was just standing there, yeah.
slowed and knew he was dead.
Yeah, maybe, you know, when you know you're dead, you kind of alt-tab, you go to Facebook, you see what your mom wrote to you. Your girlfriend, if you have one, which most of us don't. We're Dota players, right? So, say hi to mom.
That hurts my heart.
What? How does it hurt your heart? Saying hi and how are you and things, checking up on your parents, it's like something you should be doing all the time.
The girlfriend part. Not having.
That's secondary.
It breaks my heart. Or sorry, my heart is broken.
Dire are
Start
scanning.
singing Jolene again.
Frisk.
Look at my
His heart
Facebook
is about
statuses
to
and
be
tab
broken.
back in to see that all of a sudden Frisk is going to be a track kill. 4 heroes again. Like YBB, they've been making moves similar to the way Vici have, where you know, numbers. You're either using their numbers advantage around the map.
You get gold, right? From the track, all of them. All of them want in on that money.
Yeah. Bounty hunters there just being like, want gold fast? You can make passive income with these easy side hustles. Step 1, own a gas station. Okay, cool.
Nice.
Side hustle. Dawnbreaker? XM backs away. Dawnbreaker in too far. Mortimer's Kiss is now coming through, and it's not going to do anything for them but buy them time to get that Aegis into the hands of Summer. Rage and chasing. Gets SJ. 2 heroes gone. Exorcism coming up afterwards. Summer, is he in too far? He just got himself an Aegis, but if they can kill him one time, they probably get him a second time. They'll look for ZC. The damage in time as the TP was attempted. Tracks on a lot of these heroes, but there's not enough damage to clean any of them up.
But that ended up being great for Vici Gaming. This time around, YBB did not manage to disengage. There's a lot of movement speed, a lot of mobility coming from the Marcy, obviously the Yuled up, that Prophet.
They've got a lot of these heroes tracked, and they're starting to respawn. You need to be careful if you're Vici. You're going to lose Exorcism in a moment. That said, Solar Guardian doesn't keep Beyond alive, so these tracks aren't going to last much longer. Some are going in out onto the Lifestealer. The Starbreaker there, bump him up into the air. Celestial Hammer infests and pops out immediately. They've got the Dispose. Frisk getting low. Summer trying to output damage to get at least something, but Summer's coming up empty-handed. He cannot get a kill here. So Pig pull away, but I mean, even with him right-clicking the entire time, they get nothing out of it.
Of course, because you're playing into an Omni Knight with the Guardian Angel. He pops that. Absolutely no damage was dealt by the Troll. One of the reasons why I thought he might go for Maelstrom instead, as that farming/fighting item. But they have to deal with the Omni Knight before he uses his ulti. Or you can pop your ulti on Troll. I guess it's one or the other. By the way, he didn't go for Ags instantly. He went for SNY.
I'm more okay with that.
Yeah, I think it's...
I don't know. I wasn't sure about the Ags. I didn't think it was this, like, amazing item for him at this point in the game.
I'll let you in on a
Don't ask
little
me why.
secret. Every time I ask you what you think about that item,
You're usually negative on it.
it usually means that I don't like it.
Hey, I've been working with you for 2 years straight. I know what the questions are being led by.
Yep.
I usually ask you about an item. It just means I'm too stupid to know. That's the trick. And I want to sound smart next to you. So you say something smart and I go, I thought the same thing.
Self-deprecating humor, I'm not gonna let it.
Gets down just like Dawnbreaker.
Exactly.
Urka getting the kill there, and right by the tier 2 tower, should be able to grab themselves a tower on top of this.
What about the top tier 2? There are wards planted, so tier 2 for tier 2. Bottom lane, obviously, they committed nothing for it.
You're just gonna give this up? Yeah, I guess they tried to survive with the Serpent Words going after it. They glyphed, but it's not gonna matter.
BKB has been completed, by the way, on the Dark Prophet too. So have the BKB to work with. No BKB yet on Quap, but coming in shortly, like 300 gold away, and they should be ready to fight afterwards. By the time they get it, Aegis will be reclaimed too. That's the timer that I'm looking forward to, at least.
I want to say, I think Vici did a good job of not only fighting after the Aegis, but they've done a good job of like getting their timings together to be ready to go up against YBB, who had a 4K lead. Like it looked like YBB were pulling away, but Vici with some very opportune exchanges have kept the game close, and I think given them an opportunity.
For sure, the way this game started, I honestly thought Vici Gaming, they're done. It's very rarely that I feel so strongly about one side or another early on in the game. Vici Gaming definitely executed a couple of fights extremely well.
True.
It got them back into the game, which isn't a simple thing to do when you're playing into a bounty.
Yeah, like I don't think they only have 12 kills. Like it's not like they've exactly taken over in the tracks. As I was trying to get the sentence out as Snapfire dies.
Yeah, that's
Erica getting the kill on ZC, and they're gonna smoke and they want more.
They want more. They don't see anyone besides the troll in mid lane though. And as you can see, YBB, they're falling back towards the high ground. I don't think high ground saves them here though.
I think they're confident. Like they know the Aegis timing. They know that they can move in, and that's exactly what they want. Bounty's going to be on the high ground. If they've got vision for him, that would be nice. But instead, they're going to rebound up onto the cliff. And this is going to be Marcy out of the fight for the moment. They'll go to the Solar Guardian. They've got the silence on a 3 of these heroes. They'll look over at the Dawnbreaker, who's never able to get the Solar Guardian off. BKB is popped by Beyond, but they've got the Guardian Angel. So now this Bounty Hunter needs to run.
That's a fresh BKB too. You just purchased it. Yep. It's like
the Axe for Troll too.
Sometimes retreating back. Oh,
is it?
He tried Omni, I guess.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Sometimes retreating to this high ground is good,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
but not in
She had the
this.
timing perfect.
Yeah, not in this.
They had the Aegis timing.
It's not only the Aegis; it's the fact that Snap was dead. Like if you're 4 heroes, sometimes it doesn't matter that you're on the high ground. And these 4 heroes, it's not like they're, how to put it, it's not like they have these big massive ultis that you can't run into, like an Arena or Ravage or something, right? Like you can run these heroes down. It doesn't matter. They will not benefit from that vision and high ground advantage that much.
I think there was confidence there from Vici too. Like they had their BKBs, I believe, or had the BKB on the Death Prophet and had Exorcism if they chose to fight, and they like BKB on Quap and Death Prophet up in that situation 4v5 is something that I think
Let me ask you one of
have a
my
lot of
questions,
confidence.
Vikov. Let me ask you one
Hold
of the
on.
questions.
Is dead, very dead, or trying to juke now. Never a chance. I'm ready for your question. I have studied.
Okay, how do you feel about the Snapfire on mid lane?
I don't like it. I really don't. It is a ZC thing. He's done it a lot throughout his pro time career, but I just don't. Another one of those feast or famine heroes where if you have a great lane, you have a great start, you can kind of get ahead and work with that. And I thought that maybe they could, and I really do think they had the opportunity to do so. But at a certain point in the game, I think if your farm slows down, your effectiveness goes with it. Like, he's got 12,000 net worth and he's not doing much.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same.
It always feels underwhelming. Like, you know who was doing it? Ori. They're going to get this Snapfire again. Like, you're just so easy to kill a Snap, too. And there's not much survivability at the moment. DC falls to XM. It's a killing spree for the Queen of Pain, and it's a big kill once again. You're dead for 45 seconds.
On one side, you have Snap that was like 2-3k ahead of net worth against the Queen of Pain, right? But the impact that Queen of Pain had versus the impact that Snap had is like night and day. It's massive. Well, perhaps if they had some way of setting up the cookie, the Mortimer's Kisses at least, maybe then it would be worth it. But
Radiant's top tower
I completely
is under
agree.
attack.
It does feel like there's two different ways. Like, Snap,
Radiant's top tower
you
has fallen.
know, there's Snapfires who want the shard, who want to be in onto these fights, and then you can't really use Mortimer's Kisses. Like, the angles aren't great, or you're just you're standing there in a fight, but you've got the shard, you blink, scatter blast, and go. If you've got damage followed up, that's the way you're playing. Like, but here it's just like, oh, okay, your ult's you're either getting the scatter blast and the cookie, or you're back far enough where you're getting the Mortimer's Kisses up. You're never really getting
But the
both.
shard has been reworked. It's all about the cookie now.
Yeah. Ooh, Sonic Wave, Beyond. Surviving with a little bit of health, but they've got the Yules up onto the Shadow Shaman. They'll kill off SJ. They did use Exorcism. Ooh, they took out BAB's Shard, which is the fear on that Death Prophet Spirit Siphon. I guess with the change to the Shard, yeah, it is a little bit different. It's the Fire Snap Cookie.
Exactly.
Like,
it doesn't
upgrade.
even make sense. It doesn't even make sense to. It's a complete support shard now.
Yeah, it's not. You don't even have that. Like, there were two ways to play Snap, and now it feels like you don't go blink. You don't want to go in too deep. You don't want to scatter blast to get that stun. You're right. With that change, it really feels like there's just a support way to play this hero. I forgot they changed that.
There's always some player that's gonna make it work, like the travels into crit, into orchid, whatever. I just feel that they had any sort of a spirit that was able to play with the Bounty Hunter. Something that goes in deep, because that's what Bounty Hunter wants to be doing. Like, he wants to just be behind enemy lines. Someone use these tracks, someone follows up. Like, he has zero follow-up. I had that predictions. By the way, I'm a bit salty. I made the predictions about prediction about the Blink Dagger. No one bought the Blink Dagger. They're a bit too poor for it, but still.
Is 0 to 2.
Here we go, tracks. Troll is pretty strong, at least. Like, he has a BKB now too.
Speaking of like wanting a spirit, like I think any of the 3 spirit mid would have worked.
Ember was banned, yeah, but
I think any of them work though. Storm, Vortex, Track, like you can make moves deep. Void Spirit, Astral Step, Aether Remnant, that's enough lockdown to get something going. There's a sentry nearby, and I believe Beyond's under it. Ooh, he's just on the edge of it, actually.
debate on the illusion. Just giving info, really, nothing more. They drop the wards. Okay, they commit. I really think Vici Gaming will contest this. They have Exorcism.
You gotta think that they want to make a move. Cryptstorm coming in, like they know that this is happening. XM also has the opportunity to blink. He's staying by the side, but they're gonna give up the Aegis to try and go for this fight. They'll pop the Exorcism. They get the Aegis into the hands of Summer. Beyond pop the BKB. They've got the Dust. They're right on top of this Bounty Hunter. So once the BKB goes, the Yules is there to lock him down and potentially get the kill and take him out. And that's exactly what they do. And they'll find SJ as a +1 on it. He'll get the Mortimer's Kisses out. Summer is away from his team, and more so the Dawnbreaker than the Snapfire.
There's a Yules in 3
Snapfire
seconds.
leaves with this Shadow Blade, and Summer on the run behind the tier 2 tower to safety. So they give up the Aegis, they get 2 kills. Vici, they're the ones putting the pressure on, but I'm not sure the trade is great once everybody's up for YBB.
Yeah, once everyone is up and once you have the BKB back on Bounty Hunter, perhaps you can take a fight, because you will be having that Aegis, right, on the troll. Can you use it to farm? Yeah, you can. Will the Basher will be helpful? Definitely. Maybe you can do that, but I think fighting as soon as possible would be decent for YBB as well.
They have to find the right opening. I think that I was a little surprised that Vici, they went so cautious and they ended up going the other way and trying to take the fight rather than the Aegis. So I feel like the Aegis is kind of crucial here.
Yeah, I expected them
These
as
next
well.
minutes.
I expected the same thing. I thought that they might go into the pit a bit earlier. It didn't feel like they had something to be worried about. You just pop the Exorcism, you run in. If Troll decides to use his ulti, you counter it with Omni-Knight ulti, right? Like, I think that they were a bit too careful as well. But they did get the Aegis in the end on YBB, even though they lost a couple of heroes.
I believe Snapfire got the shard afterwards, which is that cookie upgrade, not the stun anymore on the Scatter Blast. Silences are out. Summer with the BKB. They've got the Sonic Wave. They get the kill on his EC. They'll take out the Snapfire early. Shackle from a distance. Shackle for the whole duration. They finally take out SJ. The right clicks on a Yang. They'll finish off the Omni Knight, but they got 3 heroes gone on the side of YBB. They'll look to continue the onslaught as Beyond's been disposed of, and he's taken out. They'll look for the full team wipe, but a TP away from this troll. Aegis or not, Vici still feel like they're the ones ahead.
Oh, they don't just feel, they are the ones ahead. The only thing they had to do is buy back the Omni-Knight in that whole fight. Really well taken by them. For me, it seemed like, okay, there's no Omni-Knight ulti, there was no Exorcism. It felt like a decent fight to take. If you're YBB, right? Like, 2 big ultis that are arguably winning team fights are gone, so let's go take a fight. But it still did not work. The wards from Shadow Shaman were decently planted, but I guess one of the problems that they did is they separated that Prophet from everyone else. She was able to just siphon from her cage of wards, cage of serpents. And so basically, Bounty Hunter with the old shard At this point in the game, even if you just have the BKB plus Vanguard, you're a problem because you go back behind enemy lines. You crit the Omni Knight. Let's say he's stunned. You hit him again. Like you can double hit while he's stunned. You can use Invis again, right? And then crit him again. You almost killed the hero on your own. So you can deal with supports at least. Right now with the Shard, like you're an offlane bounty that has a BKB, a Vanguard, and the capability of making one of your teammates Invis. I feel that more falls into position 4 than it does in offlane. Do you know what I mean? Like you're not bringing a ton of utility to your teammates, and you're also not bringing any sort of control to fights.
Right. You're really lacking. I need to be careful. I know he's playing with fire, and I know he's got his team behind him a little bit, but Vici, they're calculating if they're able to get in and out of this, despite the fact that they do have teammates behind them.
They're just waiting 20 more seconds for the Aegis. If you're Vici, there's absolutely no necessity to engage here. You see, they're just waiting here. They can smoke. Do they have a smoke? Yeah, they have a smoke on Omni. They smoke up behind the Life Stealer.
Beyond is there. See? There's the Aegis expiring.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
The question is, does Vici catch them going the other way? They're setting up in the opponent's triangle. They see Summer. They know he doesn't have an Aegis. If they can get around him...
Look, if you're YBB, you're doing the same. You're sitting on the enemy's triangle, right? You understand that the Dire jungle is warded, so they can either be in your triangle or in their jungle.
Dire's bottom tower
One good thing
is
for
under
them is
attack.
bottom lane is pushing in, so they have this tier 2 to take.
Eric's holding on to a lot of gold.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Different words, get the tier 2 tower bottom.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And
Radiant's
Satanic,
top tower is under attack.
he
Radiant's top tower
got rid of the
has
Q on the shard.
fallen.
Did he
Dire's
buy it?
bottom
He didn't,
tower
right?
is under attack.
The shard kinda looks Pepega against Troll that has Aghanim. He didn't, yeah. He's going straight for Satanic. Makes way more sense.
Arcane power.
Whoa.
Fortunes change.
When's the clash happening?
Potentially soon. Sorry, I think my internet just dropped for a second.
Did it? I thought we were
Yeah.
having one of these meaningful moments of silence, you know, where it's a
Putting the
standoff is
pressure
about to-
on? Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't about to. I did have to check after a while, though. That's why I asked.
I was staying silent just, you know, in just the tense moments of the matchup. Never actually lost internet connection. That was a lie. Down for a second. Back up.
That's the best way I like to cast. My favorite casting way. Just stay
But when I'm
silent.
quiet.
Yeah, just stay silent and build up the pressure. That's all.
I mean, there are times where you can kind of just let the game do the talking, especially in farming moments like this. Like, yeah, it's downtime, but like, if you do stay quiet for a moment, like you do feel the pressure, right?
Yeah, exactly. Shh.
Yeah, okay. Gotta whisper. Whisper loud enough where my noise gate still lets me speak.
You're ruining my pressure moment, Beakoff. You like the Abyssal on Troll? this is a genuine one. I think it's good, right? Like it's something you need versus the Rage versus the Life Stealer can be helpful.
Refuse to talk. But I do like it. I think if I think the game plan's pretty clear with the queue of the Divine Rapier as well. The idea is wait for next Roche, get the Aegis, and if you can get the Aegis, get the Divine Rapier and run through VG. I kind of like that idea.
Doesn't it reek with desperation though, a little bit?
Oh, Yang. Oh no.
Radiant are
It's a bait. It's a bait.
Bait, full on bait.
Yeah, that's some eternal envy play right there. It happens. I think it happened to every player. Nice breaking of the smoke by Erika, but he's deep.
Yeah, he's in pretty far. They've got the silence on a summer. They know that Roche is available. Thanks, Yang. And so the longest it would take is, what do you say, 37:30? So 39:30 the longest could be? Or 40:30?
Troll, once again, back in. This time around, they go in with a quap.
Yeah, but he's got the Abyssal Blade, so they have the lockdown. They'll go to the BKB. They're going to look over. Oh, Summer. He wasn't forced staff back out of the pit, but he's going to go to that ulti. They've got the Solar Guardian right on top of the heroes. They'll go to the Guardian Angel and try to survive as Summer's being kited a little bit. He needs to be careful. The Sonic Wave comes in. They get the kill on the Troll. They'll take him out first, and they'll look towards the rest. Rebound once again. Aegis on the deck. Erika is going to pick it up. SJ falls. 2 heroes gone on the side of YBB. They're chasing this Dawnbreaker, who goes into the Starbreaker, gets the magic immunity, but running away from XM. The Scream is in. And the Scream breaks his ears, breaks his heart, breaks his life as 3 heroes die on the side of YBB.
She's and Aegis picked up by the Life Stealer. Erika even
for Death Prophet.
Yeah, he even remained a little bit in the pit to clean up the Serpent Wards. Now he's going on high ground. Omni Knight just completely destroyed YBB. When Omni Knight got picked, it was like second stage, right? And we were saying there's no bad that he's gonna counter, nothing crazy like that. But YBB decided to pick Troll into him. He gave him the perfect hero to use that ulti against.
Yeah, and I like that Yang kind of understands the assignment. Like, he's not using it immediately, but he knows when to, like, let go with it, right?
He's just waiting for Troll ulti. The moment Troll ulti comes out, he pops it. Seems pretty simple. Also, Lifestealer has that Satanic now to work with. Had it in the last fight. And he's queued up an Ags. Come shortly if he wants to buy it. Thing is, he doesn't really have inventory slots, right? Even if he buys the Axe, he's gonna need a blessing. Instead, he goes
to Abyssal.
Yeah, just gets the Abyssal instead.
Even then, the Basher's in the backpack. Backpack. See what he does with that. We have 3 ways to deal with this troll. He really isn't feeling too. He's only 5, 2, and 4.
The net worth, but it doesn't really feel like he has nearly as much impact as the Lifestealer.
Yeah, if this was a net worth chart of effective net worth, I would say he did not be at the top. Asher for Dawnbreaker. Like, no Blink Dagger ever. It's a little bit surprising, but maybe not trying to get too deep into these fights. A bit far there from the Marcy. Friska was rebounding in and immediately killed. Mortimer's Kiss is used. We'll buy back. They have control of that outpost over bottom, so they should have the Marcy in just a second.
Go back in. Rage up.
There's the Divine Rapier. Trigger's coming over with it. They don't have it yet.
5-man silence.
5-man silence. Did they catch him running away? No, they rebound in again. Marcian really far. And they've got the Guardian Angel. They'll have the heal with Purification. They get the kill on SJ. They'll take the Shadow Shaman to start. The Solar Guardian drops down, but is it going to be enough? With the Divine Rapier now into the hands of the Troll. He's looking to get the damage out, but the Sonic Wave comes through, who dropped the Divine Rapier on the deck. And, well, just like that, the hopes and dreams of YBB going to TI are going to crumble and fall on the deck as well, as VG take the 2-0 and will move on to the next round of the lower bracket as they eliminate YBB in what seemed to be easy fashion throughout both these games.
I don't know what Terka wrote there, but I did see noob in the end. I'm sure that that's not what he meant.
And I'm trying to scroll up. It doesn't let me do that
Yeah.
in the chat, unfortunately.
Nice game.
But yeah, I mean, really good games from VG. I think they showed well in two scenarios too, right? Like one where they had the lead, one where their laning phase went perfect and they played the aggression. They played really well, going from A to B. And I think in game 2, they also played really well from the back foot, right? Like they were down 4K pretty early on in that game and they knew how to recover. And I think if you're Vici as a team right now, this is the best time to find your groove, obviously, at TI qualifiers. But also on top of that, it's like, I think very, like a very good thing to see towards these next games, right? Like you should be happy that you came back. You should be happy that the shot calling was there. And I think they did a good job in both scenarios. Like we can take a look at the scoreboard for the second game. And I think it's surprising how good it looks, I would say, compared to the way the game started. Like Erica only died once, XM dying twice, and so did BAB. Like these cores had 6 deaths in both games total between the 3 of them. Like, that's insane.
This game just proved to us that Vici Gaming deserved the win, like versus YBB in game 1 and game 2. Do I think their drafts were a bit better? I do, but that's part of the game. They drafted a bit better. They executed a bit better as well. I like the Troll versus Lifestealer matchup, but Omni Knight just made it. He just made the Troll look worthless, and then you have the Snapfire on the mid lane. That did you feel the impact? Because I didn't. Right, like it's just one of those heroes that can become a burden, and it's not only the Snapfire. I feel like it could have worked for them, but they needed to be more active and more successful in that mid game. I would even go back all the way to the bottom tier 1 tower when Bounty Hunter died together with, who was it? I think him and Dawnbreaker died.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, it breaks your momentum. Like once your momentum is broken, it's hard to get back in. Bounty Hunter ended the game with the same items that he had like 20 minutes in. That's BKB, that's Shard, and that's Vanguard. It's, yeah, there's no progression there.
Yeah, and they were rolling. They had a 4K lead. YBB, I thought that it felt like they were going to wipe him out of the water in that second game, but they kind of let it go. And Vici ultimately, they take the 2-0. They eliminate YBB, and I think their drafts have looked good. Their shot callings look good. They're behind 2 coaches in Fenrir and Lycus, who have shown to be, I think, really good in this scenario so far, and they've done a really good job. So we'll see if VG can continue that as the days go on. But our next matchup is going to be coming up after a short break. So we are going to have Shenzhen against IG, but you'll have to wait for that just a little bit as we'll come back from break and be in on that next series coming up next. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back to some more Chinese qualifiers here for TI 11 2022. It is TI Qualifier Watch. We're looking at teams. We're watching them play Dota, having a good time. And this time, Shenzhen against IG. We just watched YBB go down to Vici, and it does move the bracket. So we'll take a quick look at said bracket while we show you how it's going. And you see Vici, they'll be moving on a lower bracket round 4 up against CDEC, I believe. It's and then Aster Aries, they drop down to lower bracket round 4 on the bottom, and they will take on the winner of this current series, which is Shenzhen against IG. IG struggled a little bit against LBCS, but at their peaks, I think they looked really good. Shenzhen, though, they destroyed eHome 2-0, and they might be riding a little bit of a wave of momentum at the moment. Blizzard, I gotta wonder, what do you think right now between these two teams? Who do you think feels stronger?
A penny for my thoughts. I think it's gonna be an interesting one.
Okay.
IG for me, obviously it's gonna be an interesting one. I'm not saying anything smart here. Like IG for me has been this team that everyone believes in, but they kind of disappoint everyone at the same time. They've been disappointing us, breaking our hearts.
Right.
If you have one for the last, 9 months, this year they haven't looked great. And this is their last chance. I'm jaded. Like, at this point, when it comes to IG, I'm just so jaded. I'm like, guys, play your own game. I have no hopes for you. You're just another team to me now. That's literally how it is. And they open up with the Lich and the Doom, which is isn't Lich what they played the last time we watched them? One of these teams played it, and one of these teams made Lich look pretty damn solid. No, it was XG. It was DY. I remember. DY made Lich look ridiculously strong, and he made it look ridiculously strong against IG. So they snatch it for
10
themselves.
seconds remaining.
They steal it.
They're trying to
5
make it look
seconds
strong for themselves, for sure.
Victus Gaming's turn to ban.
He was playing versus, what was it? It was basically Lich into Magnus. And he literally made Lich look like the strongest counter to Magnus in the game. Every time poor old Mag tried to jump in, every time JT tried to jump in and skewer someone or RP, he would get Sinister Gazed instantly.
He was quick on it too. That was the most impressive part, was just the fact that they were able to
It's
get
a
the Sinister Gaze
precast.
immediately.
Yeah, it's a precast.
Yeah.
It's not only about the Lich, obviously. It's about the way they played. They baited out. They would bait out spells on the Lich, on a hero, and then Lich would just gaze exactly where the target is. I think if you're Shenzhen, you're probably thinking about banning some Storm Spirit, some
10
Queen of Pain.
seconds remaining.
You already banned out the Void. You're getting rid of these heroes that are decent against the
5
Bat.
seconds remaining.
Omni Knight looked extremely strong versus Bat yesterday,
And
but at the
Victus
same time,
Gaming's turn to ban.
it's probably not a hero that can be picked by IG. They already have their position 5 Lich, so they don't want that. They're banning out at the same time heroes that are good against JT Doom. They ban out Mr. Monkey King. There are some other ones like
10
Nursa
seconds remaining.
that are decentish, right? Like these
5 seconds
melee
remaining.
safe laners that enjoy to brawl. Is there anything else that
Radiant
needs to be
team
banned here at TB? Okay, just your standard cores. Keiko has been outstanding on the side of Kaiko, on the side of Shenzhen, also known as Ego from before. So,
Or Seamew, if you go even further back.
or
10
Emo,
seconds remaining.
if you go further back, or Puppy.
5
He's actually Puppy in disguise. If you go way back to Dota 1, when his hair was long. If you go even further than that, he's actually Che Guevara. Anyway,
It's actually Ice Frog.
Shaker banned out by. What do you think about the Shaker? Like, he looked really strong in some games. I think IG made it look pretty sick too, but with the Doom, I don't like it that much. They do ban out the Storm versus Bat, which leaves Queen of Pain in the pool. I think this is a co-op pickup for IG, right?
For emo pick? Could
Yeah.
be.
What else is
I'm
there?
wondering what they're gonna do to counter this Bat Rider, but yeah, mid.
That's what I'm saying.
It's kind of screaming.
Invictus
Pain.
Gaming's turn to pick.
Stop with your puns. I swear I'll reach out through the camera. I'll grab you.
I didn't even realize I did that one. I swear, I just kind of said it.
Yeah, of course you did. You always just say it. It's
I
always
didn't
the
even.
same.
I was like, why is he yelling at me for puns? I got really nervous, and then I like went back in my mind on what I said. I was like, oh, screams.
5 seconds.
Right.
Yeah. No one trusts you, B-Cop. No one
What do you
believes in your
mean?
BS
No,
stories.
I swear that one wasn't on purpose.
Uh-huh.
I must have a kid somewhere because I've got dad jokes that just kind of like. I'm really good with my puns. I don't know.
Dad jokes are the best.
Radiant team pick.
You know, everyone in Dota, we've been around Lacoste for way too long, so dad jokes are.
They're
We
in.
don't even dare to venture there because we have the dad joke pun god next to us. But
10
when we're
seconds
out
remaining.
there in the real world among the mortals, we're well equipped
5
because of
seconds
our
remaining.
Croatian friends. So
Yeah, he rubs off on us.
definitely. What about this Tusk, man? Like they have double the ice, one fire. Isn't there's some counter synergy like Song of Ice and Fire here going on?
Yeah, as they fight for the Game of Thrones.
Who's gonna sit on the throne in this game? Is it gonna be the bat?
It's gonna be
Okay,
me.
I want you to tell me, like, when we get all 10 heroes, which one of these 10 lords of their houses would be most likely to sit on the throne. By the way, Tusk for me looks like Jon Snow. He kind of has the same vibe. Jon Snow or that big ass guy
a
from the
queen.
north, whatever his name was.
Hodor?
No, the
Radiant team pick.
Oh, I
The
know who you're
red-
talking about.
the
Yeah, the
red
guy
fat
who is in
Northman.
the like Trivago commercials.
yeah, that guy. I
Yeah,
think
I know.
I don't know those commercials. I'm not from the US, but yeah, that guy.
Also, I'm hoping
10
FY
seconds
if he's going to be on this Tusk, which I haven't seen him play in a long time.
5 seconds remaining.
He should have the glitched bleak hallucination item set on this hero because I believe he has it on both that and the Rubik. So we don't get to see many glitched items anymore. Not a lot of the current players in China have them.
Bcop, you have FY on your team, and you're asking if it's gonna be an FY Tusk. Come on, man.
No. I'm just saying he if when it is him, I'm just saying I hope he
Come
gets
on,
the
man. Of course it's
he's
gonna.
got the set on. Bleak hallucination set's really cool. It's like
10 seconds
when
remaining.
Sylar played Lycan, he had the Trail of the Burning Doom on his Lycan, so when he would turn
5
into
seconds
the
remaining.
ulti form, he would be leaving a trail of fire behind him, which was really cool.
Sounds amazing. I love it. I love sets.
Radiant
I love
team
items.
Glitched cosmetics.
Please,
Always
Volvo.
cool.
Please,
Weaver.
Volvo, hire me. I
make
I
sets?
love sets. Yeah, sets are the best. Yeah, Weaver is like on the side of Shenzhen, Bat most likely will be in bed. They're not really showing their hand completely, but Weaver is one of those heroes that
10
can deal with him in the
remaining.
lane. It's also one of cores that benefits the most
5
from
seconds
tag team.
remaining.
Like double hit with the tag team on your passive is pretty damn nice on the Gemnet attack. You build naturally into an MKB. There's also that. And yeah, we'll see. It
Invictus Gaming's
looks
turn to
all
bat.
right. Nothing crazy. And this is my exact thought. Like, if you had an opportunity to pick Queen of Pain, why not get Queen of Pain? Like, no one is gonna ban your Weaver. No one gives a hell about this hero. You could have saved it for last. But okay.
10 seconds remaining.
They probably have some other idea for Emo.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Not sure what the other idea was gonna be. And in all honesty, chat, I expected Bcop to pitch in here, say something, something about the draft, but he's probably taking a toilet break or something like that.
What?
So I'll continue
10
talking.
seconds
It's
remaining.
fine,
Damn.
Bcop. It's fine. You're probably asleep on the bed behind you.
5
We've seen
seconds
you.
remaining.
We've
I don't
seen you
even have a
before.
bed behind me right now. I can sleep on the bed behind me.
We all saw the Reddit post. We all saw it.
Well,
That will
I-
follow you for life. You cannot escape your reputation anymore.
when I'm in the future asking for a job, they're like, and what are your requirements? A bed. Just a bed behind me at all times, just in case. If I ever get to go to TI, like, I have to have a bed near me at all times.
It's a good requirement to have, really. Like
It's not bad.
Invictus Gaming.
No, it's not bad. It's a bed.
See what you did there?
So you want Abed next? Never mind. I'm gonna stop. SF banned out. And another mid laner. That would be
10
kind of
seconds
decent, I
remaining.
suppose, versus the bat. They're removing all of these
5
big
seconds
chunky
remaining.
spirits and boys that, like, Quap and Storm for me are number one, right? Like, they are the best. Everything else kind of is secondary after against the Bat Rider. Is there something that I'm missing? Help me out here. I asked you before. Like, I actually can't think of. Like, there are some weirder ones, like heroes that have like these sticky napalm clearing abilities. Also, that said, I have seen Weaver mid into the bat as well. I have seen that be done. So maybe IG have got
Lifestealer?
something.
Throw that
Radiant
safely?
team pick.
No Weaver mid. It seems really greedy, honestly, actually.
Yeah, into a PA. I'm not sure. You mean Weaver mid? Like, it is greedy. And as my dog has woken up, please take it away, Bcop, for a second or two.
Oh, adorable.
10 seconds
Trying to put some input in on the draft, honestly.
5
Probably
seconds
saying
remaining.
things smarter than I am.
Invictus Gaming's turn to
Snapfire. Okay. So
So who are the cores?
is that snap mid again?
I hope not. I'm thinking maybe Marcy core on the offlane with the snap, Omni PA
10
safe lane, bat
seconds
mid.
remaining.
I think that's an option as well.
5 seconds
I hope it's not
But-
core snap again.
You get that little shredder to work with, so your PA gets a little bit of that minus armor going into that mid game to buffer up a tiny little bit. It's not that bad. It is another hero that's kind of food for Weaver, though. All these immobile position 4s and 5s that you can circle around in the team fight easily. They're always these Weaver thrives on finding these outskirts fighters, like these heroes that really don't like to be in the center of the fight. They kind of want to be on the edge. And Weaver loves that. One of the reasons why they banned out Bloodseeker, obviously, is the Weaver. You get completely countered by that. And let's see. I'm really interested. Which way are they gonna swing this draft? Are they gonna do the crazy Weaver mid that I have seen versus Bat, or are they gonna be boring and pick an Invoker?
Invoker. Emo Invoker. Okay.
Yeah.
That
That's the
used to
third
be
one.
a hit.
Yeah, and that's the one that I was forgetting, right? Like, you just tornado the Bat every time he goes on you. Cold snap him, EMP under the tower, and you run away. So it is a valid pick.
Interesting. I haven't seen Emo Invoker in a while. Or like had a memorable experience of Emo Invoker in a while.
Oh, we haven't we didn't really have a memorable experience with IG in a while overall. That's fair to say, I think even.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Like it's a nice pickup. You get Alexi for the Weaver later on too. Like he can really roll out of control in this game. I like both of these drafts. I think they're kind of even. It will be the mid lane. It will be the mid lane Bat Rider, by the way. So we will have the matchup of the Bat versus Invoker.
Right. He's played it's up there in terms of his like more played heroes Invoker. I think it's like top 6 for him or top 7. But it'll be interesting to see how Emo plays it and how these lanes are gonna go. Emo, he kind of got off of Invoker. I feel like a couple years ago, he's more like Puck and Quap, like you were talking about.
You're talking about Invoker like
Spirits.
he's some sort of a drug. Like he got off of Invoker, but now he's on his pucks and spirits.
He's upgraded to the strong stuff of the Pucks and Quaps and Spirits. Yes, exactly. But going back to Invoker, you know, it's that nostalgia. It feels even better.
It truly
Player
does.
with the least deaths. I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna say I wanna choose Weaver, but it's Fly.
I'm gonna choose Emo.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Fly.
Player with the most last hits. Whoa, I'll have to wait on that because we're fighting and they're going to go in with a snowball, try to kill off this Phantom Assassin, Kaiko. Well, he'll go down after YP gets first blood on FY. The chase is still there looking for this Bat Rider. They've got the Shikuchi to catch up. They should be able to get one more right click to finish him off, and that's exactly what they do. They'll get
30
Phoenix.
seconds to
It's a
battle.
2-for-1 that starts this game up over near the bounty rune spot.
Okay, none of my heroes died, so it's good.
Yeah,
Player-
Emo didn't die, right?
Emo didn't die. I'm good.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. My prediction is still solid, still safe. The level 1 EMP definitely helping out there. And if there's like one hero that you don't want to play want to fight level 1, it's probably Tusk.
EMP dropped, and all of a sudden Hara has no mana.
I think this is time to run base, right? Like if you're Hara, if you're this poor Omni Knight, you take a trip back to the fountain, you heal up, TP to the lane, refreshed, nice and dandy.
Oh, again. Phoenix mid. What do you think of this matchup?
What? Bat versus Invo? Like I said, it's like Storm, it's Quap, and then there's maybe Invoker with the EMP Tornado Cold Snap that can lane against the Bat. If you make a couple of mistakes, I feel like it's a very volatile lane as well. Bat can definitely dive the Invoker, but he can also die while diving.
I'm not sure if my boss can hear us, but if he can showcase Tusk. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Look at the bleak hallucination. It's been so long since we've seen some glitched items. Just it feels so good. It's gorgeous.
Looks great.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
It's Tusk God.
There's a market that I used to look at. It has it available. It's because it's connected to the arm, the ice gauntlet that he's got on. And the autographs on it is burning, and it's like it also got the bleak hallucination on the market, but it's like $800.
800.
It's 800. Yeah.
I expected like 8,000 or something.
So the Tusk one and there's a Dragonite one. I believe they're very not like common, but they're common for glitched items. They're cheap, quote cheap at 800, but they're ones that like for heroes that we've never seen with glitched items. Like I'm pretty sure there's one for Nature's Prophet for like 10 grand.
10 grand. That's more like
Yeah.
it.
And the market's kind of wild on it. I take a look every now and then. It's like when I get to look at a car and you customize the settings. I just look at these items and I just go, what if, you know? What if I just had 10 grand to drop on an item?
Well, if you become friends with some prince, you know, it's possible.
Rebound disposed. Shikuchi with the snowball. They might catch YP top. And they're just trying to get the damage, maybe get the last right click in. FY's chasing, but
He really
into
wants
the
it.
trees.
He really wants it.
Give
Oh,
chase
he canceled.
and not get it.
He cancelled his auto attack and look at the Weaver.
Oh.
Damn. Damn.
Dolman. On. That tag team doesn't net them anything.
It does though. They zone out to Marcy and they deny 2 range creeps with it. And it looks like the flag guy as well. So nicely done.
Take back my statement.
It doesn't let them a kill. That's true.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid lane, Emo, you're taking a ton of damage, my friend, but you should be fine, right? Like EMP took all of the mana that Phoenix had, so he couldn't really stack any more napalms on Emo Walker.
Paused real quick. Jeez. Yeah, we saw Emo touch his mic. I don't know if it's him. Go already really quickly. I was going to ask again to showcase Tusk. I just love it. He really, I would be looking at just that.
You're in love with FY Tusk.
I'm in love with FY
don't
Tusk
bla-
and Rubik. He's got bleak hallucination for his Rubik too.
No one can blame you. It's an amazing Tusk player. Plus, like you said, the items are interesting on him. He looks like some sort of an officer. What is that even? I need to check it out. What's the coat of distinguished expeditionary? Yeah, he looks like he's on an expedition to North Pole or something, or maybe Africa or something like that.
The best thing is the
Very
autograph that's on the fist that's giving him the bleak hallucination is his own autograph. So that's the even more fly thing. Or should I say FY?
FY, I think. Wow.
Yeah.
I swear, I'm reaching through the screen right now.
Sorry. Well, when you
It's
play
not
with
even-
FY, you take out the L because you don't take those anymore.
Is this a diss on Fly?
No, not at all. That's not where I was going. I've seen how much he can curl.
What about Fly?
Yeah, well, he picks up the extra L.
Didn't we even have Fly at some point? I think
There
we
was
did.
there
was
was
a
ice,
fly.
ice, and ice. I don't think there was a fly though.
We need Fly, and Fly. B Cop, get on it. You need to
Change
change
my
your
name to
nickname.
fly.
Yeah.
You do it. You're closer to Pro Dota than I am.
Yeah, but
You don't want
Don't
to change your
wanna.
name. Neither do I. Egg team rebound out easy to get away. Bottom lane, Kaiko getting a little bit low, but they've got that Heavenly Grace.
literally just been on this top lane. I moved mid once when the EMP thing happened, and that's it. I
Yeah.
literally did not watch bottom. So tell me, how is it? How
I don't know.
is it?
I've been watching top as well.
I'll tell you.
It
Doom
looks
already.
like Kaiko and JT are having a decent time together. Like it's been more of a farming lane than an aggression lane.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Kaiko is having as much as he is having, because I guess so far he can, but very soon it's going to become difficult. Doom should outlevel him a little bit, get that 6 before he does. Also, Doom has phase boots and ring of protection, so you can't really do anything to him as a PA.
Do you like the Ags for Doom?
Yeah, of course I do. The AoE one. Pretty solid. I like it.
FY again, they were trying to go in. They threw the swarm out. This time they get shards around YP, throws a scatter blast. They'll hold the snowball. Never pulls the Wi-Fi in, but I don't think he needed to. Dispose, salve, turning, and IG will run.
So
They'll salve on FY2.
for me, we were in Tusk. Okay, the cookie misses. They have Scatter Blast, but this might be where we see the kill.
Yeah, now that they no longer have it, but Fly, gets caught. They had a sentry down.
A player
They
with
get the kill
least
onto
that's
Fly.
player with least that's. Why did I go with?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Why did
attack.
I go with Fly? My mistake.
I was incorrect on the last hits. I took who was behind. It ended up being JT.
So basically, Weaver and Tusk are probably one of the strongest lanes. As you can see, FY even maxed out. He's level 5, he maxed out the tag team. But Dolme and YP, they've played incredibly well on the top lane. Like, obviously, they didn't feed, they even got a kill on Weaver before.
ISO bottom. It's for the Lich, but they don't get the kill. The Tornado landed on both Hara as well as Phoenix. They're going to burn him out with a Firefly. But now they've got the Doom onto the Batrider with Cold Snap. He's in trouble, and JT gets the kill. They never take out Hara, but they get the kill onto Phoenix, which is fine to trade when they lose only the Lich.
Yeah, the Doom was utilized top lane. Marcy getting low.
Again. Yeah, Marcy down to just a sliver of health. Dome on the run. As is YP, he's got the swarm on him still too. So with Dome going this way, he's looking to rebound out, but they got the right clicks in to get the kill even after the rebound.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom lane Kaiko is being Doven, but there's no Doom, right? However, Emo is coming in. Emo, oh, did they just get super juked? Yeah, they did.
Super juke? Is that like stronger than regular juke?
Of course it is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's
There's
like
juke,
there's-
super juke, and jukebox.
Exactly. Jukebox is the best. Like, it's the ultimate. You don't see it very often. Fly.
They're just taking some damage up towards top. He now has that ulti, so he really shouldn't be in too much trouble in terms of dying.
He's not. It's just that they're pressuring him. That's all. He's not perhaps having as free of a time as he'd like to. Tusk is around, but he's not really bullying anyone in the lane any longer.
We'll say the net worth lead is massive for IG, considering it feels like it's a little bit of a slow game. It's 6-3. 3 of those kills out of the 9 that we've had happened before the horn.
Come to the conclusion
I know
you're
they've
on your
got the
own.
Doom
I'm not
too.
gonna. Yeah, they have the Doom. Exactly. I'm not gonna.
But it's more than that, though, right? Like Doom's giving a little bit of net worth, but that much feels like it's not just the Doom inflation.
He's giving them like 2K at least. Like the Doom
Which
inflation.
means that, yeah, it's 2K, but that means they still have a 2K minus that, right?
Yeah. That mid.
Batrider mid getting low, trying to run away, but with FY Ollie and Nemo here, it is impossible for Phoenix to escape.
JT on bottom lane, maybe they can get a revenge kill. They should be able to, right? But look at him go. Look at this piggy go on Keiko. Ooh.
He's the one sitting low, and they do have Doom, so they can use it, and that's exactly what they'll do.
Nice Doom even to save himself. Like, at this point, he's so rich. This is definitely a good Doom, I feel like. Better than to feed away the streak, right, and the gold.
Who's to stop the TP stop, right? Like,
Yeah, of course.
to make sure that he can get out.
It would either be rebound or unleash that would kill him. Yeah, dispose, like anything. They could have killed him. If he doesn't Doom, they just kill him.
Radiant structures are
And that TP doesn't feel as good, and all of a sudden, not only are you dead, but
If he
walking back to lane and everything like that.
No, if he doesn't Doom, he doesn't TP. It's basically like that.
Yeah.
And Phoenix. He is the lowest net worth hero on the map
Yeah.
right now. The lowest core hero on the map right now.
And look at the difference between Kaiko and Flyfly. Like, Flyfly's had such a stable lane. He did die earlier, but, like, he's got Maelstrom already. I want to say he's having a great time top.
And it's like the item that you want, Rushed on Weaver, right? Like you get that Maelstrom and suddenly the map opens up for you when it comes to the farming speed. With the Maelstrom, you can go for the Ancients as well easier. And it doesn't make you any weaker. Like, it's one of the best heroes on you because of Javelin. Bottom lane, JT again.
I know that they
LPD.
don't have Doom, so Lasso comes in, Tornado's there, doesn't land onto the Batrider. They should be able to get the kill onto JT.
Oh, FY
Mortimer's
God.
Kisses, but there's FY with the snowball all the way back towards the creep wave, and the Mortimer's Kisses don't land, so he survives completely.
Wow.
They'll unleash on Ollie, they'll take out the Lich, but again, Lich for Batrider. IG will take that any day of the week. Ice wall placed down, the rebound away.
They're going in
It's
for
into
more.
the trees. They're going in with the Shikuchi. Fly, right click, snowball over. FY's got the control, and they'll have the right click damage from Fly to get another kill. So 2 heroes dead. Tornado from Emo lands on a YP into the trees. Fly will go to try and catch up with YP, and the shards are on the money. Fire Snap Cookie away, but they've got Sunstrike. They should have the damage. It's just a matter of when, and it's 3 for IG as they only lose the Lich, and Doom survives it all.
B-Cop, I remember yesterday I was casting with this one American guy that lives in New York. I don't know if you heard of him. His name starts with a B. And he was talking about FY and how he isn't as flashy and as strong as he used to be. Like, he was even insinuating that FY might be washed.
I was not insinuating that. I was just saying that I don't like him on Marcy.
Okay.
Go to the clips. We've got the VODs. But now he's playing Tusk, and he is back into form. Dispose Emo. Well, he's safe with the snowball from FY. Meteor right on top of Phoenix. And Phoenix is dead again. This Bat Rider is just missing out on so much. He has died just too many times at this point. 1, 5, and 2.
Yeah, he's not having a good time. Definitely not a good game for Mr. Bat Rider.
Dire are scanning.
They're rolling over them, really. Like, the way they're playing Doom top lane. He has that Doom and Blink. Omni Knight is around, though.
Yeah, he uses it and throws it onto the Phantom Assassin. Heavenly Grace to follow, but Pigpole trying to catch up won't stay with it.
Nicely done by Hara. Understanding what can happen, being nearby. Heavenly Grace pretty much saved him because of the Dispel on the slow.
Very, JT's very willing to throw these Dooms out.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Not that
attack.
he shouldn't be, and I think that there was definitely an opportunity there. But I don't think this game at the moment relies on him having Doom. And that's
It
been
doesn't.
proven with the way they've been fighting.
Under attack.
It truly doesn't. Tusk going in.
Snowball over. They've got the War Stomp follow-up from JT. Easy kill on YP. Fly now dominating.
Look at him on
And
bottom
he-
lane. I think he can even get a solo kill here on the bat.
Radiant's middle tower
Like
is
Phoenix.
under
Find the angle. NATO EMP. And he's
Has
got the cold
Witchblade.
snap, so now he's out of mana with the Witchblade damage, and the right click's coming in. Deafening Blast. He should just need 2 more. And Sunstrike down, not going to need it. Emo gets the kill onto Phoenix solo.
Mid lane, Kaiko. Should be fine, right? Like, FY can't do this. He's a strong Tusk god and whatnot, but getting a solo kill on a PA at the moment is a bit too much, even for him. PA, no Orb of Corrosion, straight into Battle Fury, and I think this was very necessary.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
His
Yeah,
lane,
he went Treads Battle Fury.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think he needed it. Like 16, 17 minute mark, Battle Fury. It's not amazing, but it's all right.
Would you have rather seen him fight with like
No.
Orb of Corrosion Treads?
No, I don't think so. He wasn't strong. Like, when you're strong in the lane, when you're winning the lane, maybe you can double down, go for Corrosion, and then just win fights off of that, like we've seen in that last game by Erika. But when you're not really winning the lane, your mid lane is losing. If you go for Orb of Corrosion and you try to fight, you're probably just lost. Straight up.
It falls out of favor completely. Wow, Fly is just staying with YP. He's really just been lurking. Tornado comes in from Emo, and they're not going to let Phoenix get away. They've got themselves yet another kill, and they have been constantly putting the pressure on. They're even looking for Hara to get a third. Fly's just been lurking. There was a point where he got dusted, and
Tusk
he
is
just
here.
walked away. Kaiko and Dome, they're looking to maybe engage on this. Sunstrike comes down on Hara. They'll get themselves another, and the snowball pulls
Snowball
him
is
in.
back, yeah.
Yeah, Fly's got the time lapse, so he doesn't need the snowball. He'll just leave after using that, and IG continue to just get kills and lose them.
So basically, the only thing that's keeping Shenzhen right now in the game is this PA hope. If PA gets a Battle Fury, if we start farming with her fast enough, which she did complete right now, so like 17 minutes in, it should come over to her. That's the only thing keeping you in.
If Hopium and Copium is the normal one, is PA Hope Opium? And do they have to wait a certain amount of time before you're allowed to take that?
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they need to wait. It's on
You wear a
cooldown.
giant hat as well?
It's on cooldown.
YP again.
That
And down to JT, who is dominating.
Radiant's bottom tower is
did
under
I
attack.
take? Highest net worth by minute 25. I took JT.
Radiant are scanning.
Weaver, please relax. Stop farming. Good
I
luck.
took Fly. Don't relax.
Fly, go feed a couple of times.
Oh, no. Dolme, uh-oh. Sunstrike, right click, Walrus Punch, Snowball, and a right click again. I can name it all.
One of the best
And,
combos in the game. Tag team plus Gemnet attack. A ton of damage.
Fly with another kill, catching up.
Press X.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Out.
attack.
Because Doom, he's got the Midas, he's got Devour. My boy is farming.
No streaks for Fly to get to really bump up that net worth, is there?
He's getting closer and closer, and he might get the PA mid.
I'm going to say this. If IG never pick Marcy for Fly again, they'll win.
They just need to keep on picking Tusk for him, and that's it. Look at this
Oh,
smoke.
just pick his other heroes. Earth Spirit, Tusk, Rubik, Earthshaker.
His dodge. It's the Midas JT. Job.
You're not even interested in the tactical movements from IG. You're just interested in the net worth of
That's
JT.
all. It's my predictions, man. What
Radiant's
can I
bottom
say?
tower is under attack.
I don't even. You know what's the worst thing? I don't even know what I'm getting with these predictions, and if I'm getting any points or anything like that.
Yeah,
I just
have
want
no
to be
idea if they're
right.
just there or not.
It's a professional deformation.
Radiant's
Assassin.
bottom tower is under
How's the
attack.
Battle Fury going? BKB. I think before this Deso.
Had a Deso queued up, but opted to go for BKB instead. I'm not sure. Like both of them sound good. Like Deso or BKB. BKB is definitely on the safer side, but sometimes when you're 15k behind, 20 minutes in, perhaps playing on the safe side.
Oh gosh,
isn't the
Phoenix
play.
again.
Who's that?
There is no safe side for him. He just continues to die. Fly with another kill. And even looking for YP, the chase is on. Emo moving forward. The right clicks in, and then Fly's damage is too much for them to handle. He's now on a monster kill streak.
Still JT with the full creep wave, doing his job, farming away, my boy.
Double damage.
Full damage. This means Roche.
Yeah, for sure. Spring dagger on FY. PA has been scouting. This is that PA. Yep.
Yeah, they're moving over, and they've got Doom if they want to use it. I think. All right.
Why didn't he
I
get?
don't want to say he was doing it, but I want to say he was just feinting the Doom on PA and not right-clicking, knowing he was dead already.
Roshan
He
has
was.
fallen to the dark.
That's
I would rather enjoyed him getting the last hit, but it's okay. He's playing with my heart, man. He needs to get this net worth advantage a bit
4
more.
more minutes.
4 more minutes, only 2k ahead.
How many more Midas usages is that?
Mid lane Doom.
Sunstrike. YP in trouble. They use the Doom on the Marcy. They've got themselves the lasso.
Oh,
It's
look at
onto the
that
Tusk,
tornado.
but JT's in with the BKB. JT gets the kill on a YP. Emo takes out Dolme. They'll buy back on YP. They want the Snapfire back into the fight, but here comes Fly. Shikuchi all the way in. Mortimer's Kisses comes down. They've got the Ice Spire as well. So they're trying to run, but Fly gets another kill and puts himself on a godlike spree. And this tier 2 tower is in a lot of trouble. Ooh, blink in. FY going all the way through with this as they want Hara. They wanted more. It's Emo who's unstoppable, and it looks like actually all of IG are unstoppable as a 5-stack.
Are fortified.
There's
Engine just can't keep up.
a PA trying to do something. She's moving in together with the Batrider.
Radiant's mid
Sinister Gaze and the Chain Frost. JT goes down to Phoenix. Ollie drops. Chain Frost bouncing around. FY might be able to clean up. If FY gets the kill on the Kaiko, they'll take out FY in return, but Dolme Now
Emo.
there's nowhere for him to really run because I feel like Firefly is just going to commit, but instead, oh, Sunstrike.
Autumn.
Oh, Sunstrike!
Autumn. I'm not sure what's keeping Shenzhen still in this match, really. Like, it's a TI qualifier. It's an elimination series, so you're definitely not gonna GG out way too early. But this game is it's a rough one. Lincoln's completed on the Weaver, together with 2k gold on top of that. Meanwhile, Batrider travels Ogre Axe. It's just I don't wanna check the items. It fills me with sadness.
Can be sad. Meanwhile, Ara, very sad. Emo with another kill. He's on a monster kill streak.
JT bottom. Sunstrike.
And
This is that.
JT, Sunstrike, PA running, but nowhere to go. JT with another kill and back up over 1,000 net worth ahead of the Weaver.
I was starting to sweat there for a little bit. Minute and a half more. JT, go hit some creeps. You don't need to help with the tower.
Is under attack.
Oh, Marcy in on Firefly. Actually, 3 heroes here.
Okay.
Firefly loses the Aegis.
Radiant's
Very nice, very nice. Can they kill him again?
He's got time lapse. They'll pop the Lincolns. They have the lasso. Do they have the control afterwards? They've got the time lapse, but the damage is there, and Firefly is dead. A big spree going to Phoenix.
Okay. Exactly 1 minute before.
Radiant's
I'm
bottom
safe.
tower
I won.
is under attack.
That's it. Now they can play the game. Now we can discuss the true things that matter.
JT would just sell his items.
JT, the same guy that you just mentioned, almost has a Shivas, and he's going in on
Yeah.
Phoenix.
They've just got the Inferno Blade. It sets up the Sunstrike. JT with another kill. Throws the Inferno Blade onto the Omni Knight. They're going to focus their attention onto FY, but the Chain Frost comes in and bounces and kills off Kaiko. You cannot beat the Lich. And they want to go for more. They want to take out these heroes and finish off the game. So Hara, he's gone as the Ice Wall makes him impossible for him to
Radiant's
move.
middle tower is
GG.
under attack.
Yep.
And they call GG.
Wait. 15 more seconds. Will
Oh,
my
no,
prediction
25
count?
minutes never happens.
I need a 25 minutes.
Invictus game.
It's correct. Right.
Oh.
Everything
All
else
right,
was
IG
incorrect.
take game number 1 with ease. I got the emo one correct at number 1. That was about all I got correct. I'll be honest with you. It didn't go well, my predictions.
Yeah. Well, my prediction of IG not performing to their standards from before was also very incorrect. Like, they performed out of this world. That game was a complete stomp. This is something that you want to see from IG. Look at the scoreboard
IG,
that we're about to see. Look at that. Look at that
19
beauty.
from emo.
9-0,
7-1 and 11 from
7-1, yeah, 11-2. Hey, this is...
The lanes just went well everywhere for IG. It felt like from the beginning that they were ahead. I think their only fumble was Firefly dying for a second, but even then, like, he was fine in that lane. He was still top of the net worth, still farming for pretty much free. And ultimately, IG, like, that was probably the best they've looked, I want to say, since they went down to Division 2. Is that fair?
I think that's a fair assessment. This is the strongest stomp that I've seen from them. So
Yeah, like,
really nicely done.
Really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think IG, like, it puts them in a position to look even cleaner. Like, I wonder if the momentum's rising, if they're finally figuring out how to utilize FY. Obviously, this is just one game, but I'm hoping he never plays Marcy again. We'll see what they do coming into game number 2, but IG, I think they look like primed to take this 2-0, and we'll see if Shenzhen can bring it back and force it to 3 games. But we'll have to wait for game number 2. We've got a short break coming your way, and then we'll be back in a moment with that game number 2 between IG and Shenzhen. Stay tuned.
tower is under attack. tower is under attack.
Staying in your timeline.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, and welcome back to some more Chinese Dota action for you. We're on game number 2 between Shenzhen and IG. We're going to see how they go and see if IG can eliminate Shenzhen in a 2-0 sweep. It's looking like, well, IG after game number 1, well, they might have the opportunity to just take the 2-0. And with how good they looked, it does look like it's possible that it'll be as easy this time as the last. But Lizard, what do you think Shenzhen has to do? What's the differences that need to be made after you hydrate, of course?
Hydration is important. Everyone
It's
in the
key.
chat, hydrate. It's super important, especially if you're on like ever flying
Invictus Gaming's turn
and you're on
to
a
bat.
plane or something like that in economy class. I've heard that they really don't moisturize the air well enough at all for us plebs back there, you know. So if you're about to fly, if you're about to travel, bring a lot of water with you. What must they do?
Dire team
They
back.
first and foremost, I feel like
Invictus
they need to
Gaming's
set up
turn
Phoenix
to
for
bat.
success. He makes this Shenzhen lineup. Like Keiko carries it, right? But Phoenix is the one that gets him to that point where he's enabled enough when he finds a couple of items. Last game, they didn't have a mid laner. They had 4 glorified supports, pretty much.
10
So
seconds
if they
remaining.
manage to get like Phoenix on a better matchup, I
5
think that it
seconds
might be a little
remaining.
bit easier for them, and they already have picked a hero for him. I believe the Queen of Pain will be mid. They're banning out the Invoker, they're banning out the Puck. Next ban, if you're Shenzhen and if you're doing what I'm saying you should do, is probably going to be an Ember, right? Like you ban out
Right.
the Emo Ember as well, and then Co-op should have like there are okay Shadow Shaman instead. That's an option too.
See if there's any cats in the background.
You're scouting for cats,
10
yeah.
seconds
That's your mission.
Scouting some new talent, you know.
Do you like the
5 seconds
whiteboard
remaining.
when teams have whiteboards behind them, you know, to write on and share ideas and stuff? Like, it's,
I think so. I think
Yeah.
it's all right.
yeah. Me and my teams, we couldn't do it because you need to know how to write first. So that would be a problem. Nice cat, by the way. I see it. It's a chonky boy as well. Look at that. Like, today is
Is
the
it-
day of chonky boys. You see it? There we go.
Oh, there we go. That's is that a different cat?
It's
Is that a fourth cat?
This is a fourth cat because this is a chonky boy. This is even bigger than the white one. Like if we had a fight, this chonk versus the white would be kind of in the same
Invictus Gaming's
in the
turn
same
to
weight class, right?
Right.
They get that
Yeah.
mix. They get that bug against Solar Guardian, right? Like you can always cancel it with the Carapace. It's kind of decent versus Corstert as well. The hero
10
itself
seconds
is.
remaining.
Let me open up. Let me open up the
5
patch
seconds
notes.
remaining.
Let me check Meek's assassin. Cast range increased on the Impale. I remember that he was buffed a bit. Cooldown decreased by 10 seconds
Invictus
on his
Gaming's
Vendetta.
turn to
So yeah, nothing too massive, but decent. Decent. IG get the Kunk, the emo Kunka versus the Quap. It's something I called for. Remember in the first series when
Yeah.
Quap was picked,
10 seconds
or was it in the
remaining.
last? No, there was no Quap in the last game. In the first series, yeah. So
5 seconds remaining.
it's something that emo loves playing.
Fire team pick.
Enables fly a bit, makes his game easier. Do you
Okay,
like?
Skyrath? So FY Skyrath? No, well, not necessarily.
It can be Oli still.
It could be Dawnbreaker. I'm gonna-
10 seconds remaining.
Not sure. We'll see.
Invictus
Maybe
Gaming's turn to
one or the other. Nice Timber pick though. Look at that. Doom and Kunka and Dawnbreaker. 3 strength boys. There's a silence from Skyrat that you have to worry about, but you can deal with that, and all you have to do is ban out a couple of these carries that deal well with Timber in the
10
lane.
seconds
Monkey is
remaining.
already out by IG. I don't know if there's anything else that
5
really
seconds
deals with him.
remaining.
Like you can argue that Ursa is good, but like you can deal with him as
Dire
Timber.
team ban.
You just go Timber Chain. You don't touch your passive, right? But the question is, like, Timber obviously has been nerfed. Like, I haven't really seen him be
10
way too
seconds
successful
remaining.
recently.
5 seconds
I don't know.
remaining.
Maybe in some other regions, Timber did well, but from what I've been watching, the fact that you need more time to get the stacks just gives the enemy more
Invictus
time to kill you.
Gaming's
So
turn to ban.
yeah, we'll see. Maybe it works out in this match. For Shenzhen, they're banning out the Bloodseeker. Weaver is an option for them too, but it's not that amazing. There's Kunka against you already with X marks the spot. Maybe
10
it's just a hero they
seconds
didn't want to
remaining.
play against. It is a chunky boy destroyer with his shard,
5
so
seconds remaining.
maybe that's one of the reasons why they banned it out. They don't want to play against it with the heroes that they
Right.
got right now.
Trying to think what they'd want. I mean, I'm expecting potentially if the Skyrath's in the 4 and a 5 Dawnbreaker, which is always possible, but they could go. I think they could be switched back and forth. I wouldn't mind it. I'd love to see FY play the Dawnbreaker.
You'd like some Dawn 4?
Yeah, I'm interested to see because not something I've seen him play often,
It's not really popular.
if at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dawn 4 isn't super popular. Like, it's played, but it's not...
10
I
seconds
feel
remaining.
that 5 and offlane are more prevalent,
5
but
seconds remaining.
you can definitely play Dawn 4. Like, it's also doable. Like, you get your items a bit earlier. You can even
Invictus
decide what you want to
Gaming's
go for.
turn
You
to
can
pick.
go for Axe, or you can go like Blink Shard as well and be the initiator. Sad there's no Tusk though. What does IG need? They need their carry. Last big carry versus Timber. Is it gonna be Ursa Fly? It's gonna be TA.
Interesting. So this is something that I feel like we used to see Fly play a lot more.
It makes sense as well. I wasn't thinking about the bans, but if you look at the bans from IG, they ban out 2 illusion-based heroes. Like third one that's left in the pool is Naga. They can go for that, but
5 seconds remaining.
oh no, it's kind of slower than the other 2, than the PL and TB. It's still doable into the TA. Do you see anything else? Like, there is a bunch of cores still left in the pool, I guess. The position 1s. There's still that troll or something like that available.
I don't really like Troll, I feel like.
You don't like it?
I just haven't been impressed by it.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, definitely.
Alchemist, choose your
Okay, Alchemist.
Keiko Alchemist, the ultimate win condition right there for them. Doom doesn't struggle against minus armor that much anymore. Like, especially if you start with the Ring of Protection and you get yourself phase boots. But look at that, Dolme is playing Queen of Pain. Phoenix is on Timber. You see this?
Offlane Quap, okay.
Offlane Quap. Quap plus
And that's
Nyx.
going to be up against TA?
Yep. TA plus Oli Dawnbreaker. I guess it's a decent switch up. Like, also, I feel that Timber is much stronger now on mid than he was before the patch, because before the patch you just dodge him. You go farm the small camp, you farm the medium camp, whatever, you know. But right now you don't have the small camp, so if he's dominating you, zoning you behind the tower, like, you can't do anything about it, right? Like, you have to be in the lane, you have to be getting those lane creeps. You can't just go minute 4 into the jungle, so I think it's a decent switch up to put him mid.
And the IG is a team that used to do this. Would they ever throw Fly mid and go with Emo safe lane?
They did that. They did that before. They did that back in the day when they were still in Division 1 and owning everyone. I guess what was happening back then, their confidence was also on a much higher level. But
It was when they were definitely more flexible, for sure.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, do you even want to do that? It's definitely doable. Like, when you think about these 2 heroes, Kunkka and TA, like, they're played on both lanes, right? Like, they're played on mid and on safe lane. So all up to them. What they decide is the best for the team. Player with the total magic or pure damage done to heroes. I'm gonna go with Phoenix this time around. Total number of player deaths at the game end, I'll go 41 to 55. Player with the first triple kill. This is just random. Any of the cores, really. I'll go with... Let's go with Dolme, maybe? Who are you having? Let's go with...
For triple kill, I went with Fly.
Okay, I'll go Fly too. No, I won't go Fly. I'll go Emo just to make it more interesting.
30 seconds to battle.
I thought about it being Phoenix, but I also went with JT for the most magic or pure damage done to heroes at 10 minutes. No, not going to have a pre-horn fight this time around.
The battle begins.
The concussive shot. 2 for 2 on Bounty Runes. Oh, Torrent doesn't land on YP, but he still was in trouble for a second. Ends up surviving.
It's only because of the impale that he survived as well, right? Like, it saved him in multiple ways. First, he turned to use it. He hit all 3 of them. And also, because he turned, he didn't get hit by the torrent, so... It's tough.
Yeah, he gets hit by that torrent, and then he would have just been done. But given.
And he's on the bottom lane with Quap. I feel like Nyx isn't the strongest laner, but all Quap needs is some buffer between her, right? Like, she needs this meat in front. Nyx does not carry a lot of meat on him, but What do you think? What's the most edible part on Nyx?
The most edible part on a Nyx assassin?
Yeah. Is it this tail part that he's... It looks juicy. Dolme?
Dolme getting run down and YP just committing to pulling this creep wave.
Or do you think like his legs would be kind of crusty and...
Maybe the claws.
Claws, okay, okay. So you're going with like a crustacean type. Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But they aren't that meaty though on this profile at least. I'm zooming in. Wait, let me see. I guess
they're not.
They're
right?
not, right? Like they're just bones from what I'm seeing.
He does just look pretty bony. I don't know. He's not looking like
And
selectable as a crab.
and this tail part is probably like not really that tasty anyway. Yeah, I take that question back.
Self-cancelled, and now the scatter blast. There is no Inferno Blade yet, though. Which is no surprise. Not that there should be. But we saw what JT was able to accomplish with that early level in Inferno Blade, just having that extra bit of, like, split-second lockdown. Obviously, that came with Emo being on the Invoker. So they were landing some strikes with the Inferno Blade. We'll see if he goes to it again. See, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, right? Like concussive shot, Inferno Blade, running with Scorched Earth.
Yeah, but you don't need it this early on. That's the thing.
No.
Like you want Devour maxed out, you want Scorched Earth on
Yeah.
higher level. Plus he probably got the best creep that he can get with level 1 Devour.
Ara, he's taking a lot of damage again and needs to worry about just being chased here. Scatterblast under the tower. JT.
Would you rather have the mana
Really
creep
looking to
or the
commit.
frost attack? Kind of split between the two. The mana creep is... Mana burn creep is probably the most ridiculous one. But...
The mana burn creep stinks, but I feel like having concussive shot and the slow coming in from the
Frost attack, yeah.
frost attack feels pretty good as a combination.
Yeah.
By just going after Hara. Ooh. Have the mana. Let's ran out of mana to get Hara, I think, if he had another Arcane Bolt. Around pretty much everywhere. Again, JT diving the tower, thinking about it. Like, he eats a couple of shots for free. Went to the early second level in Scorched Earth instead of the Devour as well.
I feel like it's kind of normal, even. You can pressure the lane a bit better. You can go 2 levels of Devour first, too. It's not wrong. It just depends on the preference of the player in the lane. What's Mid
Seems
doing,
like it
by the
could-
way? Kunkka is doing fairly well against the Timber, isn't he? Like 24 versus 22. Full, like they're even basically on CS. Full lane pushing in. Emo will get all of these creeps.
Yeah, nobody's really come over onto mid to, like, stop Emo from having the opportunity to get the water runes. So they're not stopping him from sustaining in this lane at all. Like, none of the supports have come over. We haven't seen the Nyx assassin come towards mid, and like that 4-minute rune timing, it feels like
This X marks the spot before level 6 actually.
throwing death on both. They've got the Starbreaker and the Celestial Hammer slow, so Phoenix trying to run. He's very tanky. Finally a TP. They're going to have to avoid the impale, and they split. So they know that with YP making the TP in, it could have been dangerous for them, but Phoenix ate a lot of damage.
As you were talking, like, this point that I wanted to make is Kunkka is basically just waiting for level 6, and once he hits that 6, they will X marks the spot, and whole hell is gonna break loose on the mid lane, right? Like, both of them will hit 6 at about the same time, and that's when we're gonna get kills on the mid lane, at least.
But for right now, it's kills on the top lane. FY drawing first blood on this Skywrath Mage. And it gives them that 1k lead, and I'm now just paying attention to see if and when we hit this level 6 on Emo.
They already did the play, though. They did it when he was level 5. It didn't work out for
Right.
them, but Once he hits 6, it's going to be the same thing. Like, you can rotate in. Top lane, however, Alchemist.
Out getting run down. Infernal Blade, the early level. He throws out the Unstable Concoction and FY under the tower. Now taking a lot of damage. He ate a couple of shots. Scatterblast, FY on the run with another Arcane Bolt. He's confident enough to stand his ground. He doesn't actually have any extra regen, but he's currently working with a Tango. Arcane Bolt, Tara still burning, and he'll survive too. So both these heroes sitting low. Kaiko forced to salve, but Sapphire not likely to go down as mid. Phoenix drops to Emo and Ollie, so they do go for it once he does hit that level 6.
The moment he got 6, he actually got it like a little bit earlier than the Timber. They turned on him immediately. Top lane, however, Skyrat, this is the more normal build right now as well, like with more levels of concussive shot. He almost killed the Alchemist with the concussive shot, even though it wasn't aimed at him.
Go back to base, refill that bottle. Snapfire walk all the way back. Emo seems pretty set. Top of the net worth at the moment.
He's having a blast, yeah, exactly. Stacking some camps with the Torrent. Failed this time around. Come on, Emo. He tried, though.
Shot into the Spike Carapace. Phoenix coming over. Need to be careful about how they play this. They've also got Hara, and I think Emo sees this. They don't have a ghost shift, but it's only on cooldown for 2 more seconds, and now he's got the boat, but the Impale comes in. Even Dome made a rotation. 4 heroes for Emo. I think the kill is worth, but is the space worth giving?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
One of the benefits that you get from Timber is that he's usually able to do the things that all 4 of them did. He's usually able to do it on his own, right? Like, he's the one that dives alone, forces all the rotations from the enemy team, and because of that, his allies, his teammates are getting that space. Meanwhile, the polar opposite is happening here. 4 heroes rotated to help out the Timber, so even though it's a good kill, I wouldn't say that it's like your standard good play for the Timber Saw.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Does seem like it's giving Fly a lot of space. Fly to the point where he's also keeping up with the net worth of JT. He's gone 2-3-1 at the moment. So holding out on Doom. He's not taking it at level 6. As Hara goes down to FY, the chase is there with Ali.
He got Haste Rune. He took it right before Ollie's eyes, and then he chased Ollie. He chased him a little bit too much, and they turned on him.
And they're struggling. They've got some good ward vision down, but I just don't know if they're going to do anything with it. Their only kill so far comes with 4 heroes rotating over towards mid. Everything else has stayed pretty open for IG, which is scary if you think about it, if you're Shenzhen.
They're giving them a lot of space. They're getting a ton of space on the Alchemist. He's farming in the jungle, but TA's farming. Doom is completely free farming. Kunkka isn't truly pressured, and because of that, they want to change the status quo. They're rotating the Timber down to bottom lane. By the way, these traps are beautiful.
The new ones.
Yep. They're pretty. I didn't even know what was happening. I just realized they're TA traps. Very pretty.
It's normally purple.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not used to them being gold.
Sorry, bourgeois B-Cop. You're used to gold and all
No, I'm
these
not used to gold.
$8,000 items on Tusks.
Well, 800 on Tusk, 10,000 for Nature's Prophet. Come on, man.
Top tower is under attack.
You're making me sound bad.
I'm sorry. How dare I forget which golden item costs $10,000?
Go against the bourgeoisie and believe you.
So is that courier still the most expensive item in Dota? Remember, there was like $30,000 courier, Mixed Assassin.
Potentially. X, Ghost Ship, Spike, Carapace. There's a lot of damage coming in. There's a Scatterblast landing as well, but YP drops to FY, and FY himself is on a killing spree. So what's he getting delivered? He's getting sent out a Tome, a Smoke, and a Ward. I'm wondering if the next build on his market is a lot of Atos for FY.
Is it? Like he didn't.
He doesn't have anything marked yet.
Yeah, he didn't queue up. Usually you see like the crowns queued up at least, right? It's a decent Atos game versus the Timber versus Squap. Good to have a bit more lockdown. I wouldn't mind it. I'm also an Aetherlance enjoyer on Skyrat Mage, so I know I'm not really in the majority when I say that. Usually it's the Atos to set up the Mystic Flare easier.
Do you like the 2 levels in the Ancient Seal? So just 1 in the Arcane Bolt and 2 in the Concussive Shot in Ancient Seal?
Do I like the skill build? I think it's fine. It completely depends from one game to another. Some games you don't even get Ancient Seal. Some games you max it out. Some games you max out Arcane Bolt.
I guess having the Ancient Seal, having those levels, allows you to put it onto the Queen of Pain and forces Domain to be...
Exactly, and that's Queen of Pain is
and
dead.
not unable to blink. Yeah, they had the X this time. They'll drop down the Mystic Flare. FY with another kill. So they're up 6,000 net worth. Wow.
Once
and this
again,
is against an Alchemist lineup, but with the Doom, of
YP,
course.
He's gone.
YP, he's dead again. There's no way for him to escape. The shockwave thrown by JT and lands.
They're making Shenzhen look like a tier 3 team in these 2 games.
Complete opposite of what they did to eHome yesterday.
Exactly. What Shenzhen did to wait. Shenzhen played against eHome, right? They're the ones that kicked them. Yeah, what Shenzhen did to eHome, IG is doing to them. That's how it feels like.
Exactly.
There's a vessel now.
Oh, he's going Aetherlands on Skywrath.
My boy. I like it. It's only me and FY. There we go. No, it's a popular item build as well. It works, especially when you're also maxing out the silence when you're playing on that silence. Like Aetherlance is really nice. You can silence for what 5-6 seconds from the fog. It's ridiculously strong versus Quaps and Timbers and the like. By the way,
is this a build that then wants you to get Ags if you do that? Aetherlands Ags?
Yeah, you can
get the double.
You can actually go for Ags, exactly.
Having 2 Ancient Seals, like having doubles of the Ancient Seal, doubles of the Nova, like that just feels great.
Dire are scanning.
X marks the spot. Phoenix not caught, actually. Yeah. He was behind the trees. They didn't have vision on him.
He's going Kaya Sanj on Timbersaw.
Put Kaya Sanj. This is pretty much time to break the Timber if they wanted to. Like, they need to find a couple of kills with Vessel, with Doom.
Solar Guardian and...
Timber is coming, though. They might still go for this. Never mind, he's TPing mid.
Yeah, he's TPing over towards mid where they're fighting. They've got Emo out a little bit forward. Stunned with the Spike Carapace, I believe. Mortimer's kisses from Hara. They'll dance around the kisses. And with Phoenix moving forward, he's not in too far. He's got the rest of the team behind him. And nobody did on the side of Shenzhen.
They didn't want to doom him as well. Even though he had no armor, they didn't want to doom him because it's under the tower, everyone is there. Yeah, Nyx was low, but still, you'd be committing, maybe diving a bit too much, so a little bit of discipline demonstrated by IG. I think that was the right move as well.
Considering what we said about IG the other day, about how it's felt like they've played like overplay their hand and cocky at times, that a little bit of discipline on that play, it feels, it screams volume.
Yeah, maybe they heard us. I've actually Hara with the Doom. They turn on Timber instead.
Yeah. They've got the X, they have the Ghost Ship as well as the Mystic Flare, and FY's got to make a kill streak. For a second, we have the Brazil scoreline as Hara drops the JT's Doom. And it looks like this tier 1 mid's going to drop too, but Ollie They'll fall up towards top with the Alchemist here and the Nyx. The Firefly unable to save him.
The Alchemist did complete his Radiance.
Dire's middle tower
On top
is
of
under
that, he's
attack.
got 1400 gold going towards the BKB, so
Dire's middle
one
tower
shining
has fallen.
bright light for Shenzhen is the fact that Alchemist has been free farming. He's not on top of the net worth, but it's only because
He'll get
he's
there.
up against Doom, right? And he kind of farms the same way with the Midas.
That being said, Doom didn't have level 4 and Devour that quickly on. Because he focused on the Scorched Earth first and then threw those extra points in the Infernal Blade.
He did get Midas though, so that helps.
Right. So for Firefly,
Aren't we greedy? Like Dota players in general. Like you get this hero that has a built-in Midas, and we're like, you know what's better than a built-in Midas? Another Midas on top of that. Let's go.
yeah, it really is a lot of gold that is just getting thrown into the Doom. I'm wondering now that they've got the Deso on Firefly, if they get a kill or two, they'll just go right over to Roche, or at least that's what I would expect. X Torrent onto YP with JT's Shockwave finish. He's on a killing spree too.
They're also just getting kills left, right, and center. Every time that X marks the spot is near, they use it. Pop.
Solar Guardian down towards bottom. Mystic Flare onto the Queen of Pain. And Dome drops quickly, and this might be the Timber dropping too, because they got the kill on Ahara with the right clicks from Flyfly and that new Desolator. They can run down Phoenix. Flyfly gets a double kill, and it's a 9k lead here for the side of IG.
They're truly just crushing them. They're crushing them. The first game they were doing the same thing, and it's just repeating. Even the Skyrat didn't die. FY just TP'd out. Like, he used all his spells, he was saved by Solar Guardian, and then he just TP'd while getting Mortimer's Kissed on. This should be Rush that you asked for, or maybe an attempt to find an Alchemist.
Fitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kaiko have to leave now. He threw down the acid spray, but they saw the Nyx assassin, and once Nyx saw that team too, means Alk needs to go. Up down a trap into Roche, and they'll go forward.
We got that nice little pick off, nice little kill. Meanwhile, Emo is just kind of bodyguarding everyone else. They have Mortis? No, they don't have Mortimer's Kisses for 50 more seconds, so... And the DD.
And Roche is there.
Fallen to the Radiant.
Quick and easy.
Ufo as well for the TA if they want it. Got the Grove Bow in his. Yeah, he'll move over to the neutral spot. Okay, what do you do if you're Shenzhen here? Just rely on the Alk?
That's it. You have an Alchemist
Infernal
lineup.
Blade, Phoenix. He's in trouble hit with the Ancient Seal, but they'll lose Evo very quickly as the Sonic Wave is thrown forward, and that means Ollie's susceptible to dying, and he'll go down too. So, good defense by Shenzhen, even looking for more, looking for FY, but the Chakram off the mark.
That was the play, right? Like you're waiting.
Radiant structures.
You're constantly waiting for the Alchemist to come online. The moment he gets the BKB plus the Radiance, one mistake. That's all that it takes from IG. I'm not saying that these two kills are game-changing, but
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
it
Got
does.
them a lot of gold.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of gold. It gives Shenzhen an opportunity to recover at least and play the game, because so far they've just been on the receiving end of this punishment that IG was dishing out. I think JT just got a shard, right? Yeah, he did. JT with the shard. Infernal Blade. He got the level Death. If you remember that from
Nice.
Dota 1. Yeah,
Level death question mark.
exactly. Good times. That was a fun spell always. There was a trick to keep it on a certain level so that... can't remember which one, like level 2? and then you deal more damage because they get to level 5 or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like we're throwing just the, the level 2, right? Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
That I agree with it. It's that I think I remember that.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but there was some level that you on the
I swear
beginning.
it was level 2.
Yeah. You keep it for a bit and then you switch it up later on.
Dire's
He has a
bottom
blink
tower
and
has
he also
fallen.
has Phoenix in his sights. There was a ward mid lane,
Has been killed.
but Phoenix is running damn fast, far away. They also have an AC completed, I believe.
They'll find the Queen of Pain. Ancient Seal used.
Can they get
On
Kaiko?
Silence out, and can they also get Kaiko catching him around the tier 2 tower? No.
They can't. They can get to tier 2 perhaps if they wanted to. They're still in Aegis for two more minutes on TA. And I was wrong. They don't have an AC, by the way. It's
Dire's top
Keep being
tower
in.
is
Phoenix
under
is
attack.
okay
gonna try and defend.
without a quap as well.
Lively now. Your admiral is on board. Ah, regeneration.
Oh shit! They have everything up. No reason really for IG to be scared. Backed off a little bit, and they've got the ward vision down. I'm a little bit surprised that they gave up on that push. Surprising. But they can continue to just slow siege it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you just go back in. And Doom is kind of zoning everyone away. You still have a minute on the
Dire's
Aegis.
structures are fortified.
That's a BKB completed now on TA, so maybe they can X marker, center back, or yeah, it's just gonna be shipped by the courier.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
There's the
middle
tier
tower
2
is
going
under
down.
attack.
So they get that tier 2. They're still working with what, a minute 48 seconds, so just 48 seconds left on the Aegis. So
Not a lot. They can maybe dive, but it did give enough time for the Alchemist to finish off the AC. It's an important item in a game such as this one. Like you're playing versus a TA, that's the main right
Radiant's
clicker,
bottom
right?
tower
So
is under attack.
getting the AC definitely helps. Gives you a bit of survivability. Your teammates love you
Megan.
for it.
well, maybe they might
He does have Yules. Maybe he can save himself. a
have
bit.
the X. They've got the silence into the Yules, but immediately a kill on a YP. Kaiko, he popped that ult, and well, with the BKB from JT, he feels pretty safe. Starbreaker on the Phoenix. Mortimer's Kisses, it's really from a distance. They go over, they'll land the ghost ship on the Phoenix. He's taking a lot of damage. The RK bolt as well as a concussive shot will hit him down. And Emo will get the last right click. Fire snap for Kaiko. Oh, the spill damage coming in from these side blades, and another 3 are just gone like that from Gen as Kaiko needs to run.
I think he might fall too. If Emo, yeah, there's the
Picking him
trap.
up.
They found him.
Celestial Hammer, Starbreaker, and they have found the Alchemist. They'll finally get a kill on this Alch.
Yeah.
Temporal
So basically,
speed
they
war.
committed to this fight, right? Like after Nyx died, Phoenix was. They wanted to fight. Like Shenzhen definitely wanted to do it. Like Phoenix
Dire's
went in.
middle tower is under
He
attack.
timber chained in, but Nyx Assassin wasn't buying back. Like YP had a buyback, but he didn't do it because he's very close to the Blink Dagger. I'm not sure if that's the
Dire's
right.
middle
Like,
tower
if
is
your
under
team
attack.
is committing under the tier 2s and you're not
Dire
buying
are
back,
scanning.
I don't know. You do bring something to the table. You have the Vendetta hits, the Spiked Carapace, the Impale as well is decent. I'm not saying that they would have won the fight if he bought back, but it's nice to see that the team is on the same page, right? That they're thinking the same way. Timber?
Doom used, and that will be a kill on to Phoenix.
Keiko stunned himself.
YP, Dome going in. Impale hits only out of the Doom. They've got the ghost ship coming through. YP dead. They'll take Dome out too. And they should be able to look towards the rest, honestly. Aura falls. Kaiko trying to fight. And if he goes down, I wouldn't be surprised to see Shenzhen just call it. But he's forced all the way back into his base as Hara
Visibility.
able to help him and ended up falling too. So 23 to 4. 4 heroes dead. Kayako can't do anything. I'm not really sure what you do. If you're the side of Shenzhen, now down 20,000 net worth.
Yeah, like you're in this position in which you have an alchemist and he's keeping up, but everyone else is just like half of the net worth of their relative heroes on the other side. Like Timber 8k, TA 17k, Queen of Pain 7.5. It's looking really rough for Shenzhen. They do have this blink on Nyx. Perhaps they can smoke up and try to make a play, but it might be one of the last plays that they make. At this point, you're getting to that situation where you're a bit desperate. This ward also scouts them really nicely, so if they smoke up here... Yeah, they were under vision. The ward actually scouted them.
Why is Vitali? Sports standing that far forward. Ags now for the Doom.
This is the first game that I'm casting with Axe Doom, actually. But
On cooldown, we may not even see it if they fight and lose.
they might find TA. She was a bit faster.
He's on Kunkka too.
The Torrent Storm and the AoE Doom.
The Water World. A really bad spin-off of Westworld. They could potentially make a jump when they're ready, now that JT has Doom back up.
Isn't Waterworld that movie from like 80s or 90s with Kevin Costner?
Maybe it is,
Where
yeah.
he has like gills.
Something like that. Doom is going to be used there onto, I believe, maybe even himself, right? He's got that self-cast AoE, and they're going to try and fight this. They'll look over as they go up onto the high ground, and, well, already 3 heroes dead with the buyback being used on Nyx Assassin. They'll take out YP. Starbreaker lands onto the Alchemist. Unstable Concoction, the damage in with the Radiance, burning them out, gets 2 kills, and the buyback's being used by Shenzhen, but they've lost the Doom, and they lose the Dawnbreaker.
You got the correct prediction, by the way, on Fly, right? For
Did
the
I?
triple kill. I think you
I
got
did,
Fly.
yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I did.
Congrats, B-Cop.
Thank you.
Yeah. Only thing I was correct about is Phoenix with total magic or pure damage, so I got that. But
I didn't get that right.
they go into the pit, they're gonna get that shard and Aegis. There is nothing Shenzhen can do about it. You could see the amount of damage that Alchemist can dish out with Acid Spray and AC and sitting under the tower, but that's only because IG went a bit too far. They went ahead of themselves. They forced a couple of buybacks. The AoE Doom looked pretty sick. It gets better once you have Shivas though. Like, without the Shivas it's good, but when you get the Shivas, you can actually have that AoE, right? Like, you slow everyone down, plus they Doom, so it's kind of hard for them to get out.
Right.
It's nicer. Another smoke, perhaps, from Shenzhen. They're sitting on their high ground. They probably just want to defend this area.
You know where they are. I believe that ward that saw him last time on the smoke caught a glimpse of them. It's catching YP right now, so he goes invis, and these heroes are nearby. Emo, he's got Tidal Wave if he wants to pull them in.
Might just
They
die.
gets hit by the Impale, the Unstable Concoction. Emo's going to die very quickly. 65 seconds, no buyback, and now the chase is on. Phoenix going after FY, who hasn't died this game, by the way.
Emo is probably the only one that they keep on catching and killing off immediately. One of the
Something
reasons
to get the Tidal Wave on.
I feel like one of the reasons why that is there's not really any saves on the side of IG. There's just a force on Skyrad, but that's it. Like, you have no glimmers. You don't have a way to like, Solar Guardian, I guess, heals a bit, but that's it. It's not enough.
back up in 12 seconds.
You see Timber.
Yeah, they want him. And BKB dooms himself again, throws it on the AoE. Will try to make this fight happen as they've got the mutant. They'll get the kill on a Phoenix. They'll take out the Timber Saw, and Alchemist might be next. This BKB is not going to last very long. He steps
Alchemist
into
wants to
the
fight.
AoE, and they've got the Mystic Flare. They get the kill on a Kaiko. They take out JT, though, with the Sonic Wave coming through from Dome. BKB Solar Guardian jumping out. Dome, Starbreaker, pops him up into the air. Needs a right-click or two to save Ali. And the Blink Scream, it'll end up going down, and then they'll get Dome. But 3 heroes now with no buyback on the side of Shenzhen. The high ground might just be theirs.
It looked like Alchemist was running into Doom as they were going on him with the Vessel
Alright.
from Quap. But it didn't really matter. They have more than enough damage with the TA.
Dire's middle tower is
Another
under
easy
attack.
fight. I love the Lotus side. I mean, I don't love the Lotus idea. I'm just gonna say, like, he needs the Lotus on Phoenix, right? Like, he needs it for the Skyrat as well. He needs it for the armor and whatnot. But Doom does not care. He just dooms himself and goes on top.
Top tower is under attack.
And then your Lotus is doing nothing. It's an AoE effect. It's not gonna be casted back on the Doom.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, GG yet, but of course, you know, last chance at qualifying for TI. I don't think Shenzhen want to leave just yet.
There is no way you call GG until your throne is falling or they wipe you completely. Another smoke, another attempt. This is... Well, I'm saying that, but they're not smoking.
Radiant
And they're
are
on top of a
scanning.
trap, so... There we go. Smoke up. This is it. All hopes and dreams for Shenzhen come down to this one last smoke. Sadly, for them, IG is in a perfect position to defend the high ground. Alchemist knows, though. He's going in.
And they want to go after JT to start. JT trying to survive. He'll get low very quickly, and eventually he is still alive. It looked like eventually they would get the kill, but instead, YP dies. Kaiko falls. They'll go after Phoenix. They have the Doom self-cast once again. So Phoenix is gone. Dome's next as he's muted. Can't run. Infernal Blade keeps him inside the AoE, and it's 4, now 5, a full team wipe.
GG.
A triple kill for JT, and a GG call for Shenzhen.
More experienced, better teams in all way won today. IG and Vici Gaming definitely proving a point that they're the ones that deserve to be, well, advancing further in the bracket of this TI qualifier at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Obviously, it's bittersweet, right? Like anytime you see a team drop out of a TI qualifier, it's part of the game, I guess, but it doesn't really fill you with any joy. I think Shenzhen guys, I hope they stick together because through the seasons, like, they're in Division 1 now, right? I think they...
No, it
qualified.
was CDC and IG that made it to Division 1.
Okay,
of the
maybe
last season.
Shenzhen then do not have to stick together, but they yesterday they looked pretty solid, like the way they played. I'm not sure just what changed today. Like Phoenix felt completely off. The mid lane got shut down heavily by IG in the first game and in the second one too. I think maybe they overcommitted into the Timber idea. It was a nice idea, but Timber has been nerfed, so it's not as strong. Overall,
It was tough, right? Like, it felt like the Timber idea, like you were saying, it was there, but all the lanes, again, like, didn't win.
Yeah.
It felt like they had advantages that they just didn't take advantage of. Well, like, Shenzhen, I think it's something that I said yesterday, like, I think a lot individually, these players are pretty skilled. We could see a lot of bouncing around come the roster shuffle post TI, but I don't know, Shenzhen, it's weird. Like, yesterday we were just like, oh, Shenzhen beats eHome 2-0. We could be really seeing a potential, lower end team, or I don't like saying lower end team, but one of those Division 2 teams making a surprise all the way through to LCQ and groups. But I guess their time does stop here. We take a look at the bracket to show you where we're at overall, and it's IG. They go on to, I believe, face Aster Aries next. which is going to be a tough one. Probably their biggest challenge so far, minus the XG loss. And then Vici with that one, they go up against CDC. And then you've got that upper bracket final of RNG against XG, which is going to be exciting. And then I think the last series of the day is the winner of the 2 lower bracket round 4 matchups. So 4 more BO3s tomorrow that are going to be exciting. And who do you think is coming out from the lower bracket into that round 5? Because that decides at least LCQ, that round 5. So who do you think from Vici v CDC and IG v Aster Aries, who do you think wins those 2 matchups?
It's kind of hard to tell, really. I think Vici Gaming have got what it takes. Because CDC, they looked strong, but they looked strong versus eHome. Everyone looked strong versus them, right?
Mhm.
Meanwhile, Vici Gaming today and 2 days ago, it's not even about the teams they're playing against. They just look solid. Like their decisions and everything, their drafts, most importantly, look pretty damn solid. And for the other team, I think I just go. I'm not sure. Like Aster Aries are strong, but I'd still go with IG after seeing them today. But who knows what IG we're gonna get?
Yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully, IG, no Marcy, and they should have a better chance of making it in. And we'll see what happens tomorrow when we come back. It's going to be 4 more BO3s that will be exciting and leading up to the last day of the qualifier. We'll have a lot of answers answered tomorrow. But for now, that's it for us. We'll see you guys tomorrow with more Dota action here in the Chinese qualifiers. It's been a fun one. We'll see you later.
Dire's structures.